Chapter 251 The Indestructible Cockroach. Team up and run away? Samui was stunned, looking at the two Yama people who were eager to try, and a trace of desire appeared in her heart. However, this trace of emotion was suppressed by Samui as soon as it emerged. Let's not talk about whether Chinyu can fight against the 5 major countries. Just the existence of the refugee camp behind her, the young Karui and others will not allow her to act willfully. Kaneki. Yunmu suddenly woke up, looking at Chinyu who was close at hand. Without thinking too much, he suddenly put his hands together, and retreated violently, while making a shrill cat cry. If Chinyu really wants to find an adjective, it feels a bit like a cat's spring cry. A chakra breath that is extremely similar to the two-tailed cat swept away quickly. Uchiha Kainu, you force me to do this. Yunmu roared fiercely, and the blood-colored chakra quickly overflowed, accompanied by the smell of fierce tears. Yunmu, you stop him, I'll go to save Kaneki, you join forces, it's not difficult to kill Uchiha Kainu. Mujiao also retreated quickly. The seemingly old body, in terms of running away, is simply not much slower, and after a few ups and downs, it landed on the side of Kaneki. Looking at Kaneki lying in the ruins, his chest collapsed, his bones completely shattered, and even his internal organs vomited out. His miserable appearance was even more horrible than half a day ago. Faced with such a fatal injury, I am afraid that Tsunade would shake her head when she came. However, Mujiao didn't care. When a trace of pain flashed across his old face like tree bark, he took out a wooden box with his backhand, and then directly uncovered the talisman used as a sealing path on it. A piece of scarlet meat that exuded a different chakra aura also aroused Chinyu's interest. Is this the meat of a stinky fox? Sanwei raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. Their tailed beast bodies are made of the chakra of the 6-path sage, so any inch of meat has a strong chakra reaction. The most important thing is that once you enter the tailed beast form, you can't, no matter how bad the injury is, it can be restored to its original state. Of course, this abnormal ability also puts a great burden on the body. However, facing the rumored Konoha rebel Nin, Blood Ashura, Mukaku obviously has no more choices. As soon as he took out the sealed 9-tailed meat, he stuffed it directly into Kaneki's mouth. The moment the meat entered his mouth, it might be because he felt the tailed beast chakra that already existed in Kaneki's body. Kaneki, who was dying, released a strong tailed beast chakra from his tightly closed mouth. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and his collapsed chest healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tailed beast chakra filled with fierce tears exploded directly like a dam breaking. Sharp fangs, knife-like fingertips, quickly peeled skin, oozing blood, and the tailed beast clothes covering the body surface gathered together. A disgusting bloody smell filled the air. Roar! The roars came out of Kaneki and Ginki at the same time. The huge chakra brought by the tailed beast transformation and the fierce consciousness contained in it made them even more violent. Without any fancy moves, the moment their eyes fell on Chinyu, they kicked the ground with all 4 feet. Bang! The ground collapsed, and everyone only felt 2 blood-colored lights, like a tiger descending from the mountain, attacking Chinyu with horns. The speed was so fast that a distance of dozens of meters was just a few feet away. The blood-colored claws, without any fancy moves, slapped Chinyu head-on. Be careful! Samui exclaimed, but the next moment he saw the 9 Magadama Manjakaya Sharingan turn in vain. The pupil power that exuded the smell of disaster instantly turned into 2 huge ribs, blocking Chinyu in front of him. Bang! The claws were heavily arranged on the illusory ribs. The huge impact force even set off a hurricane, rolling back in all directions. The ground under his feet seemed unable to withstand such an impact, and a cracking sound was heard. However, facing this fierce and unparalleled attack, Chinyu, who was in the ribs, seemed to be indifferent, and smiled warmly in front of everyone. Is this your confidence? No wonder the old man ran away. The small voice, at this moment, was like an invisible big hand that tightened everyone's nerves. He hurriedly followed the traces of Mujiao and saw that even half of his figure was gone. Recalling the scene of rescuing Kaneki just now. That means, it's probably just to buy time for himself to escape. Kaneki and Ginki, the only will left in their minds, paused for a moment, but it was quickly covered by the fierce consciousness of the tailed beast's chakra. Seeing that one attack was blocked, another claw slapped Chinyu again. Sure enough, my consciousness was devoured. Compared with the golden horn and silver horn, I feel disappointed. Chinyu shook his head helplessly, and the speed of the 9 megatama in his pupils suddenly increased. As the violent pupil power rushed out, the tens of meters of huge Susanoo condensed instantly. The sharp claws that seemed to be sharp slammed on the armor covering the surface. The metal collision sound, except for a slight vibration of the scarlet pupil power, did not produce any cracks at all. Such a terrifying defense made people gasp. "It's my turn." Chinyu's eyes widened slightly, and 3 simple words came out, and the huge Susanoo moved instantly. Like a banana-like hand, without any fancy, with a 10,000-pound posture, it attacked Jinmu and Yunmu head-on. Wherever it passed, the strong wind rolled back, raising endless sandstorms and gravel, giving people a feeling of flying sand and rocks. Roar! Kaneki and Ginki roared in unison, filled with violent consciousness. The 4 tails condensed with chakra behind them attacked Susanoo's big hand without any hesitation. Boom! The thunderous collision sound rolled and spread. The 4 tails that seemed to have the advantage in numbers were shattered like paper under Susanoo's big hand. The palm of more than 10 meters in size swept towards Kaneki and Ginki with undiminished power. Bang! The 2 figures were directly blown away, like a cannonball, and hit the mountain 1,000 meters away. The huge impact force broke the sharp cones of the 2 rocky mountains in half. The broken arms, thighs, and other body parts were broken in the splashing of gravel. It recovered quickly in a visible manner. That feeling was like an indestructible cockroach, which made Samui and others stunned. Is this the power of the tailed beast? Samui couldn't help but look at Uchiha Chinyu. But facing such a terrifying recovery ability and the chakra power that burst out in an instant, Samui was more shaken in his heart. Chapter 252, a move that can be used until the end. How strong is he? Samui secretly clenched her slender hands. Looking at the entire Kumagama village, facing Kaneki and Ginki who used the power of the tailed beast, Samui believed that except for the 4th Raikage and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, there is almost no one who can confront them head-on. At least, Samui believed that he had no chance of winning. If it weren't for Uchiha Chinyu's sudden intrusion this time, I'm afraid that the rebellion of the Hyuga clan would definitely succeed this time. Roar! Kaneki and Ginki suddenly rushed out of the ruins, roaring to the sky, and wild-lithe violent chakra surged wildly. Uchiha Kainu, taste our most powerful killer, this attack can kill hundreds of people instantly. Yunmu roared. While the bloody mouth was bluffing, the tailed beast chakra rolling on the surface of the body gathered wildly in the mouths of the 2. This is a small-tailed beast jade. Doday's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he was the first to exclaim, "Run, let's run quickly." As the teacher of the 8 tails Jinchuriki, he certainly knew what means a Jinchuriki had. However, he never thought that Kaneki and Yunmu, just by swallowing the tailed beast meat, could not only transform into tailed beasts, but also use such attack methods. However, facing Doday's surprise, the cloud ninjas present were indifferent. An old elite jonin stared at Chinyu and said to himself, "Do we really need to escape?" The inexplicable words made Doday's expression stagnate. Compared with his fuss, the hundreds of cloud ninjas on the scene were completely different. Facing this tailed beast ball that was said to be comparable to the destructive power of S-level ninjutsu, they were completely indifferent. Looking at Chinyu's eyes, there was a hint of urgency. Yes. Facing this existence that can even train the tailed beasts into dogs, what is a small-tailed beast ball? Roar! The tearful roar tore through the sky again, and the tailed beast ball formed by the gathering of scarlet chakra instantly pierced through the air and spewed out. The speed was so fast that the air along the way was stirred up with ripples, and the ground seemed to be overwhelmed and a hideous crack was pulled out. A distance of 1,000 meters was just a few breaths. The blow that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth finally came to Chinyu. No. It should be said that it came to Susanoo. Facing this killer move that was said to be able to kill hundreds of people in one blow, Chinyu moved in full view of the crowd. With a slight glare, Susanoo reached out calmly and went straight to the tailed beast ball. The next moment, the 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and a low explosion sound echoed. The violent explosion wind rushed out like crazy between the fingers, rolling up large pieces of sand and gravel. At the same time, it also shook the hearts of the people who were as stunned as sculptures. Looking at the fierce and unparalleled attack, it was crushed by Chinyu as if it was a casual blow. This huge gap was too unexpected. No. It should be said that the gap in strength between the two was like a chasm, which was impossible to measure. Kaneki and Ginki, who had transformed into tailed beasts, were also confused. The tyranny in his mind seemed to be poured with cold water at this moment, and it was cold from head to toe. At this moment, he finally knew why Elder Mujiao could survive every time. Judging the situation can make people live 100 years. Uchiha Chinyu, can we talk? Maybe, we are not qualified to cooperate with you, but we can be your subordinates, like those two dogs. Genki spoke hurriedly. However, when he saw Chinyu's warm smile, his spine was inexplicably cold. It's okay to be your subordinate, but the premise is to take this move. Chinyu smiled and spoke. The pupil power surging out of the body, in full view of the public, Susanoo changed again. 3 heads and 6 arms, a body about 100 meters high, and an Azura-like posture completely explained the origin of Chinyu's nickname. The 6 pairs of eyes that were originally tightly closed suddenly opened, and as the 6 big hands swung, various chakra attributes surged out. I can use this move until the end. Water style, raise Nan Shuriken. Melting style, raise Nan Shuriken. Wind style, raise Nan Shuriken. Lightning style, raise Nan Shuriken. Earth style, raise Nan Shuriken. Fire style, raise Nan Shuriken. The chakras of the 6 attributes surged up, giving people an illusion of a planetary cluster. The breath exuded was like an invisible big hand tightening a person's heart. When the sound of swallowing saliva was heard in the field, Kaneki and Genki did not think much and quickly retreated. After several ups and downs, they rushed hundreds of meters away. When they looked back, the Shura-like Susanoo moved instantly. The 6 big hands swung, and various raised Nan Shuriken instantly tore through the void. With a crushing posture, he attacked Kaneki and Genki head-on. The two were thousands of meters apart, but facing Susanoo's full-strength attack, this distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Looking at the 6 raised Nan Shuriken that were rapidly enlarging in their pupils, Kaneki and Genki only had time to let out a scream of unwillingness. No. Boom. The thunderous explosion sounded, and the violent air wave directly overturned the entire canyon. Wherever it passed, rocks collapsed, the ground was torn, and everything was like paper under the flying sand and rocks. There was no way to stop the explosion of air waves. Looking at the scene that seemed to destroy the world, the Earth platform in the hurricane air wave, pupil shrank, and roared urgently. Quickly remove the seal and defend with all your strength. The sudden cry, but this time there was no hesitation, and the thunder seal barrier that was fully exerted was directly abandoned. His hands flew quickly, forming a series of magic seals, and walls of earth quickly condensed and turned into thick city walls. Boom! The powerful air wave instantly hit the earth wall. The seemingly indestructible city wall suddenly collapsed, and the rocks flew, causing Tutai and others to nerves are stretched to the limit. Compared with the rock ninjas from the land of earth, they know the art of earth escape, but the defensive power of the earth wall they construct is far less than that of the rock ninjas who are proficient in earth escape. It can be used to defend some minor attacks at ordinary times. But now it is defending against various types of raised Nan in the original work, which can be used from the beginning to the end. If one ball can't solve it, 2 balls will be used. It can be used to achieve the finale in one move. The explosive power of the 6 raised Nans is not to be underestimated. Samui, think of a way quickly. Tutai couldn't hold back. When he thought of the friendship between Samui and Chinyu a moment ago, he might be able to save them at this critical moment of life and death. However, after these words fell, everything in the field changed again. Chapter 253 give you 2 choices. Earth escape wall. A calm voice suddenly sounded. Samui only had time to see Chinyu's hands flying, and when he reacted, the ground was rumbling. Tens of meters of huge earth walls surged up from all directions, and instantly formed a huge circular wall. The 10,000-meter canyon was completely covered. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. This person is so annoying. The same earth escape, the other party started with a big castle. That blocked the violent explosion wave. For a moment, the nervous cloud ninja inside the earth wall felt a little relieved. Listening to the roaring explosions from outside, and the huge, blood-red Shura figure full of disaster, the huge scene fell into an inexplicable silence. Facing this enemy, they couldn't even think of taking action for a while. The blast raged for a full minute before everything recovered. The earthen walls built on all sides collapsed in the void after the spell and chakra dissipated, turning into yellow soil and sinking into the earth. The Shura-like Susanoo figure also dissipated. Only Chinyu was left, standing quietly on the only remaining rock in the thousands of meters of huge ruins. The canyon basin that was directly raised to the ground looked devastated. The shattered rocks and the gully-like earth made the sound of swallowing saliva in the field. Kaneki and Ginki, who were originally arrogant and claimed to cooperate with the Konoha rebel ninja, the bloody Ashura Uchiha Chinyu, on an equal footing. Now they are probably blown away and disappeared. This godlike existence is not something they can fight against at all. Next, the two sides stood on opposite sides again, and this battle was bound to be a death. Lord Dode! Urgent calls came from all directions, and hundreds of cloud ninjas rushed over quickly. Many of them were injured and looked extremely embarrassed. When they got closer, their pupils suddenly shrank when they saw the thin figure in the red auspicious cloud robe. This is Konoha Blood Ashura, how could he be here? Is he an accomplice of the Kagaya clan? Now that the 4th generation Raikage and the 8-tailed killer bee are not here, can we stop Uchiha Chinyu? The scene suddenly became chaotic. Facing the rebellion of Kaneki and Ginki, they still had the courage to fight, but facing the Konoha rebel Uchiha Chinyu, who was notorious in the ninja world recently. In their hearts, they inexplicably felt a tremor of fear. After all, it has only been a few months since Uchiha Chinyu's strong rise to the present. And every battle shocked the ninja world. Whether it was a battle with a huge disparity in numbers or a battle of peak combat power, the only one who could survive was Blood Ashura, Uchiha Kainyu. Stop, calm down everyone. Tutai's expression changed and he shouted urgently. The battle just now was still vivid in his mind. Even Kaneki and Ginki, who had used the tailed beast mode, could not withstand Chinyu's move. That meant that everyone present had to attack together. The chance of winning was almost zero. Now Tutai just looked at Samui with an urgent look. No. It should be said that there were other cloud ninjas who had witnessed the battle. You. Uchiha Kainyu. Feeling the gazes from all around, Samui had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She and Chinyu had only known each other for most of the day. However, it felt like a very long time to her. From the initial vigilance, to the gratitude later, to the shock now. Uchiha Chinyu in front of her gave her an inexplicable sense of security. However, just after these words fell, Chinyu's body was covered with black lightning, like a ghost, and he performed the lightning escape instant body technique and appeared in front of Samui. The sudden scene shook the nerves of those who came later. In the eyes of many people, Samui, who was only 17 or 18 years old, was a goddess-like existence in both strength and appearance. Facing the sudden rise of Chinyu, how could they keep calm? If it weren't for the fierce reputation of Konoha's Blood Ashura, they would have already rushed up first and wanted to be heroes. Hundreds of eyes stared at Chinyu, and the slowly raised right hand touched her forehead again. As a warm smile bloomed, the voice fell. Don't worry, for my sake, I will clean up the mess and leave, you can leave first. Chinyu said, his eyes passed Samui and fell on the barrier that had lost its chakra support and trapped the two-tailed Nikomata. The unexpected scene made the worried Kumo ninjas pause. Looking at Samui, who was teased naked in public and covered her forehead with a shy face. This is undoubtedly far from the goddess they know. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? Roar. The roar of Xianglei suddenly echoed. The violent chakra rolled back in a tyrannical manner. The barrier stone pillars that were painstakingly built by the Kumo ninjas were shattered in an instant. Under the rolling sand and dust, a huge body with a dark blue body covered with black mysterious curse seals appeared in front of them. This is a riot of the tailed beasts. Is God going to destroy our Kumo ninja village? Urion Uchiha Chinyu already makes people feel desperate, and now there is another runaway tailed beast. How can people survive this? The scene suddenly became chaotic, and many veteran Kumo ninjas had their bodies shaken, and their faces were also full of despair. Some even looked bitter. At present, the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki are not in the Kumo village, and it is impossible to resist this crisis. Calm down, everyone calm down, don't trademark T act rashly. Tottori suddenly spoke. After taking a look at Uchiha Chinyu, he slowly stepped back and said, leave this to Samui. In the eyes of Tottori, it is better to withdraw from the battle between Chinyu and the tailed beasts than to provoke Chinyu's anger and push the Cloud Village to destruction. After all, whether it is the two-tailed Nikomata or Uchiha Chinyu, they are not the existence they can provoke. The inexplicable scene made the Cloud Ninja reinforcements who rushed to the scene startled. While looking at Chinyu hurriedly, the words that fell in their ears shook their nerves. I give you two choices. The first is to follow me obediently, and the second is to follow me after being beaten by me. Chapter 254 Who will stop it and how to stop it? These two choices? It's too fierce. The cloud ninjas present were stunned. Facing the tailed beasts, that ninja village was not on high alert. Who would be so nonchalant and not take it seriously like this scene in front of him? Lord Dode, what should we do now? Two elderly cloud ninjas landed directly beside Dode and couldn't help asking. If Konoha Ashura and the two-tailed beast fight here, our cloud ninja village will probably be in trouble. Do we need to issue an order to evacuate in advance? This place is the cloud ninja village. If Uchiha Chinyu is allowed to run wild here, it will always be inappropriate. Moreover, once the battle starts, the scale of this battle will not be a small fight, but more likely to overthrow an entire ninja village. No need, you see his fighting style clearly, and you may meet him on the battlefield in the future, and this battle will end in an instant. Tottori said solemnly. Not long ago, this expression and tone appeared on other people. But now it is completely different. At least, after witnessing the crushing of Kaneki and Ginki, Tottori's cognition was overturned. The inexplicable words instantly tensed everyone's nerves. They were uneasy in their hearts, but in the depths of their eyes, there was also an inexplicable urgency. One is the legendary Konoha blood Ashura, and the other is the second-ranked vengeful demon cat among the nine-tailed beasts. If it is really possible, this battle does have a great reference significance. For a while, the atmosphere in the huge ruins became more and more oppressive. After the two-tailed cat broke through the barrier again, the blue chakra all over its body was turning, and the blood moon-like eyes turned in vain and locked on Chinyu. The bloody mouth was bluffing, and the moment the voice came out, it shook everyone's nerves. I am willing to leave with you. These 7 simple characters echoed in the ruins for a long time. Tutai, who was ready to fight and willing to sacrifice his life to stop the aftermath of the battle, was stunned. A moment ago, he said that the battle would end quickly. But he never thought that the dignified tailed beast would surrender to a teenager in public. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid not many people in the field would be willing to believe that all this was true. Are you really going to surrender? The three-tailed beast crawled out of Chinyu's cloak first, and begged him in a hurry, Stinky Cat, why don't you surrender and let the boss beat you up first, otherwise it's not in accordance with the rules. Look at the boss's bones, maybe you really have a chance to flatten him with one claw. I don't want to, boss, let's go. The two-tailed cat glared at him again, not in line with the impression of the Cloud Ninja village. With a bang, a large amount of white mist emanated from its body, and it turned into a sky-blue house cat. In the ruins, it jumped and landed on Chinyu's shoulder after several ups and downs. In full view of the public, it rubbed its head against Chinyu's neck affectionately. That look was simply a self-familiarity that was flaunted in the streets, and it had completely forgotten its ferocious appearance in the past. Okay, don't argue, it's getting late, and it's time for us to leave here. Chinyu rolled his eyes at the three-tailed beasts and looked at the two Yuki who looked reluctant. People. All good things must come to an end. Listen to what Seong-sama says and work hard to improve your strength. Being a Jinchuriki is not easy, but you don't need it now. Chinyu rubbed the heads of the two Yukatos. Looking at the expression that seemed to want to say something but hesitated, he shook his head and looked at Kimimaro and said, let's go. After saying this, Chinyu turned around and left first. Kimimaro, who had been standing aside to watch the battle, did not hesitate at all and quickly chased after him. In a few ups and downs, the two figures disappeared in front of them, compared with the two Yukatos who were reluctant to leave. After a moment of silence, Samui said to himself. Who is Seong-sama? I'm afraid the next time we meet will be on the battlefield. Time passed by. Two slightly old figures, guarded by 7 or 8 Anbu ninjas, quickly landed on the ruins. Looking at the desolate land, the cheeks like dry bark had a hint of iron blue. Especially seeing that the altar that originally sealed the two-tailed Nikomata was destroyed. This made the two elders feel bad. Their faces sank and they shouted sternly, Dotai, where is the two-tailed Nikomata? According to the report from the Anbu just now, the Konoha rebel, Blood Ashura, appeared in this place. Did you stop him? Whether it is Uchiha Kainyu's invasion of the Cloud Village or the seal riot of the two-tailed Nikomata, if anything goes wrong, you can't escape the responsibility. Stop him. The Cloud Ninjas present were stunned at first, and then Dotai said with a sullen look, Elder, are you going to let us stop the Konoha rebel Uchiha Kainyu? That is the one who easily killed the rebellious Kaneki and Ginki, and even the two-tailed Nikomata surrendered voluntarily. At this point, Dotai's face showed a trace of determination, and he shouted sternly, "Elder, how do you want us to stop him? Use lives and corpses to build a wall to stop Uchiha Kainyu's steps. If this is true, I can tell you clearly that this will destroy the entire Kumagakure village. It can be said that now that the two tails have been taken away and Uchiha Chinyu has left, it is the best outcome for our Kumagakure village. A tailed beast may be a powerful weapon to add icing on the cake for a village. However, if the village no longer exists, what is the use of the tailed beast?" Although Chuchita's words were a bit impulsive, but it makes people feel that there is no way to refute it. At least, the sentence of what to stop and how to stop it did express the voices of many people. Looking at the indifferent Kumo ninjas, the two elders turned pale, and their cheeks twitched like dry bark. They shouted in a hurry, "Good, very good, I didn't expect that you, Tutai, would rebel. Not only did you fail to protect them, but you also dared to openly refute the elders' decision. Next, I want to ask, how will you explain to the fourth Raikage for such a big thing?" This time, Kaneki and Ginki led the riot, the tailed beast was lost, and Uchiha Kainyu made a big fuss in Kumo Ninja village. Any of these can be called a capital crime for Tutai, who was entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Now, as the two elders said, the plague god has been sent away, but once the charges are investigated, who will take the blame? Humph, don't worry. I will personally go to the 5-cage conference held in the Iron Country to report this matter to the 4th Raikage. Tutai said coldly, "Of course, the defense of the village will be handed over to the two elders. You hope that Uchiha Chinyu will not hear your words and come back, and then let the three-tailed beasts out for a stroll. For the two elders who hide when there is something and only come out to talk when there is nothing, not only Tutai is unhappy, but even the Cloud Ninja present is no exception." Chapter 255 The Whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi. After leaving this speech, Tutai turned around and took several confidants to go out of the village. The huge ruins, the mess left behind, hundreds, even thousands of eyes, all locked on the two elders. Faced with the last harsh words, even they had no way to refute, they could only watch for a while, snorted angrily, and turned away with their sleeves. Outside, Uchiha Chinyu led Kimimaro and left the village directly with a green light in the Cloud Ninja village. After all, the place where the two-tailed cat was originally sealed was located in a desolate area on the edge. The riot just now had already alarmed the stationed Cloud Ninjas to go to support. Even the Cloud Ninjas who stayed behind clearly knew what had happened just now. Facing the fierce Uchiha Chinyu, who dared to stop him, and how to stop him. The only thing they could do was to watch Uchiha Chinyu leave with respect. "Boss, do you want to seal this stinky cat? Monkey and I can help." The three-tailed cat couldn't hold back. Along the way, they wanted to fight again and again. If it weren't for Uchiha Chinyu's existence, I'm afraid the earth would have collapsed directly. "Stinky turtle, why do you have to bite me, boss? You have to make the decision for me." The two-tailed cat was obviously very familiar with others, calling him boss on the left and on the right, and he was simply having a lot of fun. It was precisely because of this attitude that the three-tailed cat, who had been following Chinyu at first, couldn't stand it. In the end, he angrily added another adjective to the two-tailed cat. "Slutty. Okay, stop making trouble. The little three-tailed cat is just trying to make things difficult for you just to get a bite of food." Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. "Eat, what to eat? We tailed beasts don't need to eat." The two-tailed cat was stunned again. The tempers of the nine-tailed beasts are not yes, they also have their own pride, but except for the one-tailed Shikaku and the nine-tailed Kurama, who have always been at odds with each other. Other tailed beasts will not fight to the death as soon as they meet. The current behavior of the three-tailed beast is completely beyond its expectation. "Humph, superficial guy, don't cry and snatch from us in the future." The three-tailed beast glared unhappily. He did not continue to argue but turned and got into Chinyu's cloak. For a while, the scene fell into a brief silence. As for the disputes from the tailed beasts, Kimimaro would not pay any attention to them. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and soon saw a ninja eagle with black blood vessels all over his body falling from the sky. "Don't be nervous, it's one of us." Chinyu instantly saw that this was Kakuzu's method. Since the last meeting, Kakuzu and others have taken action separately. Although Chinyu also thought about letting them form a team, each of them has outstanding strength and personality. Instead of forcing them to be together, it is more convenient for them to act separately. Of course, if they are willing to join forces, Chinyu will also be happy to see it. As he spoke, Chinyu raised his hand, and the ninja eagle controlled by the blood vessels fell from the sky and landed on Chinyu's arm. He opened his mouth and spit out a small paper scroll. Is this information? The four-tailed beast became interested. It didn't care about what Chinyu did. But looking at the big-tailed beasts that were gradually gathered together, although they were sometimes bickering. However, the feeling they gave them was a bit like the taste of the six-path sage when he was alive. Boss, did you meet that unlucky guy again? This time, you must beat him up before surrendering. The three-tailed beast, who had already drilled into the cloak, couldn't help his curiosity and came out again. When he thought about it, he was the first one to be recaptured by Chinyu that day, and that ignorant idea was completely a beating. Rather than becoming a joke in the future, it would rather harm others. It shouldn't be. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and untied the special information seal on the scroll. Soon, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air. As expected of an old monster who has lived for 70 or 80 years, he also knows this kind of communication method. Chinyu couldn't help but marvel. However, in the original work, the members of Akatsuki were already proficient in this communication method. No matter how far apart they were, they could use their thoughts to gather at the place of the outer path demon statue. Then they gathered everyone's strength and used the 9-dragon seal to seal the tailed beast. Boss, I'm Kakuzu. The illusory figure suddenly spoke. However, when he saw the two-tailed Nikomata lying on Chinyu's shoulder, his pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that the boss's speed was faster than ours. I just found the whereabouts of the seven-tailed Chongming, but I also found another thing that is more important to you, the boss. More important to me. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, and the three-tailed beside him was the first to lose his temper and said, Don't keep me in suspense. Where is that bug? I want to beat it up first. Looking at the three-tailed who was afraid of chaos in the world, Kakuzu just took a second look and didn't answer. He said directly, It's the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi. When I was tracking the seven-tailed, I accidentally found that Uchiha Itachi fell into the hands of the Anbu of Takigakuer. Judging from their thoughts, it seems that they are planning to seize his Sharingan. I learned from Biwajizo before that he seems to have a good relationship with the boss. Having said that, Kakuzu didn't say anything else. Smart people know what is to stop at the right time. If we investigate further before we figure it out, we might end up making things worse. Itaki actually ran out. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly. Itaki falling into the hands of the Anbu of Takigakuer was indeed beyond his expectation. However, according to the original work, after opening the 3 Magatama Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi could not even defeat the most terrifying and powerful female Anbu ninja of Konoha, who was known as the root of the Anbu. Takigakuer is the second largest ninja village after the 5 major countries, and it also bought the tailed beast from the first generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama. But that was when Kakuzu did not rebel and slaughter all the high-level officials. In the original work, Takigakuer was a third-rate village that was almost destroyed by a so-called senior ninja who drank a sip of hero's water. Now that Uchiha Itachi fell into their hands, it really makes people feel intriguing. Boss, what are your plans now? Kakuzu spoke again. Chinyu frowned. He was originally planning to return to the Rain Village to see the situation of Nagato and others. After all, he promised Zionin to keep a low profile. Now that he was wearing this red cloud cloak and had caused such a big incident, he should at least go back to show his face. However, now that Uchiha Itachi suddenly left the Konoha village and fell into the hands of the Taki village, Chinyu still planned to go there first. Leave me a coordinate, I will go and meet you first. Chinyu said. Kakuzu did not feel surprised and nodded. The illusory figure collapsed. Boss, follow this ninja eagle and you can meet me. We are not too far apart. As the figure dissipated, the blood vessels on the ninja eagle's body moved, and it also flapped its wings and flew high. At the same time, the Iron Kingdom also became unusually lively for the upcoming 5-Cage conference. Chapter 256, Storms Gather in the Iron Country. Come on, get ready quickly, the cages of the 5 major countries are about to arrive. The Iron Country, which has always remained neutral in the ninja world, has become completely lively with the convening of the 5-Cage conference. One by one, the samurai wearing heavy armor and wearing swords on their waists gathered in front of the city gate and lined up quickly. A middle-aged man in his 50s, with hair as messy as grass, walked slowly. Compared with other samurai, this middle-aged man did not wear a helmet, but he exuded the aura of a superior. If Qin Yu was there, he would definitely recognize that the middle-aged man in front of him was the samurai leader Sanfun, who was known as the half-god salamander Hanzo. Lord Sanfun, I'm ready. The 5 major countries suddenly held a meeting in our Iron Country. This has not happened for many years. A burly samurai, nearly 2 meters tall, stood out from the crowd. In the Iron Country, samurai are mainly proficient in swordsmanship, and then with chakra, they can burst out with powerful strength comparable to ninjas. Among them, Okasuk, who was covered in heavy armor, was good at fast iai/. Another samurai of the same stature who was responsible for coordinating the Q was Rikeku. In the Iron Country, they are all A-level samurai, comparable to elite jonin. Moreover, in a duel between samurai and ninja, once the ninja is close, the samurai will be inferior to the ninja. I heard that a powerful Sharingan rebel ninja appeared in the Konoha ninja village, and he has the same Mangekaya Sharingan as their ancestors. Mifune did not hide his weakness and said directly. After all, their Iron Country was just a place for negotiation this time. The Uchiha clan of Konoha? Is it the Bloody Ashura? Rikeku suddenly spoke. Asuk patted him on the shoulder and said, I didn't expect that you are well informed. According to my intelligence network, this Bloody Ashura has been dormant in Konoha Ninja Village for 16 years before he chose to make a splash. Not only did he repel the sneak attacks of the Mist Village and the Cloud Village, but he also forced the joint efforts of Danzo and Orochimaru to be exposed in Konoha. The whereabouts of the 3rd Raikage are unknown, and the 4th Jinchuriki was also killed by him. This man is probably the legendary power of the Uchiha clan that day. At this point, Asuk looked at Mifune. The samurai present, with a slightly changed expression, also looked at each other in bewilderment. They are in a neutral position, but it does not mean that they can really stay out of the riots in the human ninja world. Just like when Mifune fought with the demigod Salamander Hanzo that day. It is precisely because Salamander Hanzo's ambition is too great that even their Iron Country intends to annex it. That man is Uchiha Kainu. I heard that he is indeed a great existence, and he has gathered a large number of S-level rebel ninjas under his command. Mifune said. However, as soon as the voice fell, a violent wave of wind and waves rolled back in all directions. The nerves of the warriors present were suddenly tense, and they all looked towards the gate. Mifune, you are still the same. Facing a newcomer, you also make such a random evaluation. It is inevitable to encourage others' arrogance and underestimate our 5 major countries. A loud voice suddenly sounded. In the sky, a thunder fell from the sky, and a rolling thunder sound was heard. As the lightning dissipated, a figure with arcs flowing all over his body appeared in front of everyone. It's the 4th generation Raikage. Okasuk's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice. The temper of the Cloud Ninja is also well known in the ninja world. Especially the father and son of the Raikage, the 3rd and 4th generations, are as violent as thunder. Haha, the 4th Raikage, you are still so fast, but Senior Mifune also expressed his opinion. Uchiha Kainu's strength is indeed good, which is why we gather here. The violent water flow spun in the air, and soon gathered 4 figures. The leader was the short-statured Yagura Kyujitaki carrying an iron stick. Following closely behind were Mei Terumi, Zabuza, and Ching. This is the new 4th Mizukage. I heard that the previous one also fell at the hands of Uchiha Kainu. A samurai suddenly lowered his voice and said. Asshole, can you say this nonsense? A cold voice suddenly sounded. Zabuza took a step suddenly, and the whole person disappeared like a ghost, and came to the side of the samurai who spoke rudely with the technique of instant body. The specially made ninja sword in his hand made a dignified sound of breaking through the air and attacked the samurai. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. No one expected that in the Iron Kingdom, Zabuza would attack without a word. Seeing that the huge beheading sword was about to fall, the sharp sound of the sword suddenly echoed. Iai/. Okasuk grabbed his right hand at his waist, and the sword was instantly unsheathed under the entanglement of wind chakra. In full view of the crowd, with a lightning-fast posture, he took the lead to block the beheading sword that was slashing across the sky. Bang! The dull thunder-like collision sound rolled back and dissipated, and the strong wind that was raised quickly rolled back to the surroundings. Bang! The samurai who spoke rudely looked at the beheading sword that stopped a few inches in front of him, and his pupils contracted, and he fell to the ground in shock. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became extremely depressing. Lord Mifune, a huge golden floating sand appeared in the sky over there. A samurai rushed to the distance quickly. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the field, I couldn't help but stop. Haha, I didn't expect that I was just a step late, and you almost fought. It seems that this meeting is more lively than before. The golden sand in the sky was approaching quickly in the distance. Then, in full view of the crowd, it landed on the ground. Led by Luosha, there were Cho and Maki, as representatives of the Sand Village, and landed in front of everyone in an extremely dazzling manner. It can be said that, if it weren't for the precedent of Zabuza's sudden attack, I'm afraid someone in the field would say something again. The death of the previous generation, the third Kazekage, is also related to Uchiha Kainu. Humph, Luosha, after the last battle, your appearance is still as exaggerated as before. Be careful not to be robbed in the middle of the battle. It's not good to lose your life. The fourth Raikage snorted coldly and said unhappily. Their country of thunder and the country of wind also have borders, so fighting has always happened. It can be said that the shadow-level strongmen present can become representatives of each village, more or less because of Uchiha Kainu. If the shadows of each village had not been killed, they would not have sat in this position so early. Haha, you are all new faces. It seems that only I have a longer life. Those old opponents are all dead. A slightly old voice came out. 3 figures floating in the air slowly fell down. However, the most eye-catching one is the short old man in the lead. It can be said that no matter how many turmoils the ninja world has experienced, this old man will never die in this position of shadow. Chapter 257 The Situation of Running Wild. Old man Onoki, are you saying that there is no successor to the rock village, and you must let an old man like you carry it in the front? The fourth generation Raikage suddenly spoke. Soon, the atmosphere in the field, which was originally a bit depressing, was pushed to the top in an instant. You are too arrogant, you kid who plays with thunder. Today, your father will die, so let me teach you a lesson on his behalf. Tien Tien Ping Onoki roared, and the white light on his hands condensed instantly. A terrifying destructive aura quickly spread. Looking for death? The fourth generation Raikage roared, and he was also not a humble person. While the crackling of lightning on his body continued, the whole person turned into a thunder and appeared in front of Tien Tien Ping Onoki as fast as thunder. The sudden attack made Onoki's face change slightly. His dust release was very powerful, and could instantly penetrate anything and turn it into flying ash and dust. However, the process of casting this technique also took some time, facing the fourth Raikage who was good at speed. At this distance of more than 10 meters, it was obviously at a disadvantage. Although he could take action in time under such circumstances. However, once the attack collided, at such a close distance, the explosive air wave would implicate the people in the field. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded instantly, and a golden figure suddenly appeared. The next moment, 2 hands, like a tiger's mouth, took the lead and grabbed the wrists of the fourth Raikage and Onoki. The chakra that the two had gathered was also dispersed by this pinch. After all, from the beginning, they were just paper tigers and had no intention of really taking action. No matter how exaggerated the way they appeared, it was to publicize the strength of their country and to establish their prestige in public. It was just that they never expected that no matter how they behaved, they could not be more elegant and outstanding than the figure in front of them who acted like a timely rain. Ai, Senior Onoki, we meet again. Namikaze Minato said with a smile, now the 5 shadows have gathered to discuss important matters. Everyone is willing to come in person, and they also have the same purpose. Why don't we put aside our prejudices and talk it out first? As he spoke, Namikaze Minato also loosened his hands and looked at Yagura Kujutsu in the field. As the backbone of the 5 shadows conference, Yagura Kujutsu quickly agreed and said, you are right. If you don't give Yagura face, you should give face to the 4th Hokage, right? Now the Konoha ninja village is extremely prosperous, and the coexistence of 2 shadows is a great joy. The people present were stunned, but no one was willing to refute. Even the 4th Raikage, who has always been arrogant and rude, snorted coldly and dispersed the lightning arc on his body. As Yagura Kyuji said, the coexistence of 2 shadows does not mean to belittle other ninja villages and support Konoha. On the contrary, this is an ironclad fact. Humph, I thought it was that monkey who came, but I didn't expect him to think about retirement so soon. Onoki snorted coldly, and his body suspended in the air also landed steadily on the ground. Yagura Kyuji also glanced at Zabuza and said, Come back quickly, don't embarrass our mist village again. No one would believe this. If it weren't for Yagura Kyuji's approval, they wouldn't believe that Zabuza dared to act like this in the Iron Country. However, his approach was clear to the four major countries and Mifune and others in the Iron Country. Everything was to prove that the strength of the samurai was no worse than that of the ninja. It was precisely because of this reason that he was qualified to preside over this five-shadow meeting. Humph! Zabuza snorted coldly, turned around and drew his sword without stopping at all. However, when Zabuza saw the slight crack and curl on the blade with cold light, his face turned pale. For him, the reason why he pursued the broken ninja sword was because it could withstand rough treatment. No matter how it was cut or how it was used. This broken sword would absorb enough blood to regenerate and repair itself. It can be said that this kind of ninja tool is enough for Zabuza to kill the enemy without any worries. At present, the newly cast beheading sword is similar in shape but completely different in nature. This undoubtedly limits Zabuza's true strength. Okay, this is just a misunderstanding. It is an honor for me, Mifune, that you can come to the Iron Kingdom. Mifune came out at the right time, his eyes turned in vain, and fell behind Minato Namikaze. Haha, I didn't expect that there would be two old faces this time. The hand of your Konoha ninja village is still as big as ever. The inexplicable words immediately made everyone in the field startled. They hurriedly followed the gaze and saw that the moment they saw it, many people's pupils shrank slightly, even Onoki and the fourth Reikage were no exception. Are these two of the three ninjas of Konoha? A samurai couldn't help asking. Okasuke nodded and said, these are strong people who are qualified to become shadows, but I didn't expect the third Hokage to skip them and pass the position to the golden flash of Konoha Minato Namikaze. Hey, Okasuke, you are still the same, talking nonsense here. Jiraiya raised his hand and looked at Mifune and said, can't you let Tsunade and I hide and get along for a while? You have to break our good time. Jiraiya, what nonsense are you talking about here? Shut up. Tsunade snorted coldly, her mouth was unhappy, but it was rare that she didn't beat him up. After looking around the scene, he looked at the fourth Reikage and said, I didn't expect you to become the Reikage. However, except for the Tsuchikage, everyone else here can become the Kage. I'm afraid it's indirectly and directly related to Uchiha Ten. Tsunade, you still look down on me as always. The fourth Reikage snorted coldly. However, this time he was not as furious as when he was with Onoki. Yo, isn't this the eldest brother's love for the heartbroken person, Senju Tsunade? Is he going to make 101st failed confession? Killer Bee's voice came from the forest, and the rap posture instantly made the fourth Reikage's cheek twitch. With a backhand swing, the kunao filled with lightning, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, shot straight at Killer Bee. Bang! Killer Bee dodged the kunao directly and inserted it into the trunk at once. The huge impact force directly broke the tree in half. Shut up, you bastard! The fourth Reikage had already anticipated this result. He snorted coldly and looked at Tsunade and said, even two of the three Konoha ninjas have come. It seems that your Konoha ninja village attaches great importance to the matter of Uchiha Chinyu this time. We want to know how your Konoha ninja village plans to deal with this traitor who was called a threat to the safety of the ninja world by the fourth Mizukage. Chapter 258 I am willing to cut off his head. Yo, isn't this the lovelorn person, Senju Tsunade, that Big Brother admires? Is he going to make a 101st failed confession? Kirabe's voice came from the forest. The rap posture instantly made the fourth Reikage's cheek twitch. With a backhand swing, the kunao filled with lightning, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, shot straight at Kirabe. Bang! The kunao was dodged by Kirabe and inserted into the trunk at once. The huge impact force directly broke the tree in half. Shut up, you bastard! The fourth Reikage had already anticipated this result. He snorted coldly and looked at Tsunade and said, even two of the three Konoha ninjas have come. It seems that your Konoha ninja village attaches great importance to the matter of Uchiha Chinyu this time. We want to know how your Konoha ninja village plans to deal with this traitorous ninja who was called a threat to the safety of the ninja world by the fourth Mizukage. As soon as these words came out, the situation and atmosphere in the field changed slightly. As a ninja village, no matter what, once a traitorous ninja appears, especially one that endangers the interests of other ninja villages, not only do the major countries need to join forces to denounce it, but the country must also make greater efforts. For example, it is necessary to set up a special hunting team to pursue and attack the traitorous ninja. At the same time, a strong man must be sent to lead the team. In the original work, Zabuza obviously received this treatment after failing to assassinate the fourth Mizukage. The hunting team sent by the Anbyo kept hunting and harassing. Compared with other ninja villages, Konoha Ninja Village is full of strong people. Uchiha Kainyu's defection only made Konoha Ninja Village lose an insignificant Shimura Danzo. Compared with their loss of the cage and the tailed beast Jinchuriki, it is far from the same. I can't make the decision on this matter. Leave it to Lord Hokage. I'm just here for the show. Tsunade did not answer and directly became a hands-off shopkeeper. Everyone's eyes turned in vain and fell on Minato Namikaze. Facing the change in the atmosphere in the field, Minato Namikaze took a deep breath and finally spoke. He knew very well that since this was a plan developed by the Konoha high level, it needed to be said no matter when. What's more, if he didn't hide his shortcomings and said it as soon as possible, it might be able to reduce the losses and conflicts of the major ninja villages. I want you to negotiate peace with Uchiha Kainyu. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, echoing in the field for a long time without being able to dissipate. No. Nonsense. You are dreaming. 3 shouts came out almost at the same time. As the convener of this 5-cage meeting, Yagura Kyujiro looked at the 4th Raikage, Raza, and the 2 great cages Onoki who directly opposed it, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was the first to put on a smile and said, 4th Hokage, did you say something wrong? This 5-cage meeting was held to help your Konoha Ninja Village eliminate Uchiha Chinyu who endangered the ninja world. He has gathered a group of extremely vicious people. Do you think your Konoha Ninja Village is still thinking of protecting him now? Or do you think that the losses of our other ninja villages are simply insignificant? The slightly long voice obviously made the audience the resentment was pushed upwards. Although Minato Namikaze had expected this, he was a little surprised to see the other 4 cages react so violently. However, in this situation, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Namikaze Minato's face sank and he spoke again, everyone, I persuaded you to negotiate peace with Uchiha Kainyu not for the purpose of benefiting Konoha Ninja Village, nor to shirk responsibility. I just want to tell everyone here, don't underestimate Uchiha Kainyu's strength and means, otherwise you will suffer. Underestimate him. The 4th generation Raikage suddenly roared, 4th generation Hokage, you haven't even finished fighting, and you come here to talk nonsense. No matter how outstanding his strength is, can he really compare with his ancestor Uchiha Madara? Don't forget, no matter how powerful he is just one person. We are one of the 5 major ninja villages. You want us to lower our status and negotiate peace with him alone. This is simply a foolish dream. Yes, the 4th generation Raikage is right. Tianping Onoki also echoed coldly. That kid's target is the tailed beasts. The 3-tail and the 4-tail have fallen into his hands. The Uchiha clan can control the tailed beasts. His current actions have fully revealed his ambitions. Are you planning to let us negotiate peace with him, and then hand over the tailed beasts when he opens his mouth? At this point, the 2 Tianping Onoki's face was extremely gloomy, and he shouted sternly, this is simply impossible. If he is really sincere in negotiating peace, then hand over all the rebellious ninjas under his command, and then dig out his own eyes, otherwise there is only one way. The stern words made Minato Namikaze's face pale. With this stubborn attitude at the moment, there is no way to continue the discussion. For a time, the huge situation fell into an inexplicable silence. Ahem, everyone, you have come from afar to solve the Uchiha Kainyu issue. As the host, Mifune saw that the situation was not right, and quickly interrupted, this is not a place to talk. Why don't we move to the conference room and have a good discussion next time? Maybe we can get a result that satisfies everyone. Humph, Mifune, don't be a peacemaker here. The 3rd Raikage snorted coldly, if the 4th Hokage had this idea from the beginning and wanted us to keep things quiet, it would be impossible. Since this matter is impossible, what else is there for us to talk about? No matter how powerful Uchiha Kainyu is, can he really break through our ninja village? If so, I, the 4th Raikage, am willing to cut off this head and send it to him. Yes. Kyujiro also nodded in agreement, our 5 major ninja villages have stood in the ninja world for a long time. No matter how many battles or storms we have experienced, we have become stronger and stronger. That is because of unity. In the eyes of the 4th Hokage, no matter how powerful Uchiha Kainyu is, is he as powerful as his ancestor Uchiha Madara? As the fourth Raikage said, Uchiha Kainu's goal is to collect tailed beasts and use the Mangekaya to control the tailed beasts to invade the 5 major countries and even the entire ninja world. Then, if he really dares to challenge and break through a ninja village for a tailed beast, I, the fourth Mizukage, Karatagi Yagura, am willing to cut off my head and give it to him, and write an extra word of obedience. I am willing to. 2-day-old Unaki also spoke. Raza, who was standing aside and watching the show, felt the eyes of the other 3 shadows, and this behavior was obviously forcing him to choose a side. After taking another look at the helpless Namikaze Minato, he smiled and said, if he can really break through a ninja village for a tailed beast, I am willing to cut off my head and give it to him. Looking at the one-sided situation, Namikaze Minato's face turned pale. After hesitating for a moment, he said, but, in our ninja world, there is no ninja as powerful as the first generation of Hokage, and no one has been able to explore the depth of Uchiha Kainu. I just want to advise you not to really regret it when Uchiha Kainu breaks through the ninja village. Chapter 259. Should I say something? The huge situation suddenly became so serious that you could hear a pin drop. Facing the common position of the 4 shadows, Namikaze Minato dared to say this. There was undoubtedly a sense of contempt in the ears of others. Jiraiya and Tsunade also changed their expressions slightly, and felt a headache. After looking at each other, they secretly became more alert. Although Minato Namikaze's words were too reckless, his current identity was the Hokage, representing the attitude of the Konoha ninja village. No matter who the other party was, they had to protect Minato Namikaze. Good Konoha ninja village, good 4th Hokage. The 4th Raikage said twice, and the lightning on his body suddenly surged. As the crackling sound continued, he stomped his feet, like a thunderbolt across the sky. The sudden scene made everyone's expression suddenly change. When they reacted, the 4th Raikage had already appeared in front of Minato Namikaze. The right hand wrapped in violent lightning, with a low sonic boom, struck across the sky. Thunder Pike Hot Knife. The first move was a killing move, with the Thunder Chakra mode, the powerful speed blessing, and the thunderbolt burst out in an instant. This can instantly take the head off. However, the attack had just gotten close when Minato Namikaze shook his right hand and the flying thunder god Kunao flew out. The next moment, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. When he appeared again, Namikaze Minato had come behind the 4th Raikage, holding the flying thunder god Kunao in his hand. He directly placed it on the 4th Raikage's neck. Brother! Killer Bee roared, and the tailed beast chakra on his body burst out, and the tailed beast coat immediately appeared on his body. However, with this delay, he was no longer able to make a move. Jiraiya suddenly put his hands together, and the lion's hair technique was like a long whip. It blocked the path of Killer Bee's attack. Tsunade also swayed and landed behind Namikaze Minato one step ahead, looking around vigilantly. Humph, it's worthy of being the golden flash of Konoha, and the speed is indeed not slow, but if you want to convince us to reconcile with Uchiha Chinyu by this means alone, it's simply impossible. The 4th Raikage snorted angrily, and the lightning all over his body exploded directly like a frenzy. Don't let that brat gather this bunch of trash and plan to be on an equal footing with our Kumagakure. He will never know that Kumagakure is an iron wall and is unbreakable. As the rolling voice fell, the violent lightning exploded again. The crackling arcs forced Minato Namikaze, who was standing behind him, to retreat instantly. Looking at this scene, Minato Namikaze's expression changed slightly, and he grabbed Tsunade's shoulder and quickly performed the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared out of thin air. Boom! The fist wrapped in lightning, without any fancy moves, hit the ground directly. As the ground collapsed, the gravel splashed, and hideous cracks spread rapidly. The shadows and samurai who seemed to be around all pulled back violently. When the scene calmed down and the rolling dust dissipated, only the broken ground and the 4th generation Raikage standing on the ruins remained. As for Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, they were already more than 10 meters away, and their expressions were a little more solemn. The current situation has already explained everything. The proposal made by Namikaze Minato was rejected by the 4 major ninja villages at the same time. Then, Konoha Ninja Village may be isolated by the 4 major ninja villages, and even a sniper war will take place in the Iron Country. Humph, the speed of escape is really fast. The people from Konoha are really extraordinary. The 4th generation Raikage snorted coldly. After this attack, he obviously let out a breath of anger. The lightning flowing on his body dissipated a little, and he said in a deep voice, "You Konoha are whimsical and want us to reconcile. However, don't say that we don't give your Hokage face and let that kid choose. If he can really break through a ninja village, we may consider it. But, don't blame us for not telling him in advance. Attacking a ninja village is the most stupid thing, and it is also a dead end. I really hope he chooses the Cloud Ninja Village, so that I will wait for him to come to the door, and then kill him with my own hands and hang his head on the sealed gate." Unbridled laughter echoed between heaven and earth. Looking at this scene, Mifune secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how ugly the words of the fourth-generation Raikage were, in Mifune's eyes, as long as this group of big shots didn't fight, it was enough. Moreover, in Mifune's eyes, if he really had to choose between the decision of Minato Namikaze and the fourth Raikage, he was more inclined to the fourth Raikage. It was simply nonsense that a rebel ninja led a group of rebel ninjas to capture a ninja village. "Minato, let's forget it." Jiraiya dispersed his ninjutsu and couldn't help saying, "Maybe, there are really many." "Lord Raikage." A hurried voice came, instantly tightening everyone's nerves. He hurriedly followed the voice and saw a figure falling from the sky. "Dode, what happened? Aren't you stationed in the village?" The fourth Raikage's expression froze and he shouted in a deep voice. "In the Cloud Village, Dode, as the teacher of the fourth Raikage to practice the Thunder Blade, has always been favored by him." It was for this reason that the fourth Raikage did not bring Dode with him when he went to the Iron Country, but brought Kirabe out instead. It was to better defend the Cloud Village. Yes, it was the rebellion of the Kagaya clan that caused the Two-Tail to go berserk. Tsukade said in a hurry. However, as soon as he blurted out the words, he was grabbed by the shoulders by the fourth Raikage. "That group of bastards actually rebelled again. If I had known that, I would have killed them all as soon as I took office." The rolling voice was filled with awe-inspiring murderous intent. Facing this violent scene, the faces of the people present changed drastically. They were not unfamiliar with the so-called Kagaya clan. After all, the riot caused by Kinkaku and Ginkaku that day was not small. It was just that they never expected that when the 5-Cage conference was held, the two major forces of the Cloud Shinobi village left the village. They actually chose this juncture to riot again, and even borrowed the Two-Tail to implement it. "Brother, let's go back immediately," Killer Bee said in a hurry. In their opinion, the current Cloud Shinobi village, facing the riot of the Two-Tail and the rebellion of the Kagaya clan, no one can suppress it. Tutai should have fled the village at all costs to inform the police. Faced with this crisis, even if the Kumigakure village could survive, it would be in dire straits. Seeing that Killer Bee and the fourth Raikage were about to leave, Tutai looked around and said hesitantly, "Lord Raikage, please be patient. I don't know if I should tell you something. Let's find a place to report privately." Chapter 260 Goodbye, I won't say goodbye. Asshole, at this point, is there anything you should or shouldn't say? Is there anything I, the Raikage, can't afford to lose face in front of them? The fourth Raikage roared. In his eyes, the Cloud Village is in dire straits, and Tutai is still trying to keep it a secret, which is something he can't tolerate. "Well, Lord Raikage, you asked me to say it." Tutai hesitated and looked around, saying, "When Kaneki and Ginki rebelled and the Two-Tail rioted, Uchiha Kainu happened to sneak into the Cloud Village. Then, he seemed to have some friendship with the two Yukato and Samui, and he dealt with Kaneki and Ginki, and then the Two-Tail surrendered in public and followed him away." The timid voice swept the whole audience like a hurricane at this moment. Whether it was the fourth Raikage or Luasha and others who had echoed the words not long ago, their cheeks twitched involuntarily. Just a moment ago, they were still boasting, and they never thought that this slap in the face would come so quickly. They were able to infiltrate the Cloud Village, which was known for its strongest military strength, and helped the Cloud Village resolve the rebellion, and even made the Two-Tail surrender and leave gracefully. Compared with the iron wall mentioned by the fourth Raikage just now, this formed a huge gap. Looking at the twitching and almost twisted face of the fourth Raikage, Dode was stunned and couldn't help asking, "Lord Raikage, allow me to continue explaining a little." "Explain." The fourth Raikage was furious, and in full view of everyone, his body was covered with lightning, and he reached out to grab Dode. However, as soon as he moved, Namikaze Minato appeared in front of the fourth Raikage like a ghost and grabbed his wrist. The lightning crackled, but in the face of this terrifying scene, Minato Namikaze seemed to be unaware of it, and said in a deep voice, "Fourth Raikage, I didn't expect that your oath would be tested so quickly." This time, Uchiha Kainu only suppressed the rebellion of the Cloud Village and took away the two-tailed beast, but I don't know how things will evolve next time. Before things get out of control, I hope that fourth Raikage, you can consider my suggestion carefully. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the field stagnated a little. Whether it was Luasha, or the two-day balance Onoki, even the expression of Kyujitaki Yagura changed slightly. The moment before, they could still rely on the 5 major countries and the huge ninja village to despise Minato Namikaze's words. Unfortunately, everything Uchiha Kainu did at the moment overturned their cognition. If it is really deduced according to Minato Namikaze's words, it is completely unimaginable to what extent the ninja world will evolve. Asshole! The fourth Raikage roared, and the rolling lightning directly shook Minato Namikaze's hand away. At the same time, his right arm swung violently, sweeping forward with a stern sound of breaking through the air. The sudden attack shook everyone's nerves. Facing Minato Namikaze's proposal, the Raikage attacked, which meant that the negotiation had failed. Bang! A violent sonic boom suddenly tore up, and the swing of the hand fell directly into the air. Minato Namikaze appeared at Jiraiya's side again, looking at the fourth Raikage with an angry face, and opened his mouth to speak but stopped. However, before he finished speaking, he was stopped by Tsunade. Minato, let's stop here. Since the Raikage has made a choice, this meeting of the 5 cages is meaningless. Let's go. After leaving this speech, Tsunade turned around and left first. Jiraiya also patted Minato Namikaze's shoulder and said, "Let's go back and report to the teacher. You have fulfilled your duties. No matter how the ninja world develops in the future, our Konoha ninja village has done its best to avoid it." Although Jiraiya and Tsunade are not Hokage, the weight of this speech is still very sufficient. Seeing the two of them leave, Minato Namikaze was silent for a moment, and then he clasped his fists and said, "Since all the cages have made a decision, Minato will leave first. If there is anything that needs mutual assistance, our Konoha ninja village can also provide help within our capacity. However, I still say the same thing, don't underestimate Uchiha Chinyu. As his friend, even I can't see clearly how strong he is. He is a good person and a bad person." As soon as the voice fell, Minato Namikaze pinched the seal in his hand, and under the Flying Thunder God technique, he disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Seeing the completely missing representatives of Konohagakure, the tense atmosphere in the field eased slightly, but there was obviously another inexplicable flavor. The so-called 5-cage conference had not even started, and they almost started a fight. In the end, even the goal of joining forces was not achieved, which made many people subconsciously focus on Yagura Kujutsu. After all, the person who presided over the 5-cage conference this time was him. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Yagura Kujutsu's cheeks twitched slightly. He thought that the convening of this meeting would promote the 5-cage alliance, which was his highlight moment. However, the results now overturned his cognition. He did underestimate Uchiha Chinyu's methods, and at the same time, he did not expect that at this critical juncture, such a mess would happen in the Cloud Ninja village. When he thought about the deal with Black Zetsu, which had evolved to this point, Kuruju Yagura looked at Mifune with a sullen face, and forced a smile and said, "Mifune, as the leader of the Iron Country, you also know the danger level of Uchiha Kainu, and you have witnessed the attitude of Konohagakure with your own eyes. As a neutral country, I want to know what decision you will make in the end." Facing the stares of the other 3 cages, Yaguragaji obviously intended to throw the attention and dirty water on Mifune. Moreover, these words really gave Mifune a high hat. Even the decision of the 4 major countries needs to seek the opinion of your Iron Country. If you say this out, it is simply arrogant and flattering. Haha, the 4th generation Mizu Cage, you really think too highly of my small Iron Country. This time I just follow the convention and provide a venue for negotiations for you 5 major countries as a neutral country. As for how you deal with the Konoha rebel ninja Uchiha Kainu, I am not qualified to comment. Shamelessly say that no matter how the dispute between the 5 major countries or you and Uchiha Kainu evolves, as long as it does not endanger the stability and peace of our Iron Country, we have no intention of intervening in your affairs. You. Yaguragaji's expression suddenly turned pale. He never thought that the words just now would not be useful to Mifune at all. Well, since the 5-cage conference cannot be held, the 4th Raikage has important matters to deal with, and the Tsuchikage and Kazekage are not here anymore, then I will leave you, Mizukage-sama. Mifune glanced at Yagura. The fact that the Iron Country has been able to stand among the great powers for so long is also due to its own existence. If there is no strength to influence the overall situation, how can it always maintain a neutral status in the game between the great powers? Chapter 261 The Initiator of the Dark Turmoil. Okay, very good, Mifune, next time we meet, I hope you won't come to beg me. Goju Yagura's face sank, and he looked at the fourth Raikage and others with a wave of his sleeves, saying, everyone, why don't we find a place to continue the discussion? At present, Uchiha Chinyu has invaded the Cloud Village and escaped unscathed. His harm is great, and everyone has seen it. What we should do now is to join forces to fight the enemy. Humph, the fourth Mizukage's kindness, we in the Cloud Village appreciate it, but in this situation, I am still worried that you will ask me to go to the Mist Village and catch us all in one fell swoop. The fourth Raikage snorted coldly and turned away directly. In his eyes, Goju Yagura was simply talking about something else. Seeing the fourth Raikage leave, Kiribi and Dode did not stop for a moment and quickly followed. Haha, what the Raikage said was a bit aggressive, but you shouldn't mind it, fourth Mizukage. The two ninjas, Onoki, laughed dryly and said, however, the current situation is unclear, and we don't know whether Uchiha Kainu will attack other ninja villages. We should go back to the village first to make an alliance, so as not to be taken advantage of and have our nest taken down, which would be as embarrassing as the Cloud Ninja village. Mizukage, see you next time. Goodbye. Luo Sha, who had not expressed his opinion, casually echoed and turned away. Let's go too. Mifune did not stop at all. After the order fell, he led a group of ninjas and turned away directly. With the heavy steel door slamming shut, only Kyuji Yagura, Terumi Mei and others were left in the huge ruins, standing there with a sullen face. Lord Mizukage, what should we do now? Terumi Mei couldn't hold back her temper. At first, she was still worried that the 5 major ninja villages would form an alliance and then attack Uchiha Chinyu. She never thought that everything would change so quickly. Even the Raikage, who was full of indifference at the beginning, almost had the Cloud Village under his command wiped out. In other words, in their eyes, it would be better for the Cloud Village to fight with Uchiha Chinyu for 3 days and 3 nights and finally defeat the powerful enemy, rather than letting Chinyu suppress the rebellion and leave with the tailed beast. At least, it sounds like no matter how tragic the battle was, it was a battle for honor. Instead of passively accepting Uchiha Chinyu's charity after the Raikage boasted. Suppress the rebellion and let the runaway tailed beast surrender. This is ironic. Humph, what else can we do? Of course, you should return to the village now. Kyuju Yagura snorted coldly and said angrily, I will definitely return this grievance to Uchiha Chinyu. Hearing this angry speech, Terumi Mei's expression stagnated and said, Lord Mizukage, don't you plan to return with us? What's wrong? Do I need your approval to do things? Are you the Mizukage now, or am I? Kyuju Yagura's face sank, and he said sinisterly, or do you think I am not qualified to be the Mizukage and want to give orders on my behalf? As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere in the field changed drastically. After Terumi Mei's face changed, her red lips opened slightly and she was about to say something, but Ching on the side spoke first, Lord Mizukage, please don't misunderstand. Terumi Mei is also thinking about the safety of Lord Mizukage, so she asked presumptuously. After all, Lord Mizukage is related to the coexistence of honor and disgrace of our Mist Village. Humph, there are things that should be said, I will tell you, there are things that should not be said, I hope you still don't ask, or do you think that I will be killed by Uchiha Chinyu's sniper? If there is nothing, you can return by yourself, I still have things to do. After looking around coldly, Yagura Gaji turned around and left after saying this. For a while, in the huge ruins, only the 3 people of Terumi Mei with different expressions were left. Not strong, but a bad temper. Zabuza suddenly spoke. He took a look at the beheading hand with a gap in his hand, snorted coldly, and then inserted it back. I'll go first. This Zabuza is still the same as before. Ching sighed helplessly. Mei Terumi, don't take what you just said to heart. Let's catch up with Zabuza quickly. I'm afraid he will cause trouble. With Mei Terumi nodding in agreement, the 2 of them left quickly. More than half a minute later, a ghostly figure emerged from the soil, with a playful expression on his scarlet tongue. Hehe, I didn't expect the 5-cage conference to turn out like this, but it's really thanks to Uchiha Chinyu that I found the opportunity to sneak into the Iron Country and get a lot of specimens. I will definitely seek revenge on you for that day. Chang's words became unusually cold at the end. Soon, another black shadow emerged from the soil, with a black and white face and the means to perfectly blend into the earth, making his identity obvious. Orochimaru, it seems that you have found another satisfactory specimen. Black Zetsu smiled and said, the land of iron has always been neutral. Although the samurai do not understand ninjutsu, the strong among them can still be comparable to the jonin. As long as they are successfully reincarnated, the strength of your undead army will be further improved. Orochimaru was obviously not surprised by the sudden appearance of Black Zetsu. After the defeat in Konohagakure, he separated from Danzo and met Black Zetsu, a mysterious existence. At first, he had no interest in this guy who was more afraid of death than himself. However, after a brief fight, when the opponent showed the wood-release ninjutsu that only the first generation had, Orochimaru felt that his scientific achievements were challenged. Even the wood-release ninjutsu that he had created by chance, Tenzu, was extremely difficult and infinitely weakened. But it was performed almost perfectly by the self-proclaimed initiator of the dark turmoil in front of him. Of course, this so-called perfection is only compared with the experimental effect in Orochimaru's eyes, and it is still far from that of the first generation of Hokage, Senju Hashirama. However, when he thought of Black Zetsu agreeing to give himself to him as an experimental subject, and also providing the so-called White Zetsu clone as an experiment, this immediately made Orochimaru agree to Black Zetsu's alliance request. After all, in Orochimaru's eyes, this so-called alliance is nothing more than a relationship of using and being used to satisfy his ambitions. Orochimaru, can't you always stop looking at me with a covetous expression? I will definitely do what I promised you. This is my White Zetsu clone, which has wood-release cells. As long as you integrate it into your experiment, it will be of great help to impure world reincarnation in the future. Black Zetsu smiled again. As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved quickly, and soon a corpse of White Zetsu was separated and fell to the ground. Chapter 262 It is better to die than to die, a poor Taoist. At the border of Takanan village, Chinyu's figure flashed, and he appeared outside a forest like a ghost. Following behind him, Kaimimura's red auspicious cloud cloak had many more cuts. However, his eyes were like those of an eagle, without any sign of fatigue. His sharp eyes suddenly turned and locked onto the forest in the distance. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly echoed. One after another, the black shuriken shot straight at him like a storm. As soon as he approached, a low and violent shout came from the distant forest again. Explode for me! Boom! The approaching kunao, wrapped with talismans, suddenly caught fire. The next moment, low explosions sounded one after another. Bang! 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 The blazing heat wave rolled back like a tidal wave. The surrounding trees were directly swallowed by the fire wave, and Uchiha Chinyu and others were not spared. Fire style, great fireball technique. 3 figures flashed in the forest. However, the movement of his hands did not stop at all. As he quickly flipped, the hot chakra quickly gathered in his mouth, and the next moment it exploded again. As soon as the 3 fireballs came out of his mouth, they took a sharp posture and crushed towards Chinyu and the others again. Boom! The sound of explosions was endless, and the flames were surging, burning the forest within a radius of hundreds of meters. As the thick smoke billowed into the sky, the flames illuminated the forehead protectors of the 3 Taki ninjas. Lord Schwinnen, I didn't expect that catching an Uchiha kid would attract so many pursuers. It seems that the kid's identity is really not simple. A young ninja in his early 20s had a trace of fear on his face. When he thought of the pursuit team not long ago, his scalp was a little numb. Humph, he was able to open the 3 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 7. His talent is definitely an extraordinary existence in the Uchiha clan. The Taki ninja called Schwinnen looks thin, but his eyes exude a decisive killing taste. Among the Taki ninjas, he can definitely be called a battle-hardened existence. Lord Schwinnen, there is an Uchiha boy in the pursuit team. If we do this, will we provoke the guy in the rumor? Another man said hesitantly. The guy in the rumor? Schwinnen and the other boys' faces changed slightly. Of course, they knew who the person their companion vaguely mentioned was. That was the rebel ninja of Konoha, who shocked the entire ninja world. The thought of the various battle records that were widely circulated in the ninja world was enough to make one's scalp numb. Humph, that guy is now in trouble, and the 5-cage conference was held to deal with him. Schwinnen snorted coldly and said, by the time he really gets around to deal with it, we've already seized the Sharingan. Once he really dares to attack us, our Takigakuer will tie our Takigakuer to the chariot of the 5 great nations and wait for him, which will become the wrath of the entire ninja world. The slightly long speech and the analysis made the 2 Takigakuer standing behind Schwinnen feel relieved. However, the smile on his face just emerged, and the next moment, his eyes looking at the sea of fire suddenly shrank. My lord, there is a huge bone cocoon there. Schwinnen's expression froze, and he suddenly woke up and looked in the direction of the sound. However, the childish words coming from behind, filled with indifference, shook their nerves. Are you saying that our lord is afraid of the so-called 5-cage conference? That's too naive. Kimimaro suddenly emerged from the ground. He flipped the bones in his hand and spit out a spear, stabbing towards Schwinnen at lightning speed. The sudden attack made the 2 young Taki ninjas present feel caught off guard. However, there was a hint of relief in their eyes. At least, they could buy enough time to react when Schwinnen was killed. However, just as this thought came to mind, a powerful hand, like a clamp, instantly grabbed their shoulders. It was pulled down suddenly, and the 2 of them were directly used as meat shields. Puff! Blood splattered, and the 2 young Taki ninjas' eyes widened. Looking at the white bones that pierced their abdomens in an instant, like a spear, the blood that flowed out quickly disappeared like vitality. I'm afraid that even when they died, they never thought that the predecessors they admired would abandon them like chess pieces at this time of life and death. Explode! A roar suddenly sounded, with a hint of urgency in the words. As soon as the words fell, Kimimaro frowned and saw 2 corpses with a lot of detonating spells on their bodies. He didn't have time to withdraw and retreat, and the hot air waves of the explosion rolled back like a tidal wave. Boom! The flames shot up into the sky, and the strong air waves even through Schwinnen, who had suddenly attacked. However, this looked embarrassing, but Schwinnen was not seriously injured. The moment he landed in a hurry, he turned around and ran away quickly without looking back. When he thought of the words that just fell into his ears, the adults in the words were like invisible big hands tightly grasping his heart. It's impossible. That guy will never appear here. I must have heard it wrong. Shuinan couldn't help but talk to himself. However, after rushing out 7 or 8 steps, the words on his lips quickly changed. No, I must be dazzled, I must have seen it wrong, there is absolutely no way he can appear here. Shuinan stopped suddenly. Looking at the bone cocoon that was originally in the flames, it opened like a petal, and the scarlet 9 Magadama Manjakaya Sharingan on the indifferent cheek made the thin figure in front of him exude a different mysterious feeling. If, Shuinan really asked to find an adjective. Unfathomable. My lord, how did he deal with it? Kimimaro's cold voice sounded again. Schwinnen, who was in shock, had a drastic change of expression. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly pulled back to look. The scene he saw shook his nerves. He saw that the red cloud cloak had been torn to pieces, revealing Kimimaro's tender figure and cheeks. However, the white bone armor covering the body surface and the hideous bone spurs on the back gave people a sense of horror. Monster, you are indeed monsters. Schwinnen panicked. Kimimaro, who was only 6 or 7 years old, had already made him unable to wipe out with all his efforts. Not to mention the unfathomable blood-colored azure rumored in the ninja world. When he thought about it, for a mere pair of 3 Magadama Sharingan, he would provoke such a powerful monster. Schwinnen wanted to swallow back the boast he had just made. Haha, don't do it first, I admire his way of doing things, it's better to die than to die. Qin Yu laughed dryly. He was originally thinking about how to find out the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi, but he didn't expect to be ambushed as soon as he set foot in the territory of Takigakuer. Moreover, judging from the situation, there are other Konoha teams who are chasing Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 263 Let him jump until he is tired. Sir, do you admire me? Shuinan's face was full of ecstasy. At the moment, the little brat Kimimaro has made him feel difficult. It can be said that there is no chance of winning in the fight. If he can get the favor of Uchiha Qin-yu, it is certainly not good to become a rebel ninja. But he can also save his life. Of course I admire it. Qin-yu's smile became more and more brilliant, and he changed the subject and said, but you have no value in existence. The inexplicable words made Shuinan startled at first, looking at Uchiha Qin-yu's warm smile. For the first time, he felt teased. He took out a stack of detonating talismans from the ninja tools, intending to self-destruct and delay Uchiha Qin-yu's suicide. A series of dark blood vessels broke out of the soil, and directly pierced his hand together with the talisman. Blood splattered, and the dark blood vessels tied Shui Nan like a dumpling in the blink of an eye. When he reacted, only his eyes could see the appearance of the person who came, and he screamed out in surprise. You are the traitorous ninja, Yu Kakuzu. Shut up. Kakuzu glanced at Chinyu coldly, and then walked towards him, said, Boss, it seems that you have picked up another good kid, and his strength looks pretty good. You think it's good too, which proves that my vision is not blurred by my old age. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, Have you found out where he is? Yes, but I was still a step late. Although I killed all the vanguard troops, I still asked Shuiyin to bring Uchiha Itachi back to the village. Kakuzu looked at Chinyu when he said this. Shuiyin, who was tied up like a dumpling, also looked unbelievable. The vanguard ambushed troops were more numerous than their team and more elite. However, now they were defeated by Kakuzu alone, which reminded Shuiyin of the horror legend that circulated in Takigakure decades ago. As the second largest country after the 5 major countries, Takigakure should have been able to play an important role in the ninja world like Yugakure. Unfortunately, because of the earth resentment of Yu Kakuzu, the bloodbath of Takigakure's high-level officials caused a power gap during this period of time. This is why the Takigakure has been hiding behind the waterfall and resting in the closed village. Uchiha Chinyu, who is known as the traitor of Konoha and the Bloody Ashura, actually recruited such a vicious man under his command. What will he do in the face of Shisha's provocation? This undoubtedly tightened his nerves. It seems that you are still useful. Chinyu looked at Shui Nan again and said, Go back and tell Shui Yan to release Uchiha Itachi unharmed. Otherwise, I don't mind going in myself. You only have 3 hours. Go in yourself. Shui Nan's face suddenly changed, and he said anxiously, Sir, this place is still some distance away from Takigakure village. 3 hours may be a stretch. Strongly. Chinyu looked at Kakuzu and said, Strongly. Enough. Kakuzu said lightly, If it's just a stretch, then he doesn't have the right to continue to survive. I'll go back and see it myself. I haven't walked in my beloved village for a long time. I don't know if the soil is still red. The small voice, at this moment, was like an invisible big hand, instantly tightening Shui Nan's heart. Feeling Kakuzu's gaze, Shui Nan couldn't care too much. Whether it was 3 hours or 2 hours, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would rather die of exhaustion than die on the ground resentment. The senior officials of Takanan village, whose blood had been drained out, were hanging on the trees like mummies. The scenes of the red soil and the ground were so vivid. Okay, I won't need 3 hours. I will definitely be able to bring back the words of the adults. Shuiyin nodded hurriedly in agreement. Kakuzu looked at Chinyu, and when the latter nodded in agreement, he snorted coldly and directly removed the earth resentment that was wrapped around Shuiyin. However, there was still a black blood vessel left, rooted in Shuinen's arm, extending through the blood vessel, and stopped a little away from the heart. Go, once it exceeds 3 hours, your heart will be pierced directly. This is the communication scroll. Kakuzu said coldly. The timer starts now. Shuinen took the scroll with a confused face, and the next moment he didn't have time to think about it, and turned around and ran away. The speed was so fast that he used all his strength, and his back disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kakuzu, you don't need to be like this. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. Originally, he just threatened a few casually during those 3 hours. Now it seems that he has to be serious. Boss, you are still the same. Kakuzu's expression was still indifferent. He took out a scroll with his backhand and said, It has been 2 days since the 5-cage conference. This is what happened on that day. Oh. Chinyu was a little surprised and said with a smile, Kakuzu, you are really good at spying on intelligence. Even the Iron Country has spies, but I am not interested in this 5-cage conference. I will not watch it. In Chinyu's eyes, there are only 2 results of the 5-cage conference. The first is the success of the alliance and the second is the failure of the alliance. However, no matter what the result is, he is still determined to get the tailed beast. As time goes by, the system has not triggered any opportunities, side and main tasks. But in Chinyu's mind, there seems to be an inexplicable voice, guiding him to gather the tailed beasts. As for what the final result will be, Chinyu does not care. He only cares about the process of this pursuit. Boss, you are still the same. Kakuzu put away the scroll with his backhand and said, but there are some things you should know. Due to the strong opposition of Konoha village and Minato Namikaze, you suddenly conquered the Cloud village, which led to too many disagreements among the 5 cages. In the end, the 5-cage alliance failed. The 4th Raikage of the Cloud village made a harsh statement and declared that he would fight to the death with you. The 8-tails Jinchuriki killer bee is in the village. What should we do? Do we need to gather together and fight against them? In Kakuzu's eyes, since Chinyu had already conquered the Cloud village once, there was no need for a reason for the second time. As long as Chinyu said a word, they would never say a word. Especially Kakuzu, an old madman who has lived for many years, even in his bones, he is crazy. Haha, Kakuzu, you are not fit to be a great hero. If a dog wants to bite you, you don't have to bite back. Let him jump around until he is tired. In the end, he will find out how stupid he is. That expression will be very interesting. Chinyu smiled and patted Kakuzu on the shoulder. Let's solve the matter of Takigakure first. I want to know who the other Konoha team chasing Itaki is. Have you found out the information? Seeing that Chinyu had no intention of dealing with Kumigakure, Kakuzu did not continue to insist. After a little organization, he told everything about the pursuit team. When Chinyu heard the names of the 3 members of the team, he seemed a little surprised. Chapter 264 Revealing a Little Can Save People. Takigakure, in front of the huge waterfall. 3 figures sneaked into the waterfall. Looking at the 2 Anbu ninjas stationed in front of the waterfall, the white-haired boy in the lead made a careful stop gesture, and his eyes flashed a cold and fierce look. Kakashi, why don't you do it? Obito's voice suddenly sounded, and there was a hint of urgency on his face. If it weren't for Nohara-rin holding his shoulder with her hand, I'm afraid he would rush out now. This should be the entrance of Takigakure. Uchiha Itaka fell into their hands, but this matter has risen to the level of politics between the 2 villages. If we come out suddenly, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for the teacher. Kakashi said in a deep voice. Then Kakashi, do you mean to let Itaka fall into their hands? Obito was the first to lose his temper. Don't forget, when Brother Hiyu said that some people's lives are in your hands, and their mouths are on others' bodies. As long as you think it's right, it's enough. The urgent words made Kakashi silent. After a long time, he spoke, however, he defected with a bad name. With this result, how do you still look at him? That day, Kakashi saw his father commit suicide with his own eyes. As a hero of the former Konoha village, he ended his life with a bad name. All this is very similar to Chinyu's current situation. Can I say he is too handsome? Nohara-rin clenched her hands and said with a slightly red cheek. That day, they were also present in the huge arena. However, due to their insignificant status, everything happened too unexpectedly. So there was not much chance to show up. Lin, you're wrong. Obito quickly retorted, that's fucking super cool, killing people for a disagreement, and beating up Danzo who was bossing around, that's just venting his anger. Most importantly, brother, you didn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, that's enough. Fuck, too cool. Kakashi was stunned. It was the first time he heard that as a rebel ninja, he would be described as handsome in the eyes of outsiders. If this choice fell on his father that day, will he also be called this way? Who is it? A loud shout suddenly sounded. The 2 stationed Anbu spies moved instantly, and the kunai thrown out with their backhands, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, shot towards the place where the 3 people were hiding. The sudden scene made Kakashi's nerves tense. Like this Anbu ninja stationed at the gate of the ninja village, one of them is proficient in fighting, and the other is definitely good at detection. Because of that comment just now, the hidden breath of the 3 people was leaked out all of a sudden. This led to being discovered. However, it was too late to regret now. Seeing the 2 incoming kunai, Kakashi was about to attack. Then he saw Obito take the lead. The double Magatama Sharingan suddenly turned, and his hands flew up quickly. I have a detonating tag. If I can't even save my companions, then I would rather be a rebel ninja. At least it will be more handsome, just like Konoha White Fang and Brother Yu. Earth style, Earth array wall. Handsome? Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and the ground rumbled and echoed, and a huge earth wall immediately rose up, blocking the 2 kunai directly. Bang! The explosion sounded suddenly, and the hot air wave was completely blocked by the earth formation wall. Nohara-rin, who was blocked behind, also showed a sweet smile and said, I also think it's more handsome this way. 3 o'clock in the east. Really? Kakashi muttered to himself, his eyes bright, and said, sometimes I also like to show off, who makes me a genius. The narcissistic words came out leisurely, and the lightning escape technique was imprinted with rapid flips, and crackling lightning burst out. The ground under his feet was torn apart, and Kakashi rushed out like a streak. Boom! The earth wall was instantly pierced, and the pupils of the two Anbu who were about to take the opportunity to attack suddenly shrank in the 3 o'clock direction in the east. They never thought that these 3 insignificant young ninjas in front of them would have Sharingan and powerful perception ninjutsu. There is also such a sharp and swift lightning escape that can directly penetrate the earth wall and completely disrupt their sneak attack. The distance of just 10 meters is just a blink of an eye. When they reacted, the hand wrapped in lightning, like a long rainbow, directly pierced their hearts. Puff! Blood splattered, and the two Anbu ninjas looked at the forehead protector on Kakashi's forehead and spit out blood and said, You dare to kill us within the borders of Takigakuer, whether it is Takigakuer or Konohagakuer, we will never let you go. Shut up, those who kill will be killed. If we were not so skilled, we would have died in your hands long ago. Obito landed beside Kakashi and slapped the Anbu who was speaking on the head with his backhand. The Anbu ninja, who was originally dying, died completely with his pupils contracted. Don't look at me, it's brother you who said that. Obito shrugged and looked at the waterfall entrance of Takigakuer and said, now that the people have been killed and the things have been done, Kakashi, you and I we are on the same boat, let's go save people. Doesn't this look too cool? Kakashi took off the forehead protectors of the two Taki ninjas, and then replaced them with those of the Konoha ninja village. At the same time, he took out the prepared black cloak from the ceiling scroll and put it on. Looking at Kakashi who completely covered his own characteristics. This well-prepared move made Obito couldn't help but raise his thumbs and said, this is too cool. Nohara-rin also smiled and nodded and said, Kakashi, I didn't expect that you have learned to adapt since you met brother Yu, but this does look a little handsome, but compared with brother Yu, it's still far behind. As they spoke, Nohara-rin and Obito also changed their clothes. Although the transformation technique can also achieve this effect. However, if they encounter a powerful perception ninja, this transformation technique will be useless. So just in case, they still hide the identity of the Konoha ninja village completely. What do you think? If brother Yu knew that we did this, would he think it was too crazy? Sneaking into a ninja village to save people is exciting. Obito couldn't help but say excitedly. However, Kakashi soon rolled his eyes and said, if he is really here, it's not our turn to act cool. What's more, if he really comes in person to rescue Uchiha Itachi, I'm afraid he can save people by showing his face. At this point, Kakashi showed a rare expression of a little fanboy on his face. Chapter 265 Powerful Cage Level Alliance. In Takigakuer, a man with light blue hair landed in the village with 3 confidants. Little boy, hurry up and don't play tricks on us, otherwise we don't mind digging out your eyes now. A confidant pushed Uchiha Itachi, who was tied up like a dumpling. Faced with this verbal threat, Uchiha Itachi did not resist at all, but just followed the pace silently. However, if you observe carefully, it is not difficult to find that the corner of his eyes will quickly pass around. Remember everything along the way in your mind. Smoking, why did you bring the Konoha ninja back? What is going on? A middle-aged man walked over quickly. He had a square face, sword-like eyebrows, and star-like eyes, and he was about 70% similar to the acting clan leader Shivuki who appeared in the original work. Seeing the middle-aged man appear in front of them, the 3 confidants following behind Shuiyin couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Shuiyin's face sank, and before he could speak, the middle-aged man in front of him exclaimed first. Shuiyin, are you crazy? This child has the Uchiha clan emblem on him. Are you planning to take the Sharingan? The middle-aged man's face was ashen, and he shouted anxiously. Hurry up and let the person go. Don't forget that we in Konoha Ninja Village are diplomatic allies. If the Hokage knows that we have captured Konoha ninjas privately, we will have to bear the wrath of the big country. Once that happens, the efforts of our Taki Ninja Village to recuperate over the years will be wasted. The hysterical scolding echoed between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. The 3 trusted Taki ninjas standing behind Shuiyin changed their expressions slightly and showed a hint of hesitation. What Chief Sheu said was not wrong. After all, after the bloodbath of Jiyu and Yujiaozu, the strength of Taki village had regressed to the level of a 4th or 5th tier ninja village. At present, if they provoke the wrath of Konoha again, the other party will send out a Sunin or Konoha Golden Flash at will. I am afraid it will be enough to make them pay for it. Shuiyan's face was gloomy, and her eyes like hawks stared straight at Sheu, and said in a deep voice, "Chief, you are still the same. Our Taki village has been dormant for too long, which is why people outside don't pay any attention to it. Don't forget, when the first generation of Hokage distributed the tailed beasts, we also had a seat, but now the 5 Shadow Conference is held, and it is rumored that even the Rain Village has been invited, and the Iron Country has been chosen as the venue for the meeting. Our Takigakure has retreated to this corner and fallen into a state where no one cares about us. Your self-contained thinking has pushed Takigakure into the abyss." Snap! The crisp slapping sound suddenly echoed, and Shuiyan's cheeks suddenly became hot. Looking at the furious Sheu in front of her, she still said without giving in, "Very good, the 5 major ninja villages are now holding a 5 shadow meeting for the matter of the Konoha rebel ninja blood Ashura. In this desperate situation, Konohagakure will not have the opportunity to spare their hands to provoke our Takigakure. As long as we get the Sharingan, we will have the opportunity to awaken the power of the 7 tails again. With the help of the Heroes Water and the elite of the clan, it is not difficult to be on an equal footing with the 5 major countries. By that time, the overall situation will be decided. Konohagakure will react, and what can it do to us? What's more, in order to deal with the worst-case scenario, I have secretly formed an alliance with a powerful shadow-level strongman." Looking at the crazy face of Shizuo while talking, Uchiha Itachi finally understood why he was targeted by Shizuo. Ever since Uchiha Madara used the Mangekyou Sharingan to control the 9 tails and the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and fought a desperate battle. This incident shocked the entire ninja world. It is precisely because of this reason that many ninja villages covet the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. However, the opening of the Mangekyou Sharingan is also rare in the history of the Uchiha clan. The ninja villages that have always been eyeing it have repeatedly after the failure, he stopped hunting for the eyes of ordinary Uchiha clan members. Instead, like Denso, he aimed at elites and geniuses. With the help of Chinyu, Uchiha Itachi opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 7. This achievement not only shocked the Konoha ninja village, but also shocked the ninja world. However, according to common sense, once such a genius ninja grows up, he is enough to become the backbone of the clan. In addition to being raised early, most of them are allowed to be sent out of the village after they are 12 or 13 years old to perform more dangerous tasks. It is for this reason that Shuiyan was overjoyed when she met Uchiha Itachi. She thought this was an opportunity given to him by God. Just ask, if he gets the 3 Magatama Sharingan and awakens the means to control the tailed beast. Then, with the help of the legendary hero water in Taki Ninja Village, his strength will definitely soar and reach one of the best in the ninja world. Who knows, he could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 Kage and lead the Takigakure to the era of the 6 Kage. It was precisely because of this ambition that Shuiyan attacked Uchiha Itachi without any care the moment she met him. She left all her men behind to bring Uchiha Itachi back. Pa! The crisp slap sounded again, and the beautiful vision that Shuiyan had in her heart was instantly dispelled. Sheu pointed at Shuiyan angrily and said, "Not only did you attack the ninjas of Konoha, but you also colluded with others. Do you still take me, the clan leader, seriously? Moreover, the hero's water will only be invited out when the village is facing a life and death catastrophe. You have no right to know the whereabouts at all. What if you provoke Konoha's blood Ashura? If you still regard me as the clan leader, then release me immediately and go to Konoha with me to apologize." The hysterical roar was endless. However, just as Sheu finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi, who had been watching the show, suddenly changed his expression. "Be careful!" The urgent cry immediately made Sheu's expression stagnate. The next moment, he felt the breath of death coming out from the solace of his feet. He didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly tried to withdraw and retreat. Puff! Blood splattered, and the shining kunai flashed with the fierce look on Shuiyan's face. It was directly sent into Sheu's abdomen. Feeling this piercing pain, Sheu took a few steps back with his eyes wide open, revealing an expression of disbelief on his face. "Patriarch, if you have anything to say, keep it to yourself. I will lead the Takigakure from now on." Shuiyan pulled back the kunai, stuck out her scarlet tongue, licked the blood on it, and said, "The so-called Konoha blood Ashura is now facing the 5 Kages and is too exhausted to deal with them. If he really comes, with the help of my powerful allies, the tailed beasts and the hero's art, can he still break through my ninja village? Chapter 266 Is that person him? Shuiyan, are you crazy? The Takigakuer stationed not far away saw this scene, their faces suddenly changed, and they hurried over. The sudden scene shook the three confidants who followed Shuiyan. For this kind of rebellion that was forced to take action, they were very reluctant in their hearts. But since they were in the same boat, they had no time to think about it. They quickly pulled out their kunao and prepared to attack and defend. However, facing this scene, Shuiyan didn't take it to heart. The moment a smile appeared on her face, Sheu, who was holding her abdomen and was seriously injured, her face suddenly changed drastically, and she shouted in a hurry, "Be careful, Shuiyan has brought back foreigners." Foreigners? The 5 ninjas who came to the scene froze in their expressions, and were about to disperse their vigilance and rescue Sheu at the same time. The next moment, the sound of breaking through the air suddenly echoed. The streaks of light flashing with dazzling rays of light shot towards them like a peacock spreading its tail. The speed was so fast and the momentum was so huge that it was impossible to hide. By the time the 5 tacky ninjas reacted, the streaks of light had already pierced their chests directly. Blood splattered, eyes wide open, and faces full of disbelief. The vitality of the 5 tacky ninjas quickly disappeared, and with the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, they completely became cold corpses. Shuiyan, you are crazy. Sheu's expression froze, and he roared angrily. Looking at the rays of light inserted into the chests of the 5 tacky ninjas, they shattered and dissipated between heaven and earth. Dozens of figures fell from all directions, and the mark on the forehead of the man in the black cloak at the head made Sheu's expression change drastically. Shuiyan, you are crazy, you actually colluded with them. Sheu roared repeatedly. However, before he finished speaking, he was punched in the abdomen by Shuiyan. The pain of the original injury doubled directly. Sheu opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, and completely fainted from the pain. Shuiyan, I didn't expect you to be so soft-hearted. Wouldn't it be better to kill him? The black-robed man who led the way said with a sneer. Shuiyan motioned the 2 henchmen on his left and right to come forward and said, only the clan leaders of all generations know the existence of the hero's water. He cannot die now. However, now that you have arrived, with your strength and my cooperation, even if the blood Ashura of Konoha comes, he will definitely not be able to escape. At this point, Shuiyan seemed to have seen the result and laughed unscrupulously. In his eyes, with the people he invited and the people he had obtained Sharingan. With the hero's water, his strength will definitely surpass Kakuzu, who is known as the strongest ninja in Takigakuer. Once that time comes, it will be a highlight for Shizuka. Okay, don't forget, I helped you, don't forget to help me completely seize control of the village. The black-robed man snorted coldly and said, I worked so hard to kill that old guy, but he actually gave the position to another person. I can't swallow this breath. Hehe, don't worry, as long as you and I completely seize power, and then form an offensive and defensive alliance, looking at the entire ninja world, who dares to provoke us? Looking at the 2 Shizukas talking unscrupulously, Uchiha Itachi still did not resist at all, but just quietly looked at the black-robed man and his men. Unlike Sheu, Uchiha Itachi spent a lot of time to discover the identities of these people. He never thought that just to see where the 7 Tails was, he would encounter a rebellion in Takigakuer. Okay, I didn't expect you to be so obedient. The smile on Shuiyan's face gradually faded, and she looked at Uchiha Itachi with a little greed and said, you take him in, and I will deal with him after I bring back the water of heroes. Boy, I advise you to be obedient, maybe I can still spare your life, but if you dare to make trouble, don't blame me for being cruel. After saying this, she looked at Uchiha Itachi without saying a word. Shuiyan didn't say much, turned around and left. Following closely, this time it was a kind of invited foreign aid. As for the 3 trusted Taki ninjas, they were obviously left here to guard Uchiha Itachi. After watching Shuiyan and the others leave, the confidant Taki, who led the group, breathed a sigh of relief and said, I didn't expect that Lord Shuiyan would seize this opportunity to rebel and even collude with outsiders. We were kept in the dark. Dongxing, stop complaining. We only have 2 choices now. The first is to continue to follow Lord Shuiyan, and the second is to stand in the camp of the Shiba clan leader and fight against Lord Shuiyan. Another slightly older man sighed. However, before he finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke. You have a third choice, let me go, and then help me find the whereabouts of the 7 tails. Let you go? And help you find the whereabouts of the 7 tails. Dongxing, who was standing behind Uchiha Itachi, was stunned at first, and said disdainfully, "Kid, are you kidding? Such a superficial temptation, do you really think we will be fooled? Also, you are looking for the whereabouts of the tailed beast. Don't you plan to use the Sharingan to control the tailed beast and then deal with Lord Shuyan?" At this point, Dongxing rolled his eyes disdainfully and said, "You kid are just dreaming." The 2 tacky ninjas present also smiled, in their eyes. A 7-year-old kid who left the village alone was already an extremely stupid act. Now he is still planning to covet the tailed beast of the whole village, which is too ridiculous. No, you misunderstood. Uchiha Itachi did not take these cold and hot sarcasms to heart, and said with the same expression, "Haven't you heard that there is a person who is collecting tailed beasts? The 9 tailed beasts are distributed in the 5 major ninja villages in Yurtakigakur. Decades ago, Yurtakigakur was indeed very powerful, so you got the quota for the tailed beasts, but after the traitor Kakuzu's tossing, the strength of your village was greatly reduced. If that person really aims to collect tailed beasts, between the 5 major ninja villages and the Takigakur, whose overall strength has been infinitely weakened, do you think that person will choose to attack first?" The slightly long voice echoed in this world. The faces of the people present changed drastically. Dongxing was the first to ask, "Little ghost, is the person you are talking about him?" The urgent questioning tightened the nerves of the other 2. The moment Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement, the hearts of the 3 tacky ninjas seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Although Shuyan just kept saying that with the support of that group of people and the Water of Heroes, she would not be afraid of anyone. But when she thought of the notorious Konoha rebel, the bloody Ashura Uchiha Chinyu, she became unconfident. Chapter 267 The Water of Heroes. 3 figures emerged from the waterfall at the entrance like ghosts. "Lin, did you sense the fluctuation of chakra?" Kakashi asked vigilantly after glancing around. After waiting for a few seconds, Nohara Rin opened her eyes and looked at a huge tree trunk not far away, saying, "There are no other Taki ninja Anbu around this entrance, but there are many chakra fluctuations in the big tree in front, as if something happened." In front. Uchiha Obito followed Nohara Rin's gaze. "Kakashi, what should we do now?" Kakashi did not answer this question immediately. He frowned and thought hard for a moment before saying, "Taki Ninja Village is second only to the 5 major ninja villages. It is too difficult to find someone in Taki Ninja Village, but since Taki Ninja Village has captured Uchiha Itachi, they will definitely not let him be alone. In order to avoid the anger of Konoha Ninja Village, they will take the initiative. I think in the current chaotic situation, they believe that Konoha Ninja Village will never turn against a ninja village for a dead person." Hearing this, Nohara Rin and Obito's expressions froze. "Kakashi, you mean Uchiha Itachi will be in a place with more people?" Nohara Rin asked anxiously. This time she dared to make up her mind to participate in this kind of action that could be defined as a traitor at any time. It was all because of the relationship between Uchiha Itachi and Chinyu. At the moment, if Uchiha Itachi died in the hands of Takigakur, Nohara Rin absolutely did not want to see it. At present, before knowing the exact location of Uchiha Itachi, this is the biggest possibility. Kakashi nodded and agreed. "Now is the time for you to express your position. The other party has a large number of people. We are still in Takigakur. This mission is completely a life and death mission. You can withdraw now." At this point, Kakashi looked at Nohara Rin and Uchiha Obito quietly, and did not continue. Some words are enough to stop at the right time. Saying too much will appear inappropriate. Moreover, this is a decision about life and death. "Haha, Kakashi, you really underestimate us. Haven't you been holding the heart of death for a long time? You are still planning to test us." Obito laughed. But soon, Nohara Rin, who was standing beside him, slapped him hard on the back of his head and made a gesture to silence him. "Don't talk nonsense, calm down. If those people know about our existence, it will be more difficult to infiltrate next time." Nohara Rin lowered her voice and said reproachfully. Obito held the back of his head with a bitter face and said weakly, "Rin, you should find a chance to learn from Tsunade-sama. The strength of this fist can almost kill someone with one punch." "Do you mean that I'm violent?" Nohara Rin said with her fists clenched. Obito shook his head quickly, and used his strong desire to survive to say, "I mean, you are as beautiful as Tsunade-sama." "Really? Of course. Looking at the two who instantly eased the oppressive atmosphere, Kakashi took a deep breath and said, "Okay, calm down. The next mission is about life and death, so we need tactics and strategies. Lin and you." As Kakashi's arrangements and instructions fell one by one, the playful smiles on Nohara, Lin and Obito's faces gradually faded, and a hint of solemnity appeared. As the two nodded in agreement, Kakashi's eyes suddenly turned and fell on the huge tree trunk, and raised his right hand. The figures of the three disappeared from the spot out of thin air. The entrance of the waterfall is not far from the big tree. As the three approached, they heard a noisy voice. Through a tree hole that serves as an entrance and exit, you can clearly see the situation inside. "Smoking, are you crazy? Let the tribe go quickly, otherwise you can't open the sealed door." After receiving medical treatment, Shayu's wounds were bandaged. His face was pale and he looked a little depressed, but he was not seriously injured. However, in front of him, there were more than a dozen ninjas, both men and women, kneeling on the ground side by side. But there was no sign of Uchiha Itachi. This scene made Obito and Lin look at Kakashi at the same time. After all, their goal was to rescue Uchiha Itachi. Now, not only did they fail to find Itachi, but they also encountered a situation similar to rebellion, which was obviously unexpected. "Haha, Chief Shayu, I'm not discussing this with you now. I heard that your woman is pregnant. Do you think I will kill two people with this knife?" Shuiyin laughed teasingly. As soon as the words fell, the water flow in her right hand was entangled, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a water knife, without any fancy. It chopped directly at the woman kneeling in front of her. The sudden attack shook everyone's nerves. Lin on the side didn't intend to care about this kind of thing, but if she watched one corpse and two lives, this kind of atrocity happened. This is definitely not what she wants to see. However, just when Nohara Lin's nerves were tense and she couldn't help but attack, she was stopped by Kakashi on the side. "Stop, I am willing to tell you how to unlock the sealed door, but you have to promise to release the people here, including the Uchiha kid." Shiyu shouted anxiously. Kakashi and the other two looked condensed, and looked at each other at the same time. They were originally planning to retreat, but now it seems that they have found a breakthrough. After Kakashi made a gesture to the two of them to act at any time, he looked at the field again. "Haha, clan leader, if you agreed early, they wouldn't have to suffer this kind of hardship." The water knife in Shizuo's hand stopped an inch away from the female ninja's neck. "However, that Uchiha brat is the key to my plan, but I can't just let him go. As usual, hand over the things, otherwise they will all die this time." Having said that, Shuiyin looked at Shayu. Seeing this scene, Shayu smiled bitterly, as if all his strength had been drained out. Although the other tribesmen were shaking their heads to indicate, Shayu still stood up with a staggering step, and walked to the tree wall in full view of everyone. This time, Shayu did not hesitate at all, and pinched the magic seal in his hand, and his hands quickly flew like wheels. With a series of magic seals falling, the tree wall, which was originally ordinary, suddenly lit up with a blue light. The next moment, in full view of everyone, a huge barrier formation emerged. With a rumbling sound, the tree wall slowly opened like a door, revealing a door with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters. In this tree hole secret room, there is a tree core column, on which is placed a blue gourd, with the mouth open, receiving a drop of crystal liquid from time to time. This is the water of heroes. Looking at this strange scene, Shi Yan's face showed ecstasy, and she walked in quickly without thinking too much. Chapter 265 Acting Star Shadow. "Do it!" Kakashi shouted coldly. He threw 3 smoke bombs directly into the tree hole with his backhand. The sudden scene made Shuiyin and others, who were originally attracted by the hero's water, startled at first. When they reacted, the 3 smoke bombs that fell to the ground exploded. A large area of fog exploded like a raging tide. As it rolled and scattered, it directly occupied the entire tree hole. "Enemy attack, be careful!" Shuiyin's face changed drastically, and with a roar, he quickly turned around and rushed towards the hero's water. This is the secret method of the Takigakure village that can make you stronger by dozens of times after drinking a sip. Once he can really get this hero's water, he will be invincible in the entire ninja world. "Hurry up and follow me." Kakashi didn't care. His goal was just to save Uchiha Itachi. And Shibuya was the key. However, as soon as Kakashi approached, a series of dignified air-breaking sounds whistled. Under this thick smoke, it seemed as if a pair of invisible eyes locked his position. Be careful, their leader is not a simple existence. Shi Yu reminded urgently. He didn't know the origin of the sudden reinforcements, but at least it was a change. If they were defeated instantly because of a moment of negligence, this was definitely not what he wanted to see. Swoosh! The air-breaking sound sounded again, and a figure landed in front of Kakashi first. With his scarlet eyes turning, his hands quickly flew up and formed a series of seals. Earth escape, earth formation wall. Bang bang bang! A series of shurikens shot directly into the earth formation wall. The cooperation that was played not long ago was used again at this moment. The plot is not afraid of being old, the most important thing is that the enemy has to bear it. Lightning style, Chidori. Kakashi's hands flew and suddenly clasped together. With lightning splashing, the whole person penetrated the earth formation wall. Bang! The earth wall collapsed with a sound, and the debris flew, shaking everyone's nerves. 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the east. Nohara Lin's voice sounded at the right time. Lightning wrapped around his hands, Kakashi suddenly raised his head and locked the target. The agile figure, activated by the lightning, shot out like a sharp arrow. The short sprint of 7 or 8 meters was just a blink of an eye. When he came to his senses, a confidant of Shisha had directly pierced his heart. 1. Kakashi was as usual, and his body swayed again. Under Nohara Lin's close lock with the perception ninjutsu, although there was no assistance from the Sharingan. But Kakashi, who has always been good at physical skills, can still make up for it with rich experience and combat skills. Puff! Lightning flashed, and every time Kakashi heard Nohara Rin's voice in his mind, it was like a coordinate radar, showing the enemy's position. The second one. The hot blood fell on Kakashi's cheek, without any fancy, the moment his heels spun again. A breath of death quickly enveloped his body. The sudden scene made Kakashi's nerves suddenly tense. Although at the beginning, he was mentally prepared and knew clearly that there was no way to wipe out all the enemies. But now, he was countered by the enemy after only killing 2 people. This speed was too fast. There are strong people in the opponent's camp. Peacock magic strangulation. Rays of light shot in from all directions, presenting a closed posture, like a spider hunting. Even the ninja in front of Kakashi was not spared. It was obvious that he was going to wipe out Kakashi with one blow, and even his companions could be abandoned. This is a killing game. From the beginning, the opponent discovered Kakashi's existence, just to wipe him out when it was almost certain. That's why they planned to sacrifice 2 companions to lure Kakashi into the enemy camp, and use this opportunity to open the big net to the extreme. At this moment, they closed the net directly. Facing this fatal blow, Kakashi had no way to retreat. However, the anxiety that flashed across his face not only did not increase, but instead returned to calm. The lightning wrapped in his hand suddenly dissipated, and the scroll he took out with his backhand burst open. Bang! The white mist wrapped around Kakashi's body. Looking at this scene, Akahashi flashed a hideous smile on his face and said, "Boy, you can't escape. I have discovered your existence a long time ago. Under my peacock magic, you will definitely die." The stern laughter echoed in the tree hole, and the sudden attack exploded. Under the splashing of the rosy clouds, the number of dozens of spears suddenly increased to hundreds. The posture of closing and strangling became even more intense. Ka! Nohara Lin's expression changed slightly, but was quickly stopped by Uchiha Obito. "Don't forget, he is also a student of Brother Yu. Who said I want to escape?" Kakashi's voice suddenly came out, and crackling lightning splashed out. The next moment, the figure wrapped in lightning shot out like a thread. Konoha-style 3 moons thunder dance. The lightning was like a wheel, tearing the space and striking across the sky. Wherever it passed, the rosy spear transformed by the peacock magic was torn into pieces like paper. Instantly tore a huge hole in the encirclement and rushed out. However, as soon as he got out of the predicament, this unstoppable attack posture did not stop at all. 10 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Akahashi 1 step ahead. The 2 hands wrapped in lightning, the knife made Chixing's pupils shrink suddenly. Without thinking too much, he stretched out his hands and directly pulled the 2 men to his front. "Lord Chixing!" The 2 star ninjas' faces changed drastically. However, facing Kakashi's sword skills that were as fast as thunder, the words had just come out of their mouths, and they had no time to defend or dodge. The sharp blade wrapped in lightning had already chopped down head-on. Puff! Hot blood spurted out, and 2 huge heads flew away at the same time. Chixing took this opportunity to put his hands together suddenly. Peacock magic tiger and leopard strike. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly came out, and the tiger and leopard transformed by the rosy light, as soon as they condensed, instantly broke through the 2 corpses and rushed towards Kakashi. The sudden scene made Kakashi's expression change slightly, and the 2 swords were quickly placed in front of him, and under the endless lightning, they turned into a thunder ball. Bang! The thunder ball and the tiger leopard collided with each other instantly, and the violent explosion force exploded like a frenzy, quickly rolling back to the surroundings. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kakashi turned over and landed beside Obito and Lin. The mist in the tree hole was also blown away, revealing a messy battlefield. There was also the slightly embarrassed Akahashi. 3 teenagers. Shiyu saw the situation clearly, and his expression changed slightly. He knew clearly how strong Akahashi, who came from the Star Ninja Village and was known as the acting star Shadow, was. Chapter 266 Didn't you just call me? Akahashi, are you okay? Shuiyan's voice sounded. Shiyu suddenly woke up, and when he saw the gourd in Shuiyan's hand, his face changed drastically. Hurry up, he got the hero's water, you are not his opponent. Kakashi and the other 2 changed their expressions slightly. They lived in the atmosphere of the Third Ninja World War, and they were not comparable to the rookies who had just started. I have also heard a little about the hero water of Takigakuer. That is a legendary thing, and it is also the foundation of Takigakuer. Chakra that can increase dozens of times in an instant is not a match for 1+1. Don't worry, this kid has outstanding strength, but I haven't taken it to heart. I'm just a little surprised. The chakra knife in his hand is probably the thunder knife among the 7 great ninja swords in Mist Village. Akahashi looked gloomy, and said that nothing happened. But looking at the 4 bodies that fell in the field, the last 2 of them died indirectly in his hands. This is a bit embarrassing. Thunder Blade. Shuiyan raised her eyebrows and said, it is rumored that the 7 mist ninjas challenged the blood Ashura of Konoha. Some died and some surrendered. It seems that Rega, who possesses the Thunder Blade, was killed by Uchiha Kainu during the Battle of the Stronghold. The Thunder Blade should have fallen into his hands. Could he be Uchiha Kainu? Looking at Kakashi, who was of similar age and shrouded in a black robe, Shuiyan frowned even more. Whether it was the trophy Thunder Blade, the thunder release ninjutsu he was good at, or the combat power beyond his age. Kakashi in front of him had achieved all of them. The only difference was that the blood-red eyes could not be seen. Shuiyan, you said he was the blood Ashura of Konoha. Akahashi was startled at first, then laughed playfully. The 5 great nations are overly praising him. His lightning ninjutsu is great, and his swordsmanship is also amazing, but this alone has made the 5 great nations confused. It seems that they are all old, and it is time for our Star Ninja Village and Taki Ninja Village to rise. The unbridled voices rolled away. Kakashi and the other 2 rolled their eyes. However, this cannot be blamed on Akahashi's ignorance. His cage level is just a self-proclaimed title by successive generations. The Bear Country is only a small country in the ninja world, not to mention the Star Ninja Village among the small countries. As for Taki Ninja Village's isolation from the outside world, it also made Shizuo isolated from the news, and she felt a sense of arrogance. However, Kakashi would not speak out this beautiful misunderstanding. When he looked at Akahashi and Shizuo, he immediately gestured to Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. Let's go! Kakashi shouted in a hurry, and the lightning swords in his hands suddenly struck out in the air with crackling lightning arcs. It turned into a series of thunder slashes, and crushed across the air with a crushing posture. Thunder slash! The sudden scene made Shuiyan and Chixing's faces sank, and their hands flew down, and the seals were quickly formed. He was able to exert the power of thunder and lightning in a slashing posture. They believed that Kakashi, who had such a superb thunder escape sword technique, was the legendary Uchiha Chinyu. Water escape water dragon bullet. Peacock magic dragon form. 2 shouts suddenly came out, and the water dragon bullet and peacock magic instantly collided with the thunder slash. Boom! The violent explosion roared, and the huge impact force made this tree hole reinforced with secret techniques unable to withstand it. With a boom, it collapsed by 1/3. Figures were thrown out by the air waves. Rin, let's go quickly, trust Kakashi. Obito grabbed Nohara Rin's shoulder, who was worried, and quickly ran away from him. However, they had just stood firm. 2 explosions echoed from the tree hole again. A slightly embarrassed figure flew out and hit the lake heavily. After using the water walking technique in time, he rolled for more than 10 meters before he could barely stand firm. Ka, are you okay? Nohara Rin's expression changed and he shouted urgently. Be careful behind you, Kakashi roared in a hurry, instantly making Obito and Nohara Rin tense. Konoha Blood Ashura, you only take us seriously now, it's too late, blame it, you are too arrogant. The teasing voice rolled and spread, and a figure shrouded in light blue chakra fluctuations suddenly shot out from the broken tree hole. Turned into a residual image and appeared in front of Nohara Rin. Too fast. Uchiha Obito's face changed drastically. The Sharingan that he tried his best to display was to read the action of the hookah. However, being able to see is one thing, but whether the body can keep up with this speed is another. Looking at the water knife that quickly emerged from the hookah in his hand and condensed under the crazy entanglement, Obito's mind flashed a scene of death. Puff! Blood splattered, and the water knife directly pierced through Nohara Rin's chest. The sudden scene shook his nerves. The rotating double Megatama Sharingan transformed in an instant and quickly turned into a pentagram. A huge pupil power, like a raging tide, rolled back in Obito's body and exploded instantly with a roar. Ah! I'm going to kill you! However, as soon as the voice fell, a familiar voice echoed in Obito's ears like thunder. Okay, don't shout here, the illusion is released. Obito only felt a roar in his mind. When he reacted, the picture in front of him was distorted, and finally shattered like a mirror, revealing the figure of Nohara Rin. There was also an unexpected figure. My lord, didn't you say, give me 3 hours to persuade them to surrender? Shui Nan rushed over from a distance. Under the panting posture, the clothes on his body had been soaked. If it weren't for the remaining wool, barely keeping standing with one breath, I'm afraid he would have fallen to the ground exhausted. The sudden scene made Shuiyin, Akahashi, and even the whole audience look confused. Obito still hasn't reacted to the illusion just now. He also didn't know when Uchiha Kainu implanted the illusion opportunity seed in him. Why did he cast an illusion on himself? A series of questions made Uchiha Obito's head swell. But the only thing he knew, and felt fortunate, was that at the critical moment, Uchiha Kainu took action and blocked Shuiyin's attack. He saved Nohara Rin. Shuinan, why did you come back now? Who is he? Shuiyin's expression stagnated and asked in a hurry. Just a moment ago, he took the hero's water and gained a surge of dozens of times the chakra power. The attack he launched, whether it was speed or power, did not even need a seal. This result made him very satisfied. However, this fatal blow was blocked by the mysterious man in the red cloud cloak in front of him. However, before Shui Nan could speak, Qin Yu took the lead and said with a warm smile, "Didn't you call me just now?" Chapter 270, Almost There. Shui Yan was stunned. The scene just now evolved too quickly. From the time Shi Yu opened the tree hole secret room to now. This seemingly cumbersome scene was only a few tenths of seconds before and after. He said too much. Brother, you kneel down quickly and let that Uchiha kid go. Shui Nan suddenly spoke, and the inexplicable words made Shui Yan stunned for a moment. However, the words that followed shook his nerves. He is the Konoha rebel, the bloody Ashura, Uchiha Qin Yu. To Uchiha Qin Yu. Shui Yan's expression suddenly changed, but this time even if she used her toes to think, she could know clearly. Just now it was a beautiful misunderstanding. No. Looking at the boy in front of him who grabbed his wrist casually. This misunderstanding can only be described as fatal. But the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Shuiyin looked at the boy in front of her with a warm smile and roared. I don't care if you are bloody, white, or gold. I am the strongest in Takigakuer. After taking the hero's water, even the shadow-level strongmen of the 5 major countries are not my opponents. As the rolling words fell, Shuiyin's right hand was held by Qin Yu, but his left hand was covered by the chakra coat, and he chopped down Qin Yu's neck with a 10,000-pound posture. The attack was as fast as thunder, tearing the air along the way, making a series of low-air sonic booms. At this close distance, it fell on Qin Yu's neck in the blink of an eye. Faced with such a fierce attack, Qin Yu seemed stunned, maintaining a warm smile. Compared with the astonishment of Nohara Rin and others, and the ecstasy of Shuiyin, they were like 2 different people. Bang! A dull thunder-like collision sound suddenly rang out. The sharp blade formed by the entanglement of the water flow instantly cut through Chinyu's cloak and fell on the Susanoo coat that looked like blood. The seemingly sharp water knife shattered at this moment, dissipated in the void, and turned into water mist and disappeared. Looking at Chinyu's body, the huge Susanoo that was transformed by the rapid wriggling. The moment the scarlet eyes locked on Shuyan, a gurgling sound came from the field, and the feeling of swallowing saliva came from the field. At this moment, they finally understood why the Konoha rebel, Uchiha Chinyu, was called the Blood Ashura. The monster in front of them alone was enough to explain all this. Okay, I've given you the opportunity to perform. You should be able to tell me why you called me just now. Chinyu said with a warm smile. This posture, like a boy next door, fell into Shuyan's eyes, and it felt like the god of death was calling for his life. Looking at the huge Susanoo that was more than 10 meters long and covered Chinyu's body, his face became anxious, and his left hand directly took out the gourd containing the hero's water, and quickly poured it into his mouth in full view of everyone. Stop him, the more this hero's water is taken, the stronger the power can be. Sheu reminded in a hurry. However, in the face of all this, Chinyu still did not move at all, but just watched this scene with interest. Along with the water in the gourd, more than half disappeared. Shuyan's eyes first widened, and the next moment the blue veins on her face were prominent. The violent chakra exploded like a frenzy. The originally light blue chakra coat instantly turned dark blue. The chakra that could not be contained in the body burst out and rushed straight into the sky. Power, this is power, do you see it? This is the strongest power in the ninja world. I am the strongest in Takigakure and the strongest in the ninja world. Shuyan felt the huge power in her body and laughed like crazy. With her confidence swelling, her eyes suddenly turned and fell on Chinyu, saying, "Are you afraid? Why don't you take action?" Afraid? Chinyu smiled and shook his head and said, "In my cognition, the strongest in Takigakure is my subordinate Kakuzu. As for why he didn't take action? That's because to make a person despair, he must be crazy first." At this point, Kakuzu, who was hiding in the dark, walked out slowly and said, "Boss, is he crazy?" The sudden figure tensed everyone's nerves, especially the ninjas of Takigakure. They knew clearly what the person in front of them meant. The information contained in it was too much to make Daiyuan Kakuzu respectfully call him boss. It can be said that if they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that the ground resentment Ujiaodu, who almost destroyed their Takigakure village, could be easily tamed and become someone else's subordinate. It's just a little bit more. Chinyu looked at it thoughtfully and said with a chuckle. It's just a little bit more. Shiyu and other Takigakure were stunned, and even the star ninja agent seeing Ying Chixing in the distance was stunned. For the powerful chakra that came out of the body of Shuyan, it was definitely 40 or 50 times stronger than when he was normal. Facing such a Shuyan, even Chixing didn't have the confidence in his heart. However, now Uchiha Chinyu actually told him that it was just a little bit more. "Chixing, come and help me!" Shuyan roared. "Oh, are you coming again?" Chinyu let go of the hand holding Shuyan with interest and looked at Chixing. "Don't waste time, you all come together." Chixing's expression stagnated. If he didn't know who Uchiha Kinyu was the moment before. Now that he has witnessed his terrifying strength, he is undoubtedly a little unsure. Watching this scene, Shuyan, who had just escaped, changed her expression and shouted in a hurry, "Akaxing, we are now in the same boat. Don't forget that you are the acting Xing Ying and the strongest person in Xingnan village. Your strength is enough to be on par with the 5 shadows. If we join forces, with the hero's water, it will not be a problem to defeat him." Akaxing was stunned. Shuyan's words were not without reason. What's more, he also wanted to see how powerful his peacock magic, combined with the hero's water, would be. "Okay, I will use you, the Konoha rebel ninja, the bloody Ashura, as a stepping stone to the strongest road in the ninja world." Akaxing shouted sternly. "Xing Ying will win, Lord Chixing is invincible. Lord Chixing, who can compete with the peacock magic?" The Xingnan present were the first to lose their temper. No matter how strong Uchiha Chinyu is, they are now grasshoppers on the same hemp rope. A single move can affect the whole body. The only thing they can do now is to kill Uchiha Chinyu, so that they can have a glimmer of hope. "Okay, Chixing, you will understand that this choice is the most important step for us to dominate the ninja world." Shuyan's face was delighted, and she raised her head and drank half of the hero's water again, and threw it to Chixing casually. As Chixing raised his head and drank it all, the two looked at each other and let out a long and awe-inspiring roar. Chapter 271 Still Young and Powerful. Roar. Shuiyan and Chixing raised their heads and roared to the sky. The dormant chakra in their bodies exploded like a frenzy and rushed straight into the sky. The violent posture formed a series of air ripples that stirred, and even the lake surface was stirred up by large waves. The expressions of Sheu and others who witnessed this scene could not help but change. Even Kakashi and others were no exception. Facing Shuiyan and Chixing a moment ago, they might still have the strength to fight. However, the chakra fluctuations emitted now have increased by at least 50 to 60 times. This kind of increased strength, looking at the entire ninja world, not just anyone can fight against it. Haha, Uchiha Chinyu, did you see it? This is the strength we dominate the ninja world. Next, you will tremble under the absolute strength. Shuiyan laughed unscrupulously. The corner of his eye and Chixing looked at each other and shouted angrily. Do it! As soon as the roar fell, Chixing's hands suddenly flew up, and a series of seals fell. With the help of the hero's water, the star chakra in his body instantly expanded dozens of times. Under this huge combat power, the peacock magic that burst out has even reached a qualitative change in seconds. Peacock magic dragon's roar. When the last seal fell, his hands suddenly clasped together. The star chakra that penetrated his body rushed straight into the sky, and under his body, he turned into a 100-meter-long dragon of rosy light. Accompanied by a deafening roar, he shook his head and tail and rushed towards Uchiha Chinyu across the sky. Shuiyan, I suppress him, you use the most powerful water escape ninjutsu to suppress him. As soon as the move came out, Chixing was the first to lose his temper and roared in a hurry. In this situation, the only way to win completely is to make a strong effort and then decline. Therefore, this move must be decisive for victory. However, when the voice fell, what came into his sight was the stunned crowd, and the words that fell into his ears shook his nerves. That, you seem to have been sold, and you are still helping him count the money. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and said with a smile, however, this attack is indeed worth my reluctant effort. After the playful words fell, Chi-Xing hurriedly looked back. What he saw was Shuiyan, who turned around and fled madly. It can be said that in the brief fight just now, after using the hero's water, he got a surge of dozens of times in strength, but even Uchiha Chinyu's body protecting Susanoo could not be broken. So, at this moment, Shuiyan had a plan in his mind to drag Chi-Xing into the water and buy enough time to escape. As an ally, Shuiyan knew clearly the power of the peacock magic. Feeling the breath that just burst out, he firmly believed that Chi-Xing could buy him enough time. When he thought of this, Shuiyan was the first to lose his breath and hurriedly looked back. However, this glance made his pupils shrink suddenly. Looking at the Susanoo that instantly turned into a hill and was hundreds of meters high, his heart method was suddenly tightened by an invisible big hand. The next moment, a huge hand as big as a mountain suddenly grabbed in the void, and Yasakani no Megatama fell into his hand. Looking at the incoming giant dragon of rosy clouds, Susanoo threw the Yasakani no Megatama in his hand suddenly without any fancy moves. Puff! A low tearing sound of air suddenly came out, and the giant dragon of rosy clouds that was touched first was torn apart like paper at the moment of ripples in the air. As the caster, Chixing was the first to suffer the backlash. He didn't have time to think about it, and suddenly put his hands together and roared again. Peacock Magic Ray Barrier. Endless star chakra was drawn out of Chixing's body. In the blink of an eye, an indestructible wall was formed in front of Chixing. However, before Chixing's face showed a trace of joy, the next moment the rosy wall was like paper, and a puff sound came again. By the time Chixing reacted, the huge Yasakani no Megatama, which was as big as a millstone, had been infinitely magnified in his pupils. Bang! His whole body was instantly crushed into flesh by the attack of Yasakani no Megatama. What acting star ninja, what chakra increased dozens of times. This so-called title, under the absolute strength, everything seemed pale and powerless. For a while, the huge venue fell into an inexplicable silence. Those star ninjas who were still helping Chixing to cheer were almost scared to death. The huge Yasakani no Megatama had no less power, and it directly penetrated the void and rushed towards Shuiyan. The sudden scene almost made Shuiyan's eyes pop out. I thought Chixing, who took the hero's water, could give him some time. But everything seemed pale and powerless. No, I can't die. Shuiyin was panicked, feeling the violent chakra obtained by the hero's water in her body. I had planned to use it as a trump card, but unfortunately I have no confidence at the moment. Now Shuiyin's only thought is to escape. Sir Shuiyin. Dongxing's voice suddenly sounded. When she saw Uchiha Taka being escorted here, Shuiyin immediately showed joy on her face. He knew clearly. The cause of all this was all because of greed, because she caught Uchiha Taka. Now the only way to save him is to take this little brat in front of him as a hostage. When she thought of this, Shuiyin was the first to lose her temper, and she used the instant body technique to the extreme, and quickly rushed towards Uchiha Taka. The sudden scene made no Harolin's face change drastically, and she shouted in a hurry without thinking too much. Brother you! Don't worry, Itaki is not a simple guy. If he doesn't intend to be caught, I'm afraid that even if there are 2 more Shuiyans, he can't be caught. Qin Yu laughed dryly, looked at Uchiha Taka, whose face showed a hint of joy, and said, it's still good to be young. It's easy to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. The inexplicable words made the people in the field startled at first. Even Shuiyin, who had just approached Uchiha Taka, was no exception. However, before they could react, Itaka had already shouted. If we don't do it now, when will we do it? As Shuiyin's confidants, Dongxing and the other 2 were startled at first. However, they quickly reacted, and with their hands flying, they formed a series of spells. Water escape, water whip binding. The water whip condensed in the hands of the 3 people in an instant, and the next moment, like a poisonous snake, it quickly wrapped around the attacking Shuiyin. The sudden scene was completely beyond Shuiyin's expectations, but in this close situation, everything seemed pale and powerless, and was instantly tied up like a dumpling. What are you doing? Shuiyin suddenly reacted, roaring and struggling. He didn't even think about he realized that at this critical moment, his subordinates would betray him. Chapter 272. Thousands of people bowed together. Lord Shuiyin, you taught me that a good bird should choose a tree to live in. Now the situation has been decided, but you can't blame us for not persuading you that day. Dongxing looked normal, without any guilt. You. Shuiyin was choked with anger. However, a ghostly figure appeared in front of her in an instant. The figure was very thin, but the scarlet eyes were like ink, and the chakra short knife with a cold light, cut directly to Shuiyin's throat at a tricky angle. Puff! Scarlet blood splashed out, and Shuiyin's eyes widened with disbelief. Uchiha Taka turned around and kicked the sky, and Shuiyin soared into the sky like a cannonball. When the vitality was gone, the huge shuriken that came into view occupied the memory picture of Shuiyin's death. Puff! The powerful force, with the crushing posture. The water smoke that soared into the sky was instantly crushed into blood foam and dissipated between heaven and earth. Looking at the still powerful Yasakani no Megatama shuriken, it quickly passed by the huge waterfall mountain that Takigaku relied on. Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The 1,000-meter mountain was directly cut off in the middle, accompanied by a series of deafening roars. Yasakani no Megatama instantly hit the barren mountains in the distance. It was like the 9-day divine thunder falling, shattering a large area of mountain land, shaking up the sky with rolling sand and dust. Originally, Takigaku was able to close the country completely because of the existence of this natural barrier, which isolated it from all connections with the outside world. Unfortunately, the mountain was cut off at the moment, and a big hole was pierced through the land in the distance. This sudden scene simply aroused everyone's nerves, causing the field to fall into a dead silence, leaving only the sound of swallowing saliva. The eyes that looked at Qin Yu at the same time were a little more terrified. The power of a single blow was so terrifying. Who could resist a few moves when they really fought? When I think of Shuiyin and Chixing, the inexplicable confidence just now was simply because I disliked the grass on my grave being too long. Village Chief Shehu, what should we do? Dongxing couldn't help but move his feet, and the meaning was obviously to choose a camp. What else can we do? Of course, kneel down and surrender. Do you want Takigaku to be bloodbathed again? Shehu didn't care about the weak feeling coming from his body, and said with an angry look. As soon as the voice fell, Shehu took the lead and knelt on the ground with a plop. Dongxing, who was guarding beside him, and all the ninjas of Takigaku present, knelt down one after another. Even those star ninjas who had just recovered from their shock were no exception. Sir, we, the Takanan village, are willing to surrender and beg for mercy. Kneel and beg for mercy. As soon as the voice came out, hundreds and thousands of people shouted in unison, and finally merged into a rolling wave of sound and spread out. At this moment, the short 6 words seemed to be infused with magic sounds and could not be dispersed. Moreover, people from all directions came to join the ranks. Although many people did not understand why, facing the huge mountain that was cut off without any signs, and the blood-colored Susanoo that looked like a dagger, the psychology of following the crowd was obviously aroused. Even their own village chief was bowing, not to mention ordinary people like them. For a moment, the scene of thousands of people bowing together made Kakashi and others stunned. Even Kakuzu, who was originally cold and had massacred the Takigakure in the past, suddenly said, "Boss, now I see that you are more like an evil god than that guy Haiden. If that guy were here, he would probably be envious that you have so many people bowing down to you." "Kakuzu, I didn't expect you to joke, but this joke is not funny at all." Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. He is not a saint, but he doesn't like to kill innocent people. Although, for the sake of the 7 tails, he will come to the Takigakure sooner or later. But the incident with Uchiha Itachi made him come here early. However, killing Shuin and Akahashi also played a deterrent role. At present, it may be possible to take the 7 tails without any effort. "Okay, get up." Chinyu collected his thoughts and looked at Shiyu, saying, "This time, the rebellion of Shuin and Chixing was solved by me by accident for your Takigakure. However, village chief Shiyu, you should have seen the red cloud cloak on me. We, the Akatsuki organization, have to charge a fee for doing things." At this point, Chinyu looked at Shiyu. In the Cloud Village, Chinyu had already thrown a wave of dirty water on the Akatsuki organization. Now, he doesn't mind throwing another one. Fee. Shiyu was stunned at first, but soon there was a trace of anxiety on his face, and he said, "Uchiha Chinyu, our Takigakure is also a small country and village. I'm afraid we can't afford the fee you mentioned." "Humph, if you can't afford it, then use your head to pay it back. As the village chief of Takigakure, you are still worth 30 million taels." Kakuzu spoke first without warning. In addition to being serious, the most sensitive thing for Kakuzu is that I have done the work, but you have no money. This is more painful than death. "No, sir, just tell us a number and we will try our best to raise it." Shiyu couldn't help but shudder. Compared with Uchiha Chinyu, Kakuzu is more ferocious to their Takigakure. After all, this is the master who almost massacred Takigakure with blood. If it goes berserk again now, the Takigakure can't stand the second torment. "Haha, village chief Sheu, you are really serious. Since you have this intention, let's have a happy trade once." Chinyu laughed dryly. However, when everyone heard the 4 words of happy trade, the muscles on their cheeks twitched. This is too fast to play the good guy card, using Kakuzu to show off, and then playing the good guy himself. It's completely a matter of one hand of shit and the other hand of candy, which makes people convinced. "Sir, please speak." Sheu didn't dare to play any tricks now. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he stood aside respectfully, showing an attitude of listening attentively. As for the Takigakure and villagers who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, they didn't dare to breathe. They just stared at Chinyu eagerly. "Okay, don't be too nervous, I'm not a bad person." Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Chinyu wiped his nose helplessly and said, "This time, I came to Takigakure, in addition to saving people. Your Takigakure is a small village and a small country, but there is something very valuable. Take out the tailed beast. For your village, recuperation is very good, but the uninterrupted riots of the tailed beasts make you tired of suppressing them, and the elite forces in the village are constantly consumed. The tailed beast is a good weapon if used well, but it is a sharp double-edged sword if not used well. If you are not careful, it may make your Takigakure retreat again. Give it to me, you will know clearly that this is the right choice." Chapter 273. Are you Uchiha Madara? Hand over the tailed beast? The faces of the Takigakure present changed. When their Takigakure was in its heyday, it was only slightly inferior to the 5 major ninja villages. Being able to participate in the division of the tailed beasts is enough to prove the strength and status in the ninja world. However, after Kakuzu's bloodbath, the strength of Takigakure is no longer as good as before. The only trump card that can really challenge the 5 major ninja villages, in addition to the hero's water, is the tailed beast weapon Jinchuriki. However, now that the hero's water has been drunk by Shuin and Akahashi, only the tailed beasts are left, which can serve as Jinchuriki and serve as the last trump card of Takigakure. I am willing to hand it over. Shibuya suddenly spoke. As soon as these words fell, the Takigakure in the field immediately caused a commotion. Village Chief Shibuya, the tailed beasts are the last foundation of our village. If they are handed over, the strength of our Takigakure will be greatly reduced. Village Chief Shibuya, please think twice. If it's just money, we can all make up for it. The scene suddenly became noisy. In the face of the birth without the existence of the cage level, the cultivation of the tailed beast Jinchuriki has obviously become a shortcut on the road to pursuing the strong. Okay. Shiyu raised his hand to signal to stop talking, looked at Chinyu and said, Uchiha Chinyu, I want to confirm one thing. Although our Takigakure is closed to the outside world, it is rumored that you intend to collect the 9-tailed beasts and capture the Kumigakure. So I want to ask, if our Takigakure hand over the 7 tails, will the tailed beasts of other ninja villages be collected by you? Faced with this question, the Takigakure who had just spoken and were unwilling to accept it changed their expressions and shut up. They knew clearly that these words were what Shiyu told them. Even the Kumigakure, which is known as the most powerful military village among the 5 major ninja villages, was captured by Uchiha Chinyu. Not to mention their Takigakure. Haha, it seems that the information of the village chief Shiyu is not comparable to that of Shuyan. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, however, I don't even know what my purpose is. It may be casual, or it may be destined, but when I am in the mood, I will still collect the 9-tailed beasts. After all, I am too kind, and I can't stand them suffering. Too kind? The people present couldn't help but look sideways. Thinking back to the scene where Shuyan and Chixing were killed just now, they were still frightened. If killing without blinking an eye is also considered kind, then there are no evil people in this world. Hey! Shiyu exhaled a deep breath, his eyes flickered, and he looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, I think, as the adults said, you deliberately let Shuyan catch you, and even Dongxing obeyed your orders. I think the vessel that seals the 7 tails should have fallen into your hands. Dongxing and the other 2 heard this, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on their faces. Just as Shiyu said, after Shui Yan asked them to escort Uchiha Itachi away, they really couldn't stand the coercion and temptation. At the same time, after personally suffering a bitter meal at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, they finally chose to believe Uchiha Itachi's words of bewitching. After hearing the sound of the tree hole exploding, they were more convinced of all this. After hurriedly taking Uchiha Itachi to seize the vessel of the 7-tails seal, they rushed here and saw the red star being crushed. The scene of Shui Yan's escape. Brother, I brought what you want. Uchiha Itachi showed a rare smile on his face. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he landed on Chinyu's side after several ups and downs, and took out an old gourd with his backhand. This gourd has a simple appearance, and there are dense and mysterious patterns carved around it. The style is a bit similar to the gourd containing the water of heroes. But it is more fancy. The moment the gourd was in hand, Chinyu frowned, and a low roar came out of it. Bang! The violent chakra exploded like a raging tide. The mysterious seal on the surface of the gourd burst into various rays of light, and in front of everyone's eyes in public, there was a crisp cracking sound. Cracks like spider webs spread rapidly on the surface of the gourd. The mysterious curse seal that was originally lit up quickly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sudden scene shook Shayu's nerves. He didn't have time to think about it, and shouted in a hurry, My lord, this is the sign that Chongming broke through the seal. The power of this impact is stronger than before. You should hand it over to us quickly and reinforce the seal again. Humph, the melee in Takigakure, are you still going to seal me? The rolling sound waves came from the gourd with a roaring and harsh sound. Don't think that I am sealed in the gourd and don't know that you have just experienced a battle outside. I think you, Takigakure, even if you can really suppress the rebellion successfully, you will be seriously injured. I have had riots during this period of time, all for waiting for this opportunity. No one can stop me today. Boom! A dull collision sound suddenly came out from the gourd, and the sound was even louder than before. Most importantly, the mysterious curse seal, which had been shattered by half, was shattered again by half under this wave of impact. The spider web-like cracks quickly spread across the entire surface of the gourd. Haha, you have no way to suppress me this time. In just a few minutes, I will flatten your Takigakure. Nanabe Shijiki roared unscrupulously. However, just as the voice fell, the gourd plug that was originally the key to the seal was directly pulled open with a popping sound when he was about to burst into the impact again. Okay, stop yelling and jumping around, so what if I let you out? Chinyu shook Nanabe Shijiki, who was in a daze in the gourd. Then it woke up directly. Having lost the key to the seal, Nanabe Shijiki was startled at first, and rushed out without thinking too much. In its eyes, as a tailed beast, although it is not the strongest among the 9-tailed beasts, it is just a piece of cake for a weak existence. However, when the 7-tailed Shijiki jumped out of the gourd, he had just recovered his body shape. The huge Susanoo reflected in the huge compound eye made its pupils shrink suddenly. As the 9-tailed beasts, only 2 people can play with them in the palm of their hands. The first one is the first-generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who will be dazed when he touches his head with a wooden palm. The second one is the Uchiha legend, Madara Uchiha, who looks cool and glares with his Sharingan. When Madara Uchiha abused them that day, he obviously used similar tricks. This huge Susanoo, in terms of size, is even stronger than it. And the 3-headed and 6-armed posture is very similar to Madara Uchiha that day. Thinking of this, Nanao Shijiki couldn't help but look at Chinyu and asked anxiously, "Are you Uchiha Madara?" Chapter 274 I'll give you a cheat in advance. Uchiha Madara? The small voice echoed in this world. Many people are familiar with the 2 legends of the ninja world, the god of ninjas and the legend of the Uchiha clan. Now that Nanao Shijiki mentioned it again, many people couldn't help but look at Uchiha Chinyu more. After all, this is the legend of the Uchiha clan. What kind of feelings will Uchiha Chinyu, a descendant, have? It is inevitable that people's heartstrings will be touched. Are you talking about Madara? I just killed him not long ago. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and said, I don't look like that short-lived species anyway, right? What? Nanao Shijiki's pupils suddenly shrank. No. It should be said that everyone in the field was stunned. The legend of the Uchiha clan is the benchmark of the ninja world and the honor of the Uchiha clan. In Chinyu's mouth, he always mentioned killing. The gap is a bit too big. However, after thinking about it carefully, regardless of the truth of what Chinyu said, the means he used in front of him are not much different from Uchiha Madara, right? Okay, what a sharp-eyed and sharp-tongued kid, I don't care whether you killed Uchiha Madara or not. Since I have unsealed the seal today, you all have to die. Chungming roared, and the piercing cry was like a sound wave. The huge impact and the air wave that was raised directly overturned the Taki ninja who was watching from all sides and whose strength was slightly inferior. Is this the power of the tailed beast? Kakashi looked up at the behemoth in front of him. If it weren't for the Susanoo used by Uchiha Chinyu, most of the power would be resisted. Then they would probably be waiting for the same miserable end. Is this the power of the tailed beast? Nohara-rin couldn't help but say. She has half of the blood of the sage in her body, so she has a certain degree of resonance with the tailed beast. That's why she was targeted by the Mist Village and easily sealed the 3-tailed beast into her body. This success rate can only be achieved by people with the blood of the sage. No, this is just its superficial ability. It's not that simple for the tailed beast to be a village's heavy weapon. But in this place, once a battle begins, I'm afraid the village will be destroyed. Chinyu smiled playfully and looked at the 7-tailed Shijiki. This time, the 3-tailed beasts rarely spoke, and their mind was obviously holding the mentality of letting Chinyu abuse them first and then being a good guy. Chinyu even doubted whether the 7-tailed Shijiki's relationship among the 9-tailed beasts was too bad, so he was cheated like this. However, compared with the 7-tailed beast who was kept in the dark, as a member of the Taki village all of them were in tears. All the previous tailed beast riots were sealed in the big lake outside the village. This can at least minimize the damage to the village. Now because of Uchiha Taki, the 7-tailed Shijiki appeared in the village. Once they fight, the aftermath of the battle alone may destroy 1/10 of the village. There is also a great god Uchiha Kainu. After a fight, this ninja village may be wiped off the map. Thinking of this, Shiyu barely stopped his body, knelt on the ground with a plop, and said, Sir, aren't you going to take the 7-tailed? Please try to reduce the damage to the minimum. We, the Takanan village, will definitely thank you very much. Sir. We beg you. Sir, I have old people and children to take care of, I hope you can be careful. The scene suddenly returned to the situation where thousands of people bowed together. If people outside knew that the Takigakuer, which was second only to the 5 major ninja villages, actually knelt down to let people take the tailed beast away, this would definitely shock many people. Brother. Uchiha Taki's face turned slightly blue. As a saint, he never thought that for a performance, he would bring such a disaster to Takigakuer. Facing the seven-tailed beast that was obviously going to run wild, Uchiha Itachi knew clearly that only Chinyu could do it. Haha, don't worry, I will be grateful if I eat someone's mouth and take someone's hand. Since the seven-tailed beast is mine, I won't let it be naughty. Chinyu smiled and patted Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, looked at Obito who was still confused and said, "Didn't you say that I gave you something just now? Now it just happens to be a little interest. I just opened a plug-in for you in advance, and sealed the power of your Mangekyo Sharingan in my Mangekyo." Mangekyo? Uchiha Obito was startled at first, and quickly took off his forehead protector to act as a mirror. "Obito, your eyes have changed, they are the mentioned Sharingan." Nohara Lin couldn't help but say. Kakashi was also surprised, and there was also a trace of envy on his face. Although Obito's eyes were different from Chinyu's, he knew very well what Chinyu meant by opening the cheat. If the Uchiha clan opened the Sharingan, they would be the best among the ninjas of the same level. Then, if the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan was opened, life would be like opening the cheat. Even Kakashi, who was praised as a genius by the outside world, did not have enough confidence to overpower Uchiha Obito. Do I have my own eye technique? Uchiha Obito couldn't help but touch his eyes and said anxiously, "Can I be as powerful as brother Yu?" Looking at Uchiha Obito who was obviously too excited, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Okay, don't dilly-dally, I will hypnotize you first and let you do it according to my instructions." Taking away other people's eye technique ability, this is Chinyu's guess. In the forbidden area of the Uchiha clan, he obtained Uchiha Madara's amplification eye through the inheritance stone. For others, it is already difficult to match and control it alone, let alone master it, and there is also seizure. But Chinyu has a one-click full-level system. As long as there is a chance, he has the opportunity to completely master the power of God. Moreover, with the help of God, Chinyu may also be able to extend it and learn his own space-time ninjutsu. At that time, the Flying Thunder God technique is just a chicken rib for Chinyu. What should I do? Uchiha Obito came back to his senses a little. However, as soon as they met eyes, Obito's soul was shaken violently, and he fell into a state of unconsciousness and hypnosis. That feeling was just like that. After a glance, he confirmed that it was the right person, but he was confused. "Kamyu!" Chinyu shouted coldly, and the 9 Magatama Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin wildly. Uchiha Obito's star-shaped Sharingan, which was like a wind demon shuriken, also started to spin rapidly. A huge pupil power rushed out of the pupil and rushed straight into the sky. Like a raging dragon, the next moment, in full view of everyone, it rushed straight to Uchiha Chinyu. Bang! The powerful pupil power directly penetrated Chinyu's 9 Magatama Sharingan, forming a huge sealing technique. The surface of the original 9 Magatama Sharingan had a kaleidoscope pattern similar to the wind demon shuriken. As long as Chinyu thought about it, the seal of this pupil technique would be unlocked, and then the unique space-time ninjutsu Kamui of Uchiha Obito would be displayed. Chapter 275 Successfully Seizing Kamui. "Obito, are you okay?" Seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan disappearing from Uchiha Obito's pupils, Nohara Rin couldn't help asking. What's wrong with me? What happened to me? Where did my Mangekyo Sharingan go?" Uchiha Obito suddenly came back to his senses, looking at the pupils reflected in the forehead protector, and was obviously a little anxious. After all, the most feared thing about having something is losing it, especially the Mangekyo Sharingan that can instantly see the sky, the earth, and the air, and is known as a super wall-hanging Mangekyo Sharingan. Whether he can kick Kakashi and step on his teacher Konoha's golden flash Namikaze Minato in the future. They are all his dreams. Don't worry, it's just that the pupil power is consumed too much and it disappeared temporarily. Chinyu patted Obito's shoulder helplessly. After all, this method of seizing something is a bit unreasonable. In other words, it is a free ride and forced occupation. If Chinyu is not thicker than ordinary people, even a saintly bitch can't do it. Really? Obito obviously hasn't recovered from his joy. For him, excessive consumption is much better than hallucination. Yes. Chinyu replied helplessly again. "Next, as a reward for taking away the divine power, I will show you my way of fighting." "Damn human, you are so slow and talk so much nonsense, don't you really take me seriously? Go to hell!" Kiwei roared to the sky. The scene just now seemed very cumbersome, but it only took about half a minute. However, this was a shame for Kiwei, who had just escaped from the confinement. The 6 wings behind him shook suddenly, and at the same time as a huge hurricane was set off, under the bloody mouth, streams of acid with white smoke shot out like a machine gun. The speed was so fast that it approached Susanoo in the blink of an eye, landed on the armor, and made a sizzling sound, and a large piece of white smoke rose. Along with the crazy attack, Chinyu took a step forward in full view of everyone. The huge Susanoo of hundreds of meters also shrank rapidly under the attack, leaving only a dozen meters to protect Uchiha Itachi and others. This strange scene shocked everyone, but Nanabe Shijiki showed a hint of joy. They couldn't understand why Uchiha Chinyu gave up the Susanoo with its size advantage and absolute defense. He fought against Nanabe Shijiki with bare hands. Could it be that the so-called Kamui that was seized really had the ability to suppress the tailed beast? However, compared with other people's doubts, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but clench his fists, showing a hint of urgency. Haha, Uchiha's little devil, you have been hiding in the tortoise shell, and I may have to spend some effort. Now you are so kind that you are still thinking about saving people in front of me, then you can die. Nanabe Shijiki laughed unscrupulously. While the huge wings were bluffing, a series of acid like a machine gun was spit out from the bloody mouth again. In just a few hundred meters, under the killing move of the tailed beast, it was obviously pale and powerless, and appeared in front of Chinyu in the blink of an eye. The sudden scene tensed everyone's nerves, even the melon-eating tailed beast that had already moved and hid aside showed a look of fascination. Compared with the puzzlement of others, they firmly believed that Uchiha Chinyu could definitely beat up the 7-tailed beast. The only thing they had to do was to guess how long the 7-tailed beast could last in Chinyu's hands. However, looking at the acid that was rushing in, the 3-tailed beasts couldn't help holding their breath and staring at Uchiha Chinyu, wanting to see the thunderous suppression method. However, as soon as this idea came up, they were stunned the next moment. No. It should be said that everyone in the field was stunned, including the flying 7-tailed beast Chongming. Looking at the acid that was like a machine gun shooting, it fell on Uchiha Chinyu's body, like ripples like stirring the lake, directly piercing through the body. Finally, all of them fell into the lake. This inexplicable scene made people's pupils shrink suddenly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Is this an illusion? Or an illusion? Shiyu was the first to lose his temper. However, before anyone could react, the 7-tailed Chongming, who was in a state of temporary unconsciousness in the sky, raised his head and let out a sharp roar. The next moment, the 6 wings behind him suddenly shook down, and like a cannonball, he swooped down from the sky. The huge sharp horns tore the air along the way, stirring up a series of ripples, like a sharp sword falling from the sky, piercing Uchiha Chinyu. God's power! Facing this fierce and unparalleled attack, Uchiha Chinyu smiled warmly. The 9 Magatama Sharingan turned in vain and turned into a wind demon kaleidoscope. Facing the huge swooping attack, Chinyu seemed to be unaware of it and let it go straight through his body. With a deafening roar, the 7-tailed Shijiki pierced into the lake like a sharp arrow. It set off a large wave and rolled back in all directions. Earth escape wall. Kakashi, who had just arrived at the shore away from the battlefield under the escort of Susanoo, took the lead in attacking. Without the consumption of Sharingan's mana, Kakashi, who was 50-50 in the original work, also used a huge earth formation wall. As soon as he attacked, the earth wall of dozens of meters quickly extended and completely blocked the way for the lake water to hit the village. This kind of highlight moment of large-scale spells only appeared in Boruto, when dealing with the summoned beast. I'm sorry, I was thinking about practicing, and I completely forgot about you. Chinyu looked back at the people of Takigakura who were full of resentment, and touched his nose helplessly. Chinyu felt a little awkward facing this feeling of entering the body, but it must be said that Uchiha Obito, as one of the big bosses in the original work, possessed a very powerful Mangekyo pupil technique. Among them, his right eye can make himself virtual, transfer everything, and enter his unique pupil technique space, but this move requires contact between himself and the target, and establishes a connection to do it. Then, by selecting the spatial coordinates, he materializes himself. As for the left eye given to Kakashi in the original work, it has the ability to tear space. As long as the eye can reach, it can absorb enemy attacks from a distance and tear all selected objects. It can also give Yasakani no Magatama, which has the effect of tearing the space of divine power. It is a sharp means of one attack and one defense, invincible escape, and unexpected battle. Ding dang! Congratulations to the host for learning the eye technique Godly Power. Would you like to reach the maximum level with one click immediately? Ding dang! Congratulations to the host for learning the space-time ninjutsu. Would you like to reach the maximum level with one click immediately for the space-time perception? The ethereal voice of the system sounded in Uchiha Chinyu's mind. This long awaited at this moment, it also proved that the idea of seizing the divine power was feasible. Then, the next step is to use this as an opportunity to derive his own pupil technique. Chapter 276 Whoever says it is unlucky. Give me a one-click full level. Chinyu thought, and the ethereal voice of the system sounded again in his mind. Ding dang, host, please wait. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum level of pupil technique divine power with one click. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the space-time perception is one click full level. As the ethereal voice of the system faded away, a warm current filled Uchiha Chinyu's mind, and there was more way to use divine power. When he opened his eyes, a huge sound of breaking water suddenly echoed. Bang! Nanwei Chongming broke through the water directly, and missed again. Under the excessive force, the seemingly indestructible sharp corners were obviously still covered with mud and water plants. This full-strength attack obviously hit the wall hard. Looking at Chinyu, who was still unscathed and suspended in the air, the seven-tailed beast screamed to the sky with an indescribable anger. Roar! The sound waves rolled, the bloody mouth opened, and the violent power of the tailed beast poured into the mouth like a raging tide. In just a few breaths, a violent chakra of manly language turned into a black energy ball under crazy compression. This is the tailed beast ball. Shiyu, who watched this scene, was instantly ashen. However, the next moment, the behavior of the seven-tailed beast Chongming made him even want to die. Damn Uchiha brat, Uchiha Madara is very cunning, but he can't compare to you. The seven-tailed beast Chongming roared again and again. The successive failures obviously made it extremely impatient. Otherwise, it would not have used the tailed beast ball so quickly. The huge compound eyes suddenly turned and locked onto the direction of Shiyu and the others, and then roared again. You like to hide so much, I want to see if you will break your promise in the face of this attack. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, the tailed beast ball was instantly swallowed and spit out, and the air along the way seemed to be directly penetrated by the powerful force. With the ripples of the air, it spread across 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye and rushed straight to the earth formation wall cast by Kakashi. Everyone, cast the earth formation wall quickly. Shiyu didn't have time to think about it. For him, this matter was a fight between gods and mortals. Facing the attack of the tailed beast, Chinyu could invalidate it, but it did not mean that they could turn a blind eye. The whistling gale hit them head-on, and the hundreds of Taki ninjas led by Shiyu were shaking with their hands and legs as they quickly flipped. Facing such violent and huge chakra fluctuations, for them who were not good at earth escape, the so-called defense was nothing but a drop in the bucket. Here it comes. Kakashi glanced at Chinyu. However, the indifferent attitude made Kakashi couldn't help but shout out in a hurry. When his hands suddenly clasped together, the space node where the tailed beast ball that was rapidly crushing in the void was located appeared to be twisted like a vortex. The next moment, before everyone could react, the tailed beast ball that was whistling and attacking disappeared in front of them. The sudden scene made many people rub their eyes. If it weren't for the chakra fluctuations in the air, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that facing such a powerful tailed beast ball attack, it would disappear out of thin air. Puff! A trace of space fluctuation appeared in the sky as far as Chinyu could see. The next moment, the transferred tailed beast ball appeared again out of thin air. Accompanied by the thunderous explosion, a huge air wave impacted, and a large wave rolled around. Even Shiba and others who were thousands of meters away on the land could clearly feel the powerful impact of this wave of air. If the attack just now really landed in the Takigakuer, their fur-like earth formation wall alone would be completely vulnerable. This method is a bit similar to Minato's time and space barrier, which can transfer things to the selected space coordinates, but the space node he chose to transfer is probably within his sight. If it weren't for our safety, I think he could return this tailed beast jade to the seven-tailed Shijiki unexpectedly. Kakashi spoke first. He is indeed a genius. It can be said that his genius is not only reflected in his strength, but also in his brain talent that is not inferior to that of the Nara clan. He can see the clues just by one time. In any ninja village, he can become a military advisor. Kakashi, you mean, if this is my eye technique, can I do it too? Uchiha Obito grabbed Kakashi's shoulder and couldn't help laughing and said, "Kakashi, did you see that I'm no longer the last one? I will beat you up in the future, so that you know that the 5th Hokage will be me, not you. I also have a dream of being a Hokage." This is a bug in the original work that makes anyone unlucky except for Uzumaki Naruto, the Pigfoot. No matter how strong Uchiha Madara is, he was beaten to death. Or Rope Tree and Dan, who died on the battlefield. Even Uchiha Obito, the big boss, is no exception. As for Uchiha Sasuke, I heard that he once had such a dream. It can be said that compared with other ninja villages, even in the original work, Minato Namikaze, who made a bold statement with the 4th generation Raikage AI that he would meet again as the Queen of the Shadow next time, is a short-lived existence. He died before he even had time to warm up to the position of Hokage. As for Danzo, who followed in his footsteps and had been eyeing the position for decades, but had even worse luck, he was out of luck after just a few days. It can be said that this is a cursed position, and whoever says it is unlucky. Only those who are unintentional can be competent. Obito, I advise you not to be too happy too early. Kakashi rolled his eyes and said, "Don't forget, not everyone is Uchiha Chinyu. His talent is unfathomable, and even I can't figure it out. The same eye technique can be played 100% in his hands, but in your hands, it can be played 80%, or 50%, which is also unknown. Moreover, this eye technique can deflect powerful attacks such as the tailed beast ball, but it consumes a lot of chakra and eye power. With your small body, whether you can do it is another matter. Now you tell me that you want to be Hokage, be careful of bragging. You." Uchiha Obito was choked with anger, and it felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on his head. However, there was no way to refute it. After all, as Kakashi said, not everyone is Uchiha Chinyu. Chinyu did not refute Kakashi's words either. He just used the pupil power of the left and right eyes of Kamui to superimpose. The long-distance space absorption and transfer performed. This method was not possible for Uchiha Obito, who only had one eye, in the original work. But at the same time, the consumption of chakra, pupil power and physical strength was doubled, and there was a 5-second cooling time. However, after this attempt, Chinyu also came up with a little clue for his unique pupil technique. Chapter 277 Unique New Pupil Technique. "No way!" Seven-tailed Shijiki screamed, and the huge compound eyes suddenly turned and locked onto Uchiha Chinyu. If physical attack is just a test, then Tailed Beast Pill is its trump card. However, even this move was easily resolved, and the strength of the young man in front of it was still underestimated by it. The huge compound eyes flickered, and the next moment, under the bloody mouth of the seven-tailed Shijiki, endless scales and powder rushed out like a raging tide. With the huge wings shaking, the hurricane rolled up, and the pale yellow scales and powder quickly rolled back to the surroundings, occupying the entire world in a blink of an eye, completely hiding the figure of the seven-tailed Shijiki. Everyone be careful, this is the secret technique of the seven-tailed Shijiki, the scale powder hiding technique. As the village chief of Takanan village, Shibuya was of course very clear about what means the seven-tailed Shijiki had. He quickly covered his mouth and nose and shouted, "Once this scale powder enters the body, it will produce signs of paralysis and poisoning." The sudden scene instantly tensed everyone's nerves. However, facing the tactics chosen by the seven-tailed Shijiki, even Kakashi was very shocked. After the brief fight just now, he also saw that the Kamui displayed by Uchiha Chinyu was able to turn himself into a virtual being and also attack from a distance. This method seems to be very powerful, but behind every ninjutsu, there is a weakness. For example, Kamui's biggest weakness is facing saturated attacks. In the original work, when Konan was defeated in the Century Battle, the 600 billion detonation talisman technique was also to achieve this effect. And the poison scale powder displayed by Shijiki Nan also has this effect. Now, what Kakashi and the others want to see most is how Chinyu will deal with the tailed beast hiding. "Lin, did you feel the chakra fluctuations of the seven-tailed beast?" Uchiha Obito couldn't hold back. After all, this is his pupil technique. Although it was Uchiha Chinyu who was fighting, it was inevitable that he would be excited when watching. At the moment, the seven-tailed beast used the poison scale powder to restrain Kamui, which also made him feel unhappy. There is no way. There is chakra left in the scale powder. Even my perception ninjutsu can't find the figure of the seven tails. Nohara Lin shook her head solemnly. However, when her eyes turned and fell on Chinyu, her expression suddenly changed. Chinyu's appearance has changed. It seems that it is the Sage Mode that Minato has. Sage Mode? Uchiha Obito and Kakashi couldn't help but be stunned. As students of Minato Namikaze, they certainly know clearly what their teacher has. Among them, the Sage Mode is even praised as more difficult than the S-level forbidden technique. Even when Minato Namikaze just learned it, he also needed to spend a lot of time to collect natural power. However, now Uchiha Chinyu, but clapped his hands and stepped into the Sage Mode. The gap between the before and after is a bit too big. Want to escape? Chinyu smiled playfully. In the Sage Mode, these scales affect the perception of the ninja, but they cannot completely cover up the Sage Mode and sense the subtle changes in natural forces. His eyes turned in vain and locked onto the mountain rock wall thousands of meters away. Perhaps, Nanabe Chongming was worried that flying casually would cause the scales to blow away, thus being discovered. So he chose the most conservative way to escape. However, the moment Chinyu's eyes fell, Nanabe Chongming obviously felt something, and let out an unbelievable long roar. At the same time, the wings behind him suddenly shook, and he quickly flew into the air. At this moment, it was obviously planning to give up hiding its tracks. Oh my god, what did I see? The tailed beast actually took the initiative to escape. What god, you go up and try, you can't attack if you encounter an attack if you don't run away from the opponent you've encountered, are you waiting to be exhausted to death? However, why didn't that Konoha blood Ashura chase you? His eyes seemed to have changed. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The scales that filled the whole world were all swept away at the moment when the seven-tailed dragon flapped its wings. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Chinyu. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chinyu not only stopped chasing, but slowly closed his eyes, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. With the help of the system, his understanding of the eye techniques such as Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Kamui was so profound that it was not described in words. Accompanied by various information and complex calculations, as well as the supplement of experience, the huge information flow that converged rushed into Uchiha Chinyu's mind like a raging tide. Boom! A roar came from the depths of his mind, and Chinyu suddenly opened his eyes. His right hand suddenly grabbed the blood-red 9 Magadama Mangekaya. Sharingan in the air, and it turned wildly. Everyone in this space only felt that the speed of air circulation had paused a little. The next moment, before they could react, the body of the seven-tailed Shijiki, who was fleeing quickly in the distance, was stunned. As if being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, the crazy shaking wings gave people a feeling of being deep in the mud and struggling to move. The most unbelievable thing was that the world where the seven-tailed Shijiki was, whether it was trees or rocky mountains, even the earth and lake under him, seemed to be madly accumulated by invisible forces and collapsed. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, watching the seven-tailed Shijiki who seemed to be frozen in the void, struggling wildly and screaming miserably. Kakashi was the first to shrink his pupils suddenly and screamed in surprise. This is a gravity space. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has learned the gravity pupil. Do you want to reach the maximum level immediately with one click? The ethereal voice of the system echoed in Uchiha Chinyu's mind. Chinyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At first, he just guessed, deduced, and tried, but he didn't expect to succeed at once. Although the gravity pupil in front of him can only change 5 times the gravity and has many defects, in front of the system, all Tianma actions are possible. One click full level immediately. Ding dang, please wait for the host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the gravity pupil has been successfully maxed out with one click. As the ethereal system voice sounded again, a warm current emerged in Chinyu's mind, and his understanding of the gravity pupil was undoubtedly raised to the extreme. 10 times gravity, the longest duration is 30 seconds, and the cooling time is 5 seconds? Chinyu raised his eyebrows. He had already deeply understood the limitations of the rules set by the world. No world is absolutely invincible. Every creature has its own world, including gods and humans. However, this is not important to Chinyu. The most important thing is that he successfully created his own Mangekaya. Sharingan Pupil Technique. Chapter 278. If you take another step forward, I will kill you. Human child, let go quickly, I want to see how long you can hold out under the attack of my tailed beast ball. Nanabe Chongming roared. As one of the 9-tailed beasts, its strength is not outstanding. But being humiliated like this is obviously unbearable for its self-esteem as a tailed beast. In particular, it made a harsh statement at the beginning that it would make Takigaku pay a sufficient price. Buzz! The air suddenly vibrated. The speed of the seven-tailed beast was limited by the gravity space, but the mere 5 times was only the greatest restriction at the beginning. Now once it recovers, it has to open its bloody mouth and condense the tailed beast chakra all over its body to form a tailed beast jade. This is not a difficult task. Watching, the black chakra gathered crazily in the mouth. The chilling taste of chakra made Shehu cry. His only thought now is to pray to Chinyu to end this battle quickly. When the gods fight, mortals like them will not only suffer, but also their lives will be in trouble. However, just as this thought came up, Chinyu's eyes suddenly widened again. As the 9 Megatama Sharingan spun wildly, an even greater gravity, like a tidal wave, bombarded the body of the seven-tailed Shijiki. The bloody mouth that barely opened, the gathered-tailed beast ball, was instantly bitten by the closed mouth. At the same time as the thunderous explosion sounded, the huge body of the seven-tailed, like a meteorite from outer space, slammed heavily on the rocky ground below, which was originally shattered by gravity. Boom! The ground collapsed and the air wave overturned. The ground within a radius of 1,000 meters seemed to collapse rapidly as if it could not bear the weight. Originally, the seven-tailed Shijiki, whose body length was nearly 100 meters, was directly buried alive. When the air wave rolled back, the dust dissipated, and the world returned to clarity. The scene that came into view again made the Taki ninja present, and even Kakashi and others, feel like they were going crazy. Oh my god, am I dazzled? Please tell me quickly, this scene is not real. 1, 2, 3, 3 more tailed beasts, is God going to destroy our Takigaku? Including the seven-tailed Shijiki, the 4-tailed beasts have gathered together, Kin Konoha's blood assure resist. The huge scene, hundreds and thousands of Takigaku thought that after the battle just now, their nerves had been trained to be extremely strong. However, they never thought that all this was just a beginning. Looking at the 3 huge bodies that suddenly appeared, his mind was shocked and he wanted to slap himself dozens of times, hoping that he could wake up from this dream. No, look carefully, these are the tailed beasts in the hands of the bloody Ashura of Konoha from the major ninja villages in the intelligence. Shehu spoke first. As the head of a village, no matter how cowardly he is, his intelligence ability is still not small. Facing the major events in the ninja world, he also knows clearly. That is the 2-tailed Nikomata of the Cloud Village, the 3-tailed Isabu of the Mist Village, and the 4-tailed Son Goku of the Rock Village. Shehu's eyes quickly passed by the 3 figures like small mountains in the field. However, the more he looked at it, the more shocked he was, and finally he showed a look of disbelief and said, what is going on? These tailed beasts not only have no seal fluctuations, but also no shadow of pupil control. Yes, this is his charm. Kakashi suddenly spoke. I'm afraid he's the only one in the entire ninja world who can make the tailed beasts submit and obey. Ahem, little Kakashi, I didn't expect that we would meet again. Last time you owe me a grilled fish, don't run away later, go catch some fish for me. The huge eyes of the 3-tailed beast rolled and fell on Kakashi, saying, if you dare to run, I'll whip you away with one tail. The sudden words made Kakashi's face suddenly pale, and Nohara-rin on the side couldn't help laughing. The heavy and depressing atmosphere in the field was slightly relieved. This kind of laughter made the Taki ninja present have an inexplicable illusion. It turns out that the tailed beasts are not that scary. Damn kid, even if my body dissipates today, I will tear you to pieces. The 7-tailed beast roared and rushed out of the ruins directly. The hurricane brought by the vibration of the wings, the rolling sand and dust, the moment it soared into the sky, suddenly realized that the scene was a little wrong. There were too many familiar faces in that scene. Haha, Zyoki, don't be angry, it's all the bad ideas of the stinky turtle and the dead monkey. You have to hide and let the boss scold you before you are willing to come out to be a peacemaker. Airway spoke first and threw dirty water directly. Airway, you guy, who was secretly happy just now, and now you actually betrayed us, we will not forgive you. Sanwei blew his beard and glared. However, as soon as these words fell, the 4 tails standing next to him quickly moved their steps slightly and stood beside Airway. I can testify that all these bad ideas were from the stinky turtle. I heard that it was severely abused by the boss at the beginning, and it was unhappy, so it asked us not to come out. Dead monkey, you. Sanwei was furious, this is just a dumb person eating bitter herbs. Although it knew that the public's eyes were sharp. However, When the three-tailed beast cast its hopeful eyes on the crowd in the field, it had already turned its head and dispersed. After witnessing the monstrous power of the tailed beasts, who would want to get involved in the affairs of the tailed beasts? This is just looking for trouble. Okay, my pupil power has also been consumed a lot. You guys get together first. I think I have guests. Qin Yu watched the three-tailed beasts hiding in the dark and watching the show appear, and he also knew that this actual combat training could not continue. Looking back for a second, the seven-tailed beasts were re-emerged, and Qin Yu turned around and left. Asshole, it's just an asshole. The seven-tailed beast suddenly woke up in a daze, and while screaming sharply, it intended to flap its wings and rush towards the direction where Qin Yu was. However, as soon as it moved once or twice, three-tailed beast chakras that rushed into the sky exploded like a frenzy, gathered together, formed a terrifying aura, and rushed straight into the sky. The clouds that had been piled up in the sky were also penetrated by this blow. From a distance, it seemed as if a huge space funnel appeared in the whole sky. The sudden scene made Wei Chongming stunned. As tailed beasts, they should stand on the same front and fight violently in the face of human enslavement. But now, the murderous intentions of the three-tailed beasts are obviously locked on it. At this moment, Wei Chongming believed that as long as it moved a little, it would be dead. Wei, if you dare to take another step, I will kill you. Chapter 279 The Figure of the Old Man. Take another step forward and kill me? Wei Chongming was stunned. He never thought that the three-tailed beasts would say such words to him. Although, there would be disputes between the nine-tailed beasts. But facing humans, they should always be united. However, the scene in front of him completely overturned his cognition. Nanabe, I advise you to stop. The boss has shown mercy just now, otherwise you would not be alive in front of us now. Sanbai put away his usual playful smile and said in a heavy tone. Of course, if you, a fellow tailed beast, are unilaterally slaughtered by the boss, I think you still hope to die in our hands. Facing this, the two-tailed and four-tailed did not agree, but the eyes locked on the seven-tailed said it all. For a while, the atmosphere of the scene fell into silence. After more than 10 seconds, the fierce aura of the seven-tailed was instantly restrained, and he said, I want to know why you followed him. Is it because you are afraid of his strength and shocked? Don't forget, we didn't give in to the little devils of the Senjua family and the hateful Uchiha Madara. Until now, I am still resisting the fate of being enslaved. Have you really forgotten everything? The slightly long voice echoed between heaven and earth, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. The three-tailed beasts faced the questioning of the seven-tailed beasts, and they looked at each other at the same time and said, No, you are wrong. We just see the figure of the old man in him. And he is the only one who sincerely considers us as friends. The figure of the old man? Seven-tailed Chongming was stunned. For outsiders, they may not know who the old man is. But the six-path sage is like a reborn parent to them, the tailed beasts. Most importantly, the six-path sage once told them that day. One day, as tailed beasts living in this world, they will also make friends of their own. Is this the friend you recognize? After a long time, the seven-tailed beast couldn't help but speak. This time, the three-tailed beasts did not speak, but nodded at the same time. As the chakra that soared into the sky dissipated, the creepy feeling also disappeared. Looking around the huge ninja village, except for Uchiha Chinyu, whether it was Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi and others, and the people of Takigakure, they all fell to the ground helplessly. For them, under the tense confrontation between the four-tailed beasts, once a battle broke out. Not to mention the destruction of the village and the death of people, I am afraid that even Takigakure will be directly wiped off the map. Brother, do you really not need to care about them? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but take another look. Thinking of the fact that he was careless and brought the seven tails to Takigakure not long ago, and almost made a big mistake, Uchiha Itachi still felt resentful in his heart. Don't worry, they can't fight. Chinyu smiled warmly, reached out his hand lovingly, rubbed Uchiha Itachi's head and said, You kid, why did you run out of the village alone? If we hadn't arrived in time, what if you were identified as a traitor? Traitor. Uchiha Itachi dodged Chinyu's hand, glared at him, and said, Who told you not to tell me in advance when you left? If I am identified as a traitor, I will stay with you, isn't that great? Looking at the somewhat stubborn Uchiha Itachi, if the Itachi fan in the original work knew that Uchiha Itachi's character was directly destroyed in Chinyu's hands, I'm afraid he would complain to death. However, after Chinyu looked at Uchiha Itachi, he raised his eyebrows and said, "You kid, don't talk nonsense, be careful that your dad will beat you." "Brother, my dad is reluctant to beat me, he doesn't even know where I am." Uchiha Itachi showed a little pride. However, this bit of arrogance was soon interrupted by a stern voice from behind. "Itachi, you bastard, you left the village without permission, and now you are saying such treasonous words, don't you know how to repent?" Uchiha Fugaku, with Shisui, appeared behind Uchiha Itachi like a ghost. While pressing his big hand on Itachi's shoulder, Cosmic Wave Fugaku looked at Obito. "Have you opened the Mangekyo?" 2. Uchiha Obito is also a tail-end existence in the Uchiha clan. He hadn't opened the Sharingan at the age of 14 or 15, but he was like a cheat when he opened his eyes. Whether in the original work or in the current situation, Uchiha Fugaku took a second look. Moreover, Uchiha Obito had just opened his eyes, and he was not very proficient in controlling his pupil power. Although the Mangekyo had been closed, there was still some pupil power left. "Clan leader, it was brother Yu who helped me open it." Uchiha Obito looked at Chinyu for a while, and spoke hesitantly. "Don't be nervous. In addition to you, the clan leader and Shisui also have Mangekyo. As for Itachi, he will be able to open it in the future." Chinyu smiled and patted Obito on the shoulder. However, these words fell into Uchiha Fugaku's ears, making his expression suddenly change. "Chinyu, are you saying that the most important person around Itachi died?" Uchiha Madara was the first person in the Uchiha clan to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. He also knew the disadvantages of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and also knew the existence of the eternal Mangekyo. But all along, Uchiha Madara did not choose to artificially create a batch of Mangekyo owners. First, this method will cause the Uchiha clan to kill each other, and eventually it will evolve into a blood mist-like existence, which will inevitably lead to the decline of the Uchiha clan and accelerate its decline. Second, due to Uchiha Madara's ambition, he does not want to see the appearance of Uchiha clan members who are stronger than himself. After all, the most powerful means of the Uchiha clan is not fire escape, but the Mangekyo Sharingan. Once the eyes are opened, it is like cheating. The difference between before and after cannot be measured by common sense. Third, Uchiha Madara believes that personal strength is supreme. Due to these three reasons, even the head of the Uchiha clan, who is an exception, opened his eyes unexpectedly. He doesn't even know how to have the eternal Sharingan. And the heads of the Uchiha clan in the past generations did not leak this secret because of the consolidation of their own political power. Over time, it has become a clan secret that cannot be disclosed. Chinyu, do you know what the consequences of doing this will be? Uchiha Fugaku was the first to lose his temper. Uchiha Shisui also showed a hint of urgency and looked at Chinyu. Unlike Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui is completely a conservative faction. In the original work, in order to prevent the Uchiha clan from going berserk, he also gave advice to the third generation of Hokage and planned to use Kota Amatsukami to change Uchiha Fugaku's choice and mentality. After the experience of opening his eyes, with Shisui's intelligence, he clearly figured out the clues. However, opening the Mangekyo is not something that anyone can do. It also requires talent and pure blood. Chapter 280. Let's call him Sasuke. Hehe, don't worry, there are only a few people in the Uchiha clan who I can like. Chinyu smiled and rubbed Uchiha Itachi's head. Next time, if Itachi wants to open the Mangekyo, he can find me. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "If the child in Mikoto's belly, is there a chance?" Him. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, indeed forgetting that there is another Uchiha Sasuke. In the original work, Uchiha Sasuke can only be regarded as a supporting role in the early stage, with a little more drama. As for the word genius, it is not shown too much. Otherwise, it would not be completely overshadowed by the halo of Uchiha Itachi. In the later period, it was because of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan that he had a little ability to destroy the sky, the earth, and the air. It's a pity that Uchiha Itachi only placed Amaterasu in Sasuke's eyes. Tsukuyomi, one of the strongest illusions, was lost in the long river of history. And Uchiha Chinyu, with the help of the amplification eye, further strengthened Tsukuyomi. The illusion he cast was enough to take chaos seriously. In the case of surprise, the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan can be deceived. For the sake of uncle, reluctantly agree. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and said, Itaki, don't stare at me, I have promised your father, I extremely suspect that you will be a brother control in the future, and you don't even like women. Brother, I don't. Uchiha Itaki retorted in a hurry, my brother has not been named yet, father, why don't you let me choose one? Let you choose. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment. Because it was the Third Ninja World War, and there were more disputes in Konoha Ninja Village recently. The dissatisfaction and ambition within the Uchiha clan gradually increased. As a result, he had no time to name his son who was about to be born. Looking at Uchiha Itaki with an anxious face, Fugaku hesitated for a moment and said, You, kid, have also been very popular in the ninja world recently, and your aunt is also worried about you. Let you name this child. When the kid knows it in the future, he may feel happy and proud. Is this okay? Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. Looking at Itaki with a fiery look, Chinyu was too lazy to work hard and said, Suzuki. Suzuki? Uchiha Suzuki. Uchiha Itaki was startled at first, and couldn't help but mutter to himself a few times, then his eyes lit up and said, Father, this name is very good. From now on, my brother will be called Suzuki. He will definitely become a ninja like me who can stand alone. Looking at Uchiha Itaki with an excited face, Uchiha Shisui was startled at first, and said, This seems a bit inappropriate, right? What if my aunt doesn't like it? For Uchiha Shisui, as a rising star of the Uchiha clan, he was originally the focus of everyone's attention. Whether in the village or in the Uchiha clan, it is no exception. Most importantly, he has a younger brother who admires him deeply. Moreover, this younger brother is a genius. This feeling of being admired by geniuses cannot be expressed in words. However, the sudden appearance of Uchiha Kainu turned everything upside down. The halo of the genius of the Uchiha clan was taken away, and the treatment of being the center of attention was no exception. But what Uchiha Shisui could not accept the most was Uchiha Itaki's admiration for Uchiha Chinyu. I thought that this time, taking a risk and rescuing Uchiha Itaki could suppress Chinyu. In Uchiha Itaki's heart, he re-established an admirable figure. Unfortunately, facing the scene of suddenly appearing again and stealing the show, Uchiha Shisui's heart was torn and hurt. Most importantly, Uchiha Chinyu now seems to have gained another little fan. Although, being admired by Uchiha Obito, a low-ranking person, is not a glorious thing. However, if it is a little fan who has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, it is another matter. Therefore, in this matter of naming, Uchiha Shisui still holds the mentality of being able to suppress Uchiha Chinyu. No, I didn't expect Chinyu and Mikoto to think the same thing, both of them thought that Suzuki was the best name. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly laughed. In fact, from the beginning, he was a little reluctant in his heart. After all, this son was not born by the neighbor Wang. If Chinyu hadn't saved Itaki, and Chinyu had been too eye-catching during this period, Fugaku would not have made such a decision. Now that he can have the same name as Mikoto, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle, has aunt really thought it through? Uchiha Shisui asked hurriedly. Fugaku frowned and said, Shisui, your aunt has actually mentioned this matter a long time ago, and she also thought about letting Chinyu come up with the name, and the name Suzuki is also very good. Why are you so concerned about this matter? Is there something unspeakable? No, I just don't want my aunt and uncle to think that this name is not good in the end, and fail Chinyu's intentions. Uchiha Shisui explained hurriedly. Haha, Shisui, don't worry too much. If uncle and aunt think this name is not good, just change it. I don't mind at all. Chinyu laughed dryly, and looked at Shisui with a hint of smile. In the original work, Uchiha Shisui intended to change the entire Uchiha clan with one person's power. Chinyu actually guessed a little about his inner changes. Now he just hopes that he won't do anything stupid. Otherwise, Chinyu doesn't mind teaching him a lesson. Boss, are you done talking? We are all hungry. Look at this period of time, you are busy on the road, and you have starved us thin. Shouldn't you cook something for us yourself? The voice of the three-tailed beast suddenly came. It jumped onto Chinyu's shoulder and rubbed Chinyu's neck with its ferocious head from time to time. Uchiha Shisui and others present, as well as the people of Takigakure, were stunned when they saw the four-tailed beasts transformed into the size of Urha. After all, in the eyes of most people, the tailed beasts are extremely vicious. Every time they appear, it represents the arrival of disaster. However, now Chinyu has trained the four-tailed beasts like her, and they are just short of rolling around in cuteness. Okay, you are covered in scales, are you really going to rub me to death? Chinyu rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Are all the ingredients ready? Yes, they are ready. Sanwei was immediately alert when he heard it, and hurriedly jumped down to look at the huge snow-white body of more than 10 meters by the lake. Oh my god, this is the fish king in the lake, and it has finally been caught. Humph, you don't even look at who made the move. I'm afraid there is nothing in the water that can be a match for Sanwei Iso. Although this fish king doesn't eat people, it always attacks people in the village. It's a good thing to be caught. But do the tailed beasts need to eat? Why are they so excited and yawning? Chapter 281 Cooking Challenge from Takigakuer. Stinky Turtle, I agreed to surrender, but I don't plan to be like you, with no moral integrity at all, and be a fool here, making people laugh. Nanao Shijiki couldn't help but said angrily. Just now, under the coercion and inducement of the three-tailed beasts, the seven-tailed beast also agreed to temporarily surrender. However, next, I saw the three-tailed beast take the lead and run to the lake to catch fish, and finally turned into the size of a husky. He almost rubbed the trouser legs of humans when he ran there. This feeling is almost the same as the husky that raises its feet to pee and squats to poop. However, in the face of such disgusting behavior, the three-tailed beasts are actually happy. This is something that Shijiki's seven-tailed beast cannot accept at all. Can you eat the moral integrity you mentioned? The three-tailed beast looked around the big fish, turned around and threw a word to the seven-tailed beast out of the blue. Wait a minute, don't be greedy, but if you are missing, we can eat more. This fish is a little small, not enough for me to pick my teeth. I don't know if there are any more in this lake. Seeing the three-tailed beast running to the lake, staring at the water with green eyes, the people of Taki village couldn't help but shudder. Now the tailed beasts have become the size of a husky, and they look very cute. But if they stare at them and say something like human flesh is also delicious, this will make the entire Takigakuer village suffer. Humph, I won't do such a shameful thing as you, and we tailed beasts don't need to eat. If I abandon my dignity for such a small matter, I can't do such a thing. Nanabe snorted coldly. The body that was originally like a husky, with a bang, directly emitted a large amount of smoke and returned to its original form again. However, after the suffering just now, and the coercion and inducement of the three-tailed beasts, Nanabe obviously had no intention of running away. With a pair of huge wings vibrating, it landed on the lawn not far away and fell asleep directly on the ground. Looking at Nanabe Chongming, who is regarded as a fierce creature and every appearance is synonymous with disaster. Without a seal, it actually showed such a well-behaved attitude, which completely subverted the cognition of people in Takigakuer village. As expected of Konoha's rebel ninja, Blood Ashura, he can tame even the tailed beasts. Even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, couldn't do it. Sheu said with a face full of shock. Perhaps, handing over the seven tails is the best thing. In the original work, whether it was Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, the means of controlling the tailed beasts were to suppress them with force. If the tailed beasts were not resentful, they would not need to be sealed and suppressed. Compared with Chinyu, it is completely different. Of course, to achieve this premise, you also need to have a strong strength that can crush the tailed beasts. Otherwise, in the eyes of the tailed beasts, everything is nonsense. The village chief is right, but I don't know what means Uchiha Kainu relied on to make the tailed beasts obedient. Now it seems that the seven tails has surrendered, but it is still dissatisfied. Dongxing couldn't help but say. Sheu nodded and looked at the seven tails Chongming. He also knew how bad the temper of this tailed beast ancestor was. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he was still at risk of an attack at any time. After all, unless a person stays up all night and is alert all the time, even if he has divine power, it is difficult to resist the sudden attack that may happen at any time. Moreover, he has to face a sneak attack from a tailed beast, which is not a fun thing. Humph, I am happy that you don't eat it, but don't forget where your moral integrity is later. Sanwei rolled his eyes disdainfully, and then ran to Chinyu and said, Boss, this fish looks delicious and has few bones. What are you going to get for us? Also, Kakashi, you and Obito, if you want to eat, hurry up and help me, otherwise I will open the tailed beast ball to attack you. Kakashi and Obito were still considering how to join, but when this was said, they immediately rolled up their sleeves to help. This scene stunned Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui. Inevitably, like the people in Takigakure, an inexplicable thought emerged in their hearts. As a ninja with outstanding strength, and at a young age, that time should be spent on training and learning. Could it be that the genius component did not miss the opportunity to show off even the cooking skills? Patriarch Fugaku, Senior Shisui, remember to start early, otherwise you won't even have the chance to taste it. Nohara-rin entangled her hands behind her back and said with a smile, I won't waste time, I'll go help first. After saying this, Nohara-rin also walked over quickly. For a moment, facing the tailed beasts and the food that Konoha's geniuses yearned for, many people became curious about Chinyu's cooking skills. Village chief, why don't we take a break and not repair the village for the time being? With them here, no one should come to attack. Dongxing couldn't help but said first. Besides, everyone is hungry. If Uchiha Chinyu can really make something delicious, we can also imitate him. Faced with this proposal, the onlookers present all showed an eager look. After hesitating for a moment, Shao looked at Chinyu with a frown and said, Okay, let the chefs in the village come out and let them know that the food in our Takigakure is also very good. Although, in terms of combat power, our Takigakure cannot compete with Uchiha Chinyu, but in terms of cooking skills, we must also win and boost morale. Boost morale and beat them in cooking. Ella trademark S go catch fish quickly. There should be other big fish in the lake besides the kingfish. Ella trademark S go, hurry up. With the cheers of Takigakure, the atmosphere in the field completely changed. Takigakure, which had almost been destroyed a moment ago, now became a cooking competition, and the atmosphere was extremely high. The gap between the two made Chinyu look confused. This plot change is too dramatic. Ertsk, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well, fireflies dare to compete with the bright moon, wait a minute, the boss will make a move and let you know what the gap is. Sanwei rolled his eyes disdainfully, then stuck out his tongue and yawned, Boss, have you thought of what dish to cook? Oh, under this ignorant challenge, you must make a dish that will shock the world, otherwise it will be bad for your reputation as the blood Ashura of Konoha. Looking at Sanwei, who was completely immersed in the role of Urha, his saliva was almost flowing out of the ground like a river. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly, and finally thought of it. It seemed that there was enough time for the side dishes made in the sealed scroll. Perhaps the giant grass carp king in front of him could be made into an authentic hard dish. Chapter 282 As miserable as shit. Uchiha Kainu, I have heard of your thunderous reputation in the ninja world. A moment later, an old chef about 60 years old, with a vigorous spirit and a head full of silver hair and a neat belt, came out with 8 apprentices. Looking at the chef's uniform, Qin Feng basically guessed what dishes they were going to make. Hello. Qin Yu, who was preparing seasonings, kitchen utensils and other things, looked at the old man with great momentum and politely replied. Qin Yu didn't care about the cooking competition. He just wanted to cook a meal quietly and then eat it. Hello. My name is Shivuki. Thank you for helping our Takigakure to quell the rebellion and taking Nanabe away. The old man said here, took a closer look at Nanabe and said, no one in the village will need to follow my son's path in the future. However, you won the battle, but cooking requires a lot of time in addition to talent. Next, I will show you the stunning sushi of our Takigakure and let you have a full meal. Old Shi, the fish is ready. Shiyu walked over quickly, maintaining the respect of a junior to the old man in front of him. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of Taki ninjas were seen turning out of the lake, holding fish the size of rice in their hands. They looked similar to the kingfish caught by Sanwei, but the size was more than 10 times different. Okay, although we may have some differences in the ingredients, I will conquer you with my cooking skills. Shi Lao said in a deep voice, my 8 apprentices have learned my true teachings, and today I will compete with you. Go and kill the fish, and the best rice, I want to make the most delicious sushi. The old voice, with a hint of hoarseness from the years, inevitably gave people a taste of stirring emotions. As soon as the voice fell, 8 disciples immediately took out their knives and started to fight. Looking at the scene with so many people, it was a bit overwhelming, and the onlookers in Takigakure started to cheer. Qin Yu, do you need help? It seems that wherever you go, whatever you do will cause trouble. Uchiha Fugaku laughed dryly and said, I have cooked at home. In Fugaku's eyes, I thought, Uchiha Chinyu's appearance in Takigakure would bring a disaster. I never thought that things would evolve to this point. It gives people a feeling of joy. Hey, father, You are really a joke. Even the puppies at the entrance of the village don't eat your rice. You'd better not talk big and lose your tongue and face your brother. Itaki rolled his eyes disdainfully. You are rebelling, kid. Being dismantled in public, Uchiha Fugaku immediately became furious. Facing the commotion in the field, Chinyu didn't take it to heart. Looking at the well-prepared kitchen utensils, various seasonings, and side dishes, Chinyu looked at the big fish that was still throbbing and exhaled a deep breath. With a backhand seal, accompanied by a puff, white smoke came out, and the long needle and the ninja sword instantly fell into his hand. Watching this scene, Sanwei immediately became energetic. No. It should be said that the people present, including the old chef of Takigakuer, also cast their gazes. As a notorious existence in the ninja world, the extent of his cooking skills is also worth studying. However, just as this thought came to his mind, Chinyu entered the lightning chakra mode with lightning flowing all over his body. With one step, the whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had come to the fish king that was more than 10 meters away. Without any fancy moves, the 5 fingers of his right hand clasped the huge fish scales, and the muscles of his arm bulged rapidly. In full view of the crowd, he threw the fish king into the air with his backhand. The sudden scene almost made the people present burst their eyes. The size of the fish king is not much different from that of the tailed beast, and he can throw the fish king away easily. Who can do this kind of method? In particular, Shigeki Nanabe was awakened from his sleep, and the moment he saw this scene, his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a big hand. That feeling was as if he had put himself into the body of the fish king. Thunder style, Chidori flow. As soon as the fish king was thrown into the air, Chinyu formed a seal with his left hand, and the lightning on his body shot up like a raging tide. The speed was so fast that it instantly enveloped the fish king, who was struggling frantically. Under this perfect current, his whole body was instantly paralyzed and lost the ability to struggle. To remove the earthy smell of a fish, you must never bleed a dead fish. Only by bleeding the fish while it is alive can the fish retain its greatest freshness. Looking at the fish king thrown in the air and ready to fall, Chinyu's eyes suddenly turned down with his 9 Magadama Mangekyo Sharingan. He bent his legs slightly and kicked them, leaving only a trace of electric arcs in the original place. The next moment, the huge body of the fish king seemed to stay in the air. A flash of electric light like an afterimage passed by quickly. The gills of the fish were quickly cut, and the blood flowed into the lake like a stream of water under the traction of a special force. At the same time, with a flash of lightning, the huge scales as big as a bowl flew up instantly. In the sunlight, strands of cold light flowed. What people didn't expect was that the 2 huge pieces of fish meat were neatly cut at some point. The internal organs were also separated and picked up instantly and fell into the lake. The seemingly cumbersome scene took only a dozen breaths. When they reacted, the fish had been completely cut. The huge skeleton, 2 large pieces of fish meat, and the gills were opening and closing, and the fish king was obviously still maintaining vital signs. This is it, it's so fast that it doesn't even know it was killed. Fire escape Phoenix Fairy Flower Technique. Chinyu's hands flew, and a series of seals fell, and sparks bloomed instantly. However, the power of this fire was not great. Like a sky full of sparks, it was sprinkled on the 2 large pieces of fish meat. The next moment, the fish meat made a crisp sound under the sparks. The originally snow-white fish meat, under the slight burning, slowly rolled up slightly, and the layer of fish skin became even tighter. What a precise knife technique, and a precise fire escape ninjutsu. The temperature is so well controlled that the freshness of the fish meat is locked with thunder escape, and then with the help of sparks, the whole piece of fish meat is covered in an instant, and then the freshness contained in it is completely forced out. The wrinkles on the face of the woodman were pulled like bark. Looking at the knife technique that was like a feast, combined with ninjutsu, it turned into a magical work. Compared with this, the 8 apprentices who made him satisfied and proud the moment before. The seemingly skillful knife technique, the gesture of turning and moving the fish on the chopping board. There is no comparison between the two, there is simply no harm. Once compared, it is simply as miserable as shit. Chapter 283. Do we still have a chance of winning? His eyes have changed. Someone exclaimed. Soon, Uchiha Chinyu put his hands together and the sage mode was launched again. With the powerful pupil power and sharp and subtle perception, 2 huge pieces of fish meat, as if seen through, appeared in Chinyu's sight. The texture of the fish meat and the fish bones hidden in it, like the veins of green leaves, emerged one by one. To make the fish meat more chewy and tasteful, the fish bones are one of the major flaws. As the silk thread in the long needle of the ninja sword was pulled apart by Qin Yu, his eyes suddenly condensed, as sharp as an eagle. The whole thing turned into lightning and disappeared out of thin air. Looking around, whether it was Kakashi or Uchiha Fugaku and others, they could only vaguely see that Qin Yu, the silk thread in his hand, quickly wrapped around the fish meat. The fish bones were instantly and accurately removed where the long needle passed. When the fish bones fell all over the sky, Qin Yu suddenly stopped, grabbed the silk thread with his right hand, and pulled it off suddenly. The crisscrossing chakra steel wires tied the fish meat, like countless sharp blades, directly cut the fish meat into fish slices of uniform size and thickness at precise angles. Bring the big basin. Qin Yu, who was in mid-air, suddenly spoke. The man who had already prepared his thugs directly took out a large basin with a diameter of 8 or 9 meters. You are not mistaken. This is the big pot that the three-tailed fox secretly made with the four-tailed fox after seeing more and more people snatching food from the tiger's mouth. There are also some kitchen utensils that are specially made in large sizes, in order to eat more food. The snow-white fish meat fell directly into the big basin, and the huge fish head was also cut into small pieces and fell into another big basin. Qin Yu took a look at the red-hot pot, lifted it up with his backhand, poured the oil down, and many spices such as pepper and ginger quickly fell into the pot. With the sizzling sound, the special large shovel in his hand also flew up quickly. For a moment, the fragrance of the ingredients, accompanied by the steaming smoke, spread out, bringing an attractive stimulating spiciness. At the same time, Qin Yu grabbed the air with his backhand, and the seal scroll fell into his hand, spreading with the smoke. Several huge jars fell to the ground. The lid of the jar was opened, and an inexplicable sour smell dissipated with the wind. The special pickled cabbage gave people a feeling of salivation. The pickled cabbage was taken out and cut quickly by Qin Yu with his backhand, and fell into the big pot like a fairy scattering flowers. Stir-fry quickly, and when a large amount of water is collected, water and fish meat and bones are directly added. Xiao Si, add some fire. Qin Yu paused his hand and said without looking back. Boss, I'm coming. Sniffing the tempting aroma, the four-tailed beast couldn't hold back any longer. As soon as the words fell, he ran to the big pot, and with his hands flying, he used the fire escape ninjutsu to heat it up. As for the melting escape, this iron pot was still a bit too much. Although the four-tailed beast was impatient, he still endured it. Boss, I just stole all the eggs from the whole village. Are these enough? Kakuzu, who had been disappearing, suddenly appeared. The huge dustpan on his back was full of eggs. Looking at the posture, he completely changed from a fierce and powerful first bounty hunter who shocked the ninja world to a little thief who stole eggs. However, facing such a shameful theft, the ant present did not dare to criticize it. The only thing he could do was to swallow his anger. At the same time, he was eager to see what kind of plain Uchiha Kainu, who was known as the Bloody Ashura of Konoha, was going to make. Little Sanzi, separate the eggs and egg whites, and then mix them with the fish meat. As Qin Yu gave orders one by one, the three-tailed beasts and Kakashi and others who helped him also got busy. After all, it takes a lot of effort to cook such a huge fish king. Although this tempting delicacy has not yet been served, looking at the three-tailed beasts working hard and Uchiha Qin Yu who orders them like servants. A series of gurgling sounds of swallowing saliva have been heard in the field. It can be said that if you don't see it with your own eyes, no one is willing to believe that the tailed beasts can be so shameless in order to eat. Boss, the egg white and fish meat are mixed. The three tails ran over. Looking at the saliva flowing from the corners of its mouth, its eyes looking into the pot from time to time, and the constant sound of its belly beating. Qin Yu smiled and patted its head and said, "It's almost done, sprinkle the fish meat in the fish bone soup." Boss, okay. The three tails responded quickly. When the fish meat was evenly scattered, Qin Yu poured a large amount of oil into another red-hot pot. When the oil was hot, the peppers, pickled pepper powder and other things that had been prepared long ago were directly dropped into the hot oil. After a little cooking, they were poured onto the fish meat in the pot. The sizzling sound of the oil echoed, and at the same time, there was an extremely tempting spicy smell mixed with the sweet fragrance of the fish meat. As the breeze passed, the tailed beasts and people present couldn't help sniffing and widening their eyes. Looking at the fish slices that were quickly rolled up in the hot oil with egg white, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Boss, can we eat it? The three-tailed beast's eyes were shining. If it weren't for the existence of Uchiha Chinyu, he would have probably exploded long ago. However, compared with the three-tailed beast, the two-tailed beast and the four-tailed beast were not much worse. Their gaze-like posture gave people a feeling of being in front of a powerful enemy. It was completely different from the attitude of being used as a servant the moment before. And facing the excitement in front of him, the seven tails who were standing in the distance pretending to be aloof couldn't help but take a few more glances at the boiling pickled fish. This was the first time it had seen such a spicy dish mixed with the sweet fragrance of fish. Most importantly, the performance of the three-tailed beasts really made it, and even everyone in the field, feel a little eager. They were eager to try this food that made the tailed beasts crazy. In another minute or two, you can pick up your chopsticks. Chinyu patted the dust on his body and looked at the nearly 10-meter-long pot. This meal was not easy to cook. When his eyes suddenly turned and fell on the 8 disciples of the wood-wearing man who had already stopped in shock, he smiled and said, "Would you like to taste the food of Great China?" As soon as these words fell, it was like a kimono's lever to pry the earth. It moved people's hearts like a lever. After the 8 disciples looked at each other, they couldn't help but look at the old man and said, "Master, do we still want to continue?" "Continue?" The old man was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly and said, looking at their expressions, "Do we still have a chance of winning?" Chapter 284. This result is too ridiculous. 3 days later, along with the Iron Country, the 5 cage talks failed. The Konoha Ninja Village, which was on high alert, opened the sealed door that had been closed for 10 days again. 3 figures, looking dusty, quickly flashed into the door, and then Minato Namikaze, as the 4th Hokage, took off the hat representing the identity of the Hokage. 4th generation, hard work. An Anbu ninja quickly landed in front of the 3 people and said, "Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama has also worked hard. You are too kind. It is the most tiring for you to patrol and guard continuously during this period." Minato Namikaze yawned. He possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, but he accidentally discovered the traces of Orochimaru and Danzo on the road. After a fruitless investigation, he wasted a lot of time. Originally, he thought that he could squeeze out some time to rest after returning to the village. But now, seeing the 3 Hokage recruited by him, his expression changed slightly. Did something happen? Namikaze Minato changed the subject and said straight to the point. The Anbu ninja was stunned at first, and after a little hesitation, he said, "4th generation, let the 3rd generation tell you about this matter in person." Looking at this scene, Namikaze Minato did not force it. Although this is in the Konoha Ninja Village, it is unknown whether there are other spies discussing business in such a public occasion. This is not a good thing. "Minato, let's go, don't keep the teacher waiting for a long time." Jiraiya also nodded and urged. He has been chasing Orochimaru's steps, intending to save him from the edge of running away. Unfortunately, there is no way to do it. Moreover, the traces of Orochimaru found in the past few days have one thing in common. The cemetery was robbed. This reminded Jiraiya of the forbidden technique that Orochimaru had secretly learned, the impure world reincarnation, which was about the reincarnation of the dead. This made Jiraiya smell something unusual, and he was eager to tell the 3rd generation about it. As the 3 reached a consensus, the Anbu turned around and led the way. When the closed door of the Hokage building was pushed open, the first thing that came into view was still Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting in the Hokage seat. However, in addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen, there were also figures of Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui in the office. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato was startled at first, and then hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Minato, don't be rude." Jiraiya interrupted first, "Teacher, this time we went to the Iron Country to attend the 5 Shadows Conference and ended in failure. On the way, we received news that Uchiha Chinyu invaded the Cloud Village and took away the 2-tailed Nikomata. After the 4th Raikage learned of this result, he ignored our dissuasion and completely disrupted the plan." As Jiraiya narrated, the 3rd Hokage, who had closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, opened his eyes. There was no surprise on his slightly old face. He smiled and said, "I already know these things. Jiraiya, don't talk to Minato like this in the future. After all, he is now a Hokage, and his status is higher than yours." "This. I know." Jiraiya was startled at first, glanced at Namikaze Minato with a bitter face, and couldn't help but cough dryly. Anyone can see that Minato Namikaze took over the position of the 4th Hokage just to take over immediately, and to suppress the disturbance caused by Uchiha Chinyu's defection from the village. However, Minato Namikaze is still the Hokage after all. Now that he has returned to the office, not only has his position been taken by someone else, but he also has no right to speak, which is a bit embarrassing. Ahem, third generation, you are too kind. Teacher Jiraiya, you are right. I am too impatient. After a few dry coughs, Minato Namikaze returned to the previous topic and said, third generation, when we returned to the village, we found traces of Danzo and Orochimaru, but when we almost arrived at the rain village, all the clues were cut off. And Orochimaru kept appearing on the battlefield. Some camps were said to have been attacked by him. At this point, Minato Namikaze looked at Jiraiya for a while and said, according to the teacher's speculation, Orochimaru might be conducting experiments related to the forbidden technique left by the second generation Hokage, the Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation? The eyes of the third Hokage widened involuntarily, and his slightly old face showed solemnity. He said, that guy has never been simple. Among the three of you, he has the strongest talent, but the worst character. I should have smashed him to death with a stick that day. Listening to this secret, Jiraiya and others couldn't help but change their expressions. The reason why Orochimaru rebelled that day was because the third Hokage discovered that Orochimaru was secretly conducting human experiments, and then he personally led the team to snipe. In his middle-aged heyday, the third Hokage was known as a professor of ninjutsu, and he was assisted by the Kongo ape demon. Without a set of forbidden techniques, Orochimaru, who had not even learned the immortal reincarnation, was not an opponent at all, and was directly blocked by the third Hokage in the laboratory. If the third Hokage hadn't deliberately let him go, the subsequent third Hokage would not have been successfully killed. Teacher, you don't have to blame yourself. It was Orochimaru who was obsessed and unrepentant. I will definitely wake him up. Jiraiya said in a deep voice. His eyes suddenly turned to Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui. Now, teacher, can you tell us that during this period of time what happened in the village? In the past, when Danzo controlled the ANBU route, the guards led by Uchiha Fugaku rarely entered the Hokage's office to participate in meetings. Now that Danzo is not here, the situation in the village has changed. But the appearance of Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui in the Hokage's office together also made people feel bad. Looking at your expressions, I should be able to guess that this matter is not simple, right? The third Hokage did not point it out directly. After keeping it a secret, he looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku had already been mentally prepared, but facing the third Hokage's gaze, he exhaled a deep breath and said, 6 days ago, Uchiha Itachi left the village without permission and was captured by Takigaku Mizuha. His purpose is to obtain the Sharingan to control the seven-tailed Shijiki to carry out a series of rebellious actions, including colluding with the rebel ninja Akahashi of the Bear Country and the Star Village. However, when they rebelled, they fought with the team led by Kakashi who had infiltrated Takigaku. Facing the team using the hero's water hookah, Kakashi and his team were defeated. At the critical moment, Uchiha Kainu and Kakuzu appeared in Takigaku. The slightly long voice echoed in the Hokage's office. As the expressions of Minato Namikaze and others changed one after another, Jiraiya was the first to lose his temper and said, the result is that the seven tails fell into the hands of Uchiha Kainu. Did Takigaku fall into ruin? Faced with this question, Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui were stunned, recalling the day when Nanao Shijiki completely threw away his moral integrity, yawning, and begging for a taste. There was also the Takigaku who lined up to see off Uchiha Chinyu, and the muscles on his cheeks were still twitching involuntarily. It can be said that this result is too fucking ridiculous. Chapter 285 The 5-Cage Conference was held again. Brother Fugaku, what happened? How many people died in Takigaku? Minato Namikaze's face suddenly changed, and he asked. Not long ago, he proposed a peace meeting with Uchiha Kainu. Although the 5-Cage talks failed, if there is any huge mistake in Takigaku at this critical juncture, it will be a huge loss to Minato Namikaze's credibility and reputation, as well as Uchiha Kainu's countermeasures. No. Uchiha Fugaku's expression froze, and he touched his nose awkwardly, saying, Chinyu helped Takigaku to quell the rebellion. In the end, not only Takigaku, but also the people of Stargaku who came late, lined up to see him off. If you have to say, Chinyu might have become the savior of their 2 ninja villages. Savior? Minato Namikaze and the others were stunned and could not react at all. When they heard this, their hearts skipped a beat and they were already preparing for the worst. Now Uchiha Fugaku not only told them that Chinyu did not destroy Takigakuer, but also became the savior. There was also a line to send him off. This was not in the public eye, but in the Hokage's office. They really wanted to slap themselves a few times to see if they were dreaming. Well, when I learned the news, my thoughts were not much different from yours. The third Hokage broke the silence and said, however, there is one thing I want to mention again. According to the Kakashi team and the battle witnesses provided by Takigakuer, Uchiha Chinyu's strength has become even stronger, and he has also mastered a new eye technique. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly. The battle that day shocked the entire Takigakuer. However, the only thing that made people feel fortunate was that the divine power displayed by Chinyu came from Uchiha Obito, and only Sheu and other high-level people in Takigakuer knew it. At the request of Uchiha Fugaku, this information was not leaked. After all, the Uchiha clan had Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Kainu, two of whom opened the main Jikaya Sharingan, like a cheat. If people outside knew that the Uchiha clan had added Uchiha Obito in addition to Uchiha Kainu, Fugaku, and Shisui. As a result, I am afraid that even the high-level officials and daimyo of Konohagakuer would be afraid. After all, there is already a precedent for the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. Each of them is so powerful. Now the Uchiha clan has suddenly appeared, so many geniuses with main Jikaya Sharingan. That feeling is a bit like street cabbage. However, this world is not short of people who believe in danger. Under the public criticism, the Uchiha clan may become the public enemy of the ninja world. New eye technique. Namikaze Minato's face changed involuntarily, and he said in a hurry, in the intelligence and the information provided by Fugaku, doesn't it say that once the Uchiha clan opens the main Jikaya, they can only have 3 eye techniques at most? From what we know, Chinyu has already used the strongest attack, Black Flame Amaterasu, the strongest illusion, Tsukuyomi, and the strongest defense, Susanoo. Now, what kind of eye technique has he awakened? After the words fell, whether it was Minato Namikaze, or even Jiraiya and Tsunade, their expressions became more solemn. Anyone who can obtain any of the 3 major eye techniques is enough to be called a killer. Now Chinyu not only has 3, but also needs to continue awakening. Is this person more alive than a human? When Jiraiya and others thought of this, the urgency in their eyes became even greater. You are wrong, he has awakened 3 more, and it is still related to time and space ninjutsu. The 3rd generation Hokage said in a deep voice. In his eyes, a kind of kaleidoscope pupil techniques, enough to rival a forbidden technique. Now Chinyu has 6 techniques as soon as he opens his eyes. This person can be called a person blessed with forbidden techniques. He even mastered the space-time ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato's face changed drastically. Among the many ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu is rare. But everyone who masters space-time ninjutsu can be called an indestructible cockroach. If you can't beat him, you can always escape. This is also the main reason why Namikaze Minato has always been selfish and didn't want to teach Chinyu the Flying Thunder God technique privately. Just ask a person who already has such a terrifying strength, if he also masters the space-time ninjutsu. In that huge ninja world, unless Chinyu is determined to fight to the death, who can keep him? Moreover, facing his unfathomable strength, who can force him to death? Minato, you should understand now that the matter of Uchiha Chinyu has become extremely difficult. The 3rd Hokage said in a deep voice, not only can he make himself virtual and invalidate the attack, but he can also transfer the attack over a long distance. At the same time, he also has the ability to control the gravity of a piece of heaven and earth space. The 3rd Hokage said as he took out a scroll. This is the information brought back by Fugaku. You will know the horror of this space-time ninjutsu after you take a look. Fugaku? Namikaze Minato was stunned. Uchiha Chinyu is a member of the Uchiha clan after all. Uchiha Fugaku should not leak the information in this eye technique. Moreover, if he just finds an excuse to get away with it, the 3rd Hokage will not investigate further in the current situation. After all, this person is Uchiha Chinyu. Minato, stop staring at me. This is what Chinyu allowed. He said that if there is no challenge, life will be boring. However, that is only general information and its role is dispensable. After many fights, you will find clues. Uchiha Fugaku said with a wry smile. Madman, he is indeed a madman, and we are totally incomparable. Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly. Fugaku, fighting can get information, but that is the premise of being able to survive. It can be said that Chinyu allowed you to hand over this information, which means that each of us has lived one more time. Faced with this speech, the people present couldn't help but feel depressed, whether it was the three ninjas or the third generation of Hokage. After all, it has only been a few months since Uchiha Chinyu rose to the present. The strength he showed was stronger and stronger, refreshing their cognition again and again. If it is a one-on-one fight, looking at the field, there is absolutely no one who can confront head-on. Well, although Minato has Chinyu's ambition, I have to admit that the boy is indeed a pervert and may reach the level of the Uchiha clan ancestor, Uchiha Madara, or even the first Hokage. The third Hokage looked solemn, and after a pause, he said, "So next, in order to deal with the turmoil in the ninja world caused by Uchiha Chinyu's actions. This time, I will personally take the lead and convene the 5-Cage Conference." Chapter 286 If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dead. Third generation, you said you want to convene the 5-Cage Conference again? Why? Namikaze Minato's expression changed drastically. A few days ago, the 5-Cage Conference was held, but it ended in a bad mood. At this critical juncture, if the 5-Cage Conference is not handled properly, it will undoubtedly be a humiliation. Minato, I know what you are worried about. The third Hokage said in a deep voice. It was the newly appointed 4th Mizukage who convened it before. With the current lack of high-level combat power, the Mist Village has no way to deter the forces of all parties and increase appeal and cohesion. At this point, the third Hokage looked around the field and said, "But our Konoha village is different. The return of Tsunade and Jiraiya, the rise of you, Minato, the growth of younger generations such as Kakashi, and the Uchiha clan led by Fugaku, the Hyuga clan led by Hayashi, and other forces, these alone are enough for our Konoha village to completely control the initiative." Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. He never thought that the third Hokage would tie their Uchiha clan and the chips of Konoha village together. However, this seems to be the decentralization of power, but after thinking about it, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't hold back. Facing the third Hokage, the 5-Cage meeting that was suddenly held, it felt like an invisible big hand was tightening my heart. It can be said that looking at the whole audience, everyone had the same idea in their hearts. "Hehe, you don't have to look hesitant, I know what you are thinking." The third Hokage said with a smile, "This time I convened the 5-Cage meeting, also to provide a place for Uchiha Chinyu and the 4 major countries to negotiate. Peace talks?" Namikaze Minato raised his eyebrows and smiled bitterly. "Third generation, it's not that I don't believe in your appeal. But the third Mizukage of the Mist Village and the 4-tailed Jinchuriki of the Rock Village were killed, the second-tailed of the Cloud Village was captured, and the third Kazekage might fall in the hands of Chinyu, the Red Sand Scorpion. Under these premises, it is impossible for the 4 major countries to put aside their prejudices and negotiate with Uchiha Chinyu." Many people in the field nodded secretly to Namikaze Minato's words. "Minato, you are right." The third Hokage nodded and said, "So, the premise of the peace talks is to let Uchiha Kainu take out the 4-tailed beasts he obtained. As for those killed by Uchiha Kainu people, under the wars and disputes, so many people were killed. Life and death are just a competition of strength. If Uchiha Chinyu is willing to take out the tailed beast, I am willing to give Konoha Ninja Village to the 4 major ninja villages. Apply pressure to bring order to the shinobi world." At the end of the sentence, the third Hokage looked solemn and upright, and his words had an unquestionable flavor. However, when faced with this statement about protecting the safety of the ninja world, everyone in the scene had different expressions. Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui couldn't help but glance at each other with strange expressions on their faces. "Fugaku, Shisui, what do you mean by your expressions?" The third Hokage was startled at first, then frowned, looking slightly displeased. Under such a major and inspiring speech by the leader, the people present should respond with warm applause and support him. The current deserted situation undoubtedly made the third Hokage feel that it was difficult to step down. "Sandaime-sama, tell me, those tailed beasts are screaming one after another, will Chinyu hand them over?" Uchiha Fugaku said helplessly. Although Shisui on the side did not echo the words, the affirmative expression on his face undoubtedly meant that he was thinking of the same place as Uchiha Fugaku. The third Hokage was startled at first, and after opening his mouth, he couldn't speak. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, he sighed and said, "No matter what, I have sent people to the 4 great ninja villages and proposed to reconvene the 5 Shadows Conference. At the same time, Yun Ninja Village, which had just suffered a rebellion, was trapped in the huge Hokage office, and fell into an inexplicable depression. The 4th Raikage stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, looking at the half-destroyed Rocky Mountain in the distance, his face becoming increasingly livid. Asshole! The 4th Raikage suddenly roared up, and the lightning from his right hand flew down, slamming it down on the desk. Boom! It echoed with a dull crashing sound. The huge impact caused the tabletop to collapse, and with the lightning splashing, even wood debris flew out. The violent scene gave those waiting quietly a hint of bitterness on their faces. Of course they knew that with the temper of the 4th Raikage, they would not let such a thing go. But now it seems that any explanation will seem feeble. You bastards, you know, in front of the other 4 shadows, I slapped my chest and vowed to say cruel words. Now you tell me, Uchiha Chinyu not only entered the village without anyone noticing. Moreover, he also took away the 2-tailed Nikomata. The most important thing is that he helped our Cloud Ninja village put down the rebellion. The 4th generation Raikage roared angrily, and his posture was almost as bad as he put his fingers on their foreheads. Next, pinch it hard. Do you know what their expressions were at that time? Those warriors could hardly hold back their laughter. Tell me how to walk outside in the future. The sound of words made Tutai shrink involuntarily, and said weakly, 4th generation, the situation was urgent that day, and I suddenly forgot about it. Keep a low profile. After all, in any ninja village, after experiencing this kind of rebellion, and seeing the backbone of the existence, who would think so much except to express their anger? What a sentence I forgot! The 4th Raikage said angrily, and looked at Samui and said, who can tell me why you didn't take action that day to stop Uchiha Chinyu and let the 4 great ninjas knowing that he can come and go freely in our Yun Ninja village? Do I still have any dignity? Hearing this, Tutai's expression couldn't help but change slightly. The advisors and elders of the clan had also requested that they pursue and stop Uchiha Chinyu. However, faced with this request, Tutai rejected it. When he thought of this, Today couldn't help but glance at Kiribi, who looked like he was having nothing to do next to him. Kiribi picked his ears and quickly came to his senses, saying, "Brother, you can't blame the teacher. That Uchiha Chinyu, even the second tail surrendered on his own initiative. Who is qualified to stop him? If they really do it, I think whoever does it will die first. Brother, when you come back, you will be a bachelor commander. You can't talk about it. It's so easy to curse people. You." The fourth Raikage suddenly finished his words. The lightning on his body suddenly surged, and he appeared in front of Kiribi like a ghost. At the moment of roaring, he punched Kiribi on the head. "You bastard, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dead." Chapter 287. A banner was sent. Bang! A dull thunderous collision suddenly echoed, and with a huge impact, Kiribi hit the ground hard. Along with the sudden collapse of the ground, Kiribi's body, in full view of everyone, made a popping sound as the air pierced. Then it turned into a piece of white smoke and dispersed in front of your eyes. Shadow clone! The fourth Raikage was startled at first, and then he roared with anger on his face, "Kiribi, you actually plan to sneak out of the village at this juncture? Everyone, please find him back for me." Bang! The door was pushed open in response, and everyone who was planning to take the opportunity to leave couldn't help but be startled when they saw Kiribi coming back. For them, Kiribi had always been too playful. But as the most perfect Jinhyuriki in the Kumo Ninja village, he has always been kept under surveillance in the waterfall temple not far from the center of the village. Now that I can find a chance to sneak out to play, I should pat my butt and disappear without a trace. Hey, Cheek! Brother, do you know what I just got? Kiribi didn't show any concern at all. He was paying attention to the atmosphere in the field. After the shadow clone was broken, he knew what happened. I was shocked just now and received a request from Konoha Ninja Village. While rapping, Killer B took out a scroll with his backhand and waved it in front of everyone. Seeing Killer B acting like an idiot again, the fourth Raikage's face was extremely gloomy, and he roared, "Don't embarrass yourself here, tell me, what are those guys from Konoha going to say? If they still insist on letting me negotiate with Uchiha Kainu, then there is no way." Looking at the fourth Raikage who was almost running away, Killer B coughed dryly, restrained himself a little, and said, "Brother, you guessed right, Konoha Ninja Village still wants us to negotiate with Uchiha Kainu, but this time the situation is a little different. It was the third Hokage who personally proposed to convene a meeting of the five shadows. That old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fourth Raikage was stunned. Even he, who always had a bad temper, had to take seriously this old man who was of the same generation as his father, who coordinated the power of a village and fought against the four major ninja villages at the same time. However, when he thought of the loss of the two-tail, Uchiha Kainu helped the Cloud Village to quell the rebellion, and the samurai who were holding back their smiles, the fourth Raikage's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen really has a wishful thinking. We don't even sell the face of Kyuji Yayagura, why should we sell his old face?" Hehe, fourth Raikage, the third has already expected you to say this, so let me personally bring you the latest information. A sudden chuckle suddenly came from outside the corridor. The sudden scene made the fourth Raikage's expression suddenly change. The lightning on his body surged, like a thunder across the sky, and instantly appeared behind the door. Without any fancy, the fourth Raikage's right hand was wrapped in lightning, and he punched through the door of the office. Boom! Lightning flashed, violent arcs of electricity spread out, and the door shattered with a sound. Watching the wood chips and fragments flying and shattering, a slightly short figure actually blocked the fourth Raikage's heavy punch head-on with his leg skills. The sudden scene made the people in the field look slightly different, and Dode raised his eyebrows, and his pupil shrank. I didn't expect that the third Hokage would even send out a semi-retired existence like you. It seems that he is very confident about restarting the Five Shadows Conference. The fourth Raikage looked at the short man in front of him, but his face rarely showed disdain. After all, looking at the Konoha ninja village, the only person who could take his ninjutsu head-on was Mr. Chen, the dragon god of Konoha. Haha, fourth Raikage, we haven't seen each other for a long time since the last battle. Mr. Chen laughed dryly, looked at the fourth Raikage and snorted coldly, and while dispersing the lightning all over his body, he also retracted his right foot. Tutai, have someone clean up the floor. Haha, you still like to show off. Teacher Chen looked at Tutai with a helpless face, and he clearly knew the temper of the fourth Raikage. However, he waved his hand to stop him and said, "But I still advise you to listen to the information that the third Hokage asked me to bring before cleaning up." Humph, Konoha Dragon God, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, and if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't keep it a secret in front of me. Is there something else that is more worthy of my attention than the capture of the two-tailed beast in our Cloud Ninja village? If you can't tell the truth, don't blame me for kicking you out directly. The fourth Raikage said unhappily. The fourth Raikage values Teacher Chen's physical skills, but it doesn't mean that this will make him good-tempered. However, in the face of these words, Teacher Chen did not explain himself. He threw a scroll to the fourth Raikage and said, "Read it yourself. I don't want you to show off when you disagree with me. Humph, just look at it. If it's not important, you dare to stay outside the office secretly. I'll punch you to death." The fourth Raikage glanced at it coldly, and then looked at the scroll in his hand. The moment he saw it, the fourth Raikage was stunned at first, and his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Brother, what's written on it?" Kiribi frowned and seemed impatient. As soon as he got closer and saw the content on the scroll, he also uttered a sentence. Faced with this weird scene, Tutai, Samui, and others also seemed impatient. When they saw the four big words Naruto was taken away, they finally understood why the fourth Raikage and Kiribi were so shocked. Not long ago, Uchiha Chinyu took away the two-tailed beast from the Kumagakuer. However, now even the Takigakuer, which has always been secluded and has no intention of participating in the war and has become almost a third-rate village, has taken away the seven-tailed beast. This is beyond their expectations. In 7 days, he caught 2 big-tailed beasts. That kid is amazing. The fourth-generation Raikage clenched his right hand suddenly, and under the splash of lightning, the scroll in his hand was crushed. Tell me what is the current situation of Takigakuer. If they are willing, I don't mind helping them to take revenge and blast Uchiha Chinyu into slag. As soon as these words fell, Tutai and others also looked at Teacher Chen, and even Samui couldn't help but clench his fists. For any ninja village, the tailed beast is regarded as the foundation of the village. Now Chinyu has also snatched away the seven-tailed beast. This will undoubtedly make Takigakuer rebel violently. Are you talking about the reaction of Takigakuer? Teacher Chen was stunned for a moment, then unzipped his clothes and said, I happened to meet people from Takigakuer on the way here, and they sent Chinyu a banner. Chapter 288, A clan that rivals the Sharingan. Banner. The people present were stunned. When they saw the banner slipping from Teacher Chen's hand, with words of gratitude written on it, they almost burst their eyes. A cooking god, eager to help others, peace-loving, a dog trainer, and a good helper for the tailed beasts. Looking at these words, the fourth Raikage was unwilling to believe them. But his eyes turned slightly and fell on the lower right corner of the banner, the four big characters given by the Takigakure village, plus the official seal. The fourth Raikage almost spit out a mouthful of blood. This is too much. What's wrong? You also think that this thank you banner is not sincere, right? Teacher Chen laughed and said, that kid is really amazing. Not only did he kidnap the tailed beast of Takigakure, but he also made them thank him. He is worthy of being a little brat who has been lurking in Konohagakure for more than 10 years without being known. Humph, Konohagakure, what do you mean by saying this? Do you think Konohagakure's rebel ninja is right? The fourth Raikage shouted angrily. He now feels an inexplicable glare when looking at the banner. If it weren't for Teacher Chen, who came to negotiate on behalf of Konohagakure, he would have wanted to tear the banner into pieces. Looking at the fourth Raikage, who was full of anger, Samui's expression was a little stiff, and he felt that the banner was a bit of a spoiler. Moreover, he was even more worried that Teacher Chen would suddenly say something to make the Cloud Gakure follow suit. Then, I'm afraid that either the fourth Raikage would vomit blood and die, or the Konohagakure would be beaten up. Haha, fourth Raikage, you don't have to be too nervous. I didn't mean to irritate you. Teacher Chen smiled and put away the banner. Everything he did was in accordance with the requirements of the third Hokage to stimulate the fourth Raikage. Seeing that the banner had a good effect, he was too lazy to continue to walk further and further on the edge of death. After restraining his smile, he said, Fourth Raikage, you should have seen that in just 7 days, the two-tailed beasts fell into his hands. Not only did Takigakure not pursue the matter, but he also solved the rebellion just like your Cloud Village. Of course, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to tell the fourth Raikage that it is as easy as taking something out of a bag to enter the ninja village with just Uchiha Chinyu alone to capture the tailed beasts. What if, even the vicious and evil rebel ninjas gathered under his command, ask which ninja village can be as solid as a rock? Or, the fourth Raikage plans to stay in the Cloud Village for his whole life, so that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki will never leave his sight, and tie the entire Cloud Village to the same chariot, and fight Uchiha Chinyu to the end. The voice was a little long, but the words revealed a sonorous and powerful taste. The angry fourth Raikage had a little hesitation on his face, but he still didn't relax at all. He snorted coldly and said, Konoha Dragon God, do you think that our dignified Cloud Ninja Village can't beat a group of rebellious ninjas? Rebellious ninja group? Teacher Chen shook his head and laughed dumbly, saying, Fourth Raikage, I'm sorry, I forgot to say one thing. The current Uchiha Chinyu is not only the leader of the rebellious ninja group, he also has the four-tailed beasts in his hands. If he takes the tailed beast out for a walk, not to mention our Konoha Ninja Village can't bear it, even your Cloud Ninja Village is no exception. Take the tailed beast out for a walk? At the scene, whether it was the fourth Raikage, Samui and others, or even the eight-tailed cow ghost sealed in Killer Bee's body, their expressions changed drastically. Teacher Chen's words seemed to have a little bit of a morale boost for Uchiha Chinyu, but in fact, facing a tailed beast going berserk, a ninja village has been exhausted. I don't know how much it will cost. Now the rebel ninja group led by Uchiha Chinyu has a series of powerful S-level rebel ninjas as helpers, which cannot be underestimated. Now there are 4 more tailed beasts in hand, which is indeed the point they have overlooked. After all, the surrender of the two tails without a fight that day was not only because he had witnessed the powerful strength of Uchiha Chinyu, but also because of the persuasion of the 3 and 4 tails. If the two-tailed beasts can be tamed at the same time, the third and fourth tails may not be an exception. Once it comes to a head-on confrontation, Killer Bee alone may be able to fight 1 against 2. But if the other two-tailed beasts are counted, there is also the unfathomable Uchiha Chinyu and his rebel ninja group. Facing such a lineup, who can fight against it? Thinking of this, the fourth Raikage fell into silence for a rare moment, and his temper could not be ignited at this moment. Haha, fourth Raikage, it seems that you also know the depth of it, which is exactly what the third Hokage thought of as important. Teacher Chen laughed dryly and said, however, you can rest assured. The premise of this peace talk is that you, the Cloud Ninja Village, put aside your prejudices, and Uchiha Chinyu returns the captured tailed beasts as a premise. As for those who died on the battlefield, I hope you will be held accountable. Are you afraid that I will hold your father accountable for his death? The fourth Raikage eyes were slightly cold, and he said, if it is based on the premise you said, as the fourth Raikage, I know what is more important. At the same time, I also understand what it means to fulfill my son's responsibility. Oh, you mean, are you going to challenge Uchiha Kainu in your personal name? Teacher Chen was stunned at first and said unexpectedly. Humph, of course. The fourth Raikage snorted unhappily. However, Tutai, who was standing beside him, rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and said, but you are still a step late. The fourth Raikage has sent a special team to investigate the relationship between Uchiha Kainu and the Akatsuki organization. After all, this time he escorted the two of you back to the Cloud Village by wooden men in the name of the Akatsuki organization. Special team? Teacher Chen was stunned at first, and said, are you crazy? With Uchiha Kainu's ability, no matter how you choose the team members, they are basically going to die. When I think of it, Uchiha Kainu can come and go freely in the Cloud Village and the Taki Village. It goes without saying that a special team can successfully investigate. Humph, Konoha Dragon God, you can rest assured. This time, the special team I sent out is mainly responsible for investigating the relationship between the Akatsuki organization and the Uchiha Kainu rebel group, and whether the Rain Village salamander Hanzo is involved. It is not a direct confrontation with Uchiha Kainu. The fourth Raikage snorted coldly. However, don't underestimate the team I sent out. The eye techniques those guys possess are comparable to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. A clan that can rival the Sharingan? Teacher Chen was stunned at first, and then remembered the rumors in the Land of Lightning. That is a clan with powerful illusions and evil eye techniques, but because of political reasons, it seems that they were imprisoned and exiled, so they were not active in the late period of the Third Ninja World War. Chapter 289 Defective Would Release Ninjutsu. It turns out that the fourth Raikage was able to reactivate that clan under the strong pressure of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. The Raikage really has enough courage. Teacher Chen smiled and touched his chin. However, Raikage, I still suggest that in order to successfully hold the Five Shadow Conference again, I hope you can give the latest instructions to those guys. Urathir clan is proficient in illusion, claiming to be able to compete with the Uchiha clan trademark S Sharingan, but you should know clearly that Uchiha Kainu is not an ordinary ninja. Once something goes wrong, it may affect the progress of the entire meeting, and the original intention of the third Hokage will be broken. Faced with this persuasion, the fourth Raikage trademark S expression changed slightly, snorted coldly, and did not refute again. Just as Mr. Chen, the dragon god of Konoha, thought, even he didn't trademark T know what level Uchiha Kainu trademark S strength could reach. Let alone a one-on-one confrontation, even if it was a group attack, the fourth Raikage had no confidence to say that he could win. Not to mention that clan. Konoha Dragon God, are you going to inform Uchiha Kainu next? If you don't trademark T-Mind, I hope the fourth Raikage can hand over the task of notification to the Dragon God of Konoha, which is also the prerequisite trust for reaching a contract. Tuchai suddenly spoke. Faced with this proposal, not to mention the fourth Raikage, even the Dragon God of Konoha could not help but be stunned. As Tuchai said, their current cooperation is only a verbal agreement. Whether the Five Shadows Conference can be successfully held depends on how everyone gets along with each other in the future and how things work. If the fourth Raikage is unhappy and turns around and regrets as soon as the Dragon God of Konoha leaves the Cloud Village, it is not a problem. But now the suggestion given by Tuchai is obviously a preemptive decision and shows enough sincerity. Let the fourth Raikage, and even the Cloud Village, be tied to the Konoha village in advance. It also provides a basis for persuading the other three major ninja villages in the future. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Tuchai's expression changed slightly, and he sighed and said, "Fourth generation, don't misunderstand, I just don't want a bigger conflict to happen, causing the Cloud Village, and even the entire ninja world, to suffer more heavy losses. After all, his strength is unfathomable. I also agree with Mr. Tuchai's proposal." Sam clenched his fists and suddenly spoke. The sudden scene made the fourth Raikage's expression change slightly, and then he raised his hand and said, "Dode, write a letter to me immediately, and trouble the Konoha Dragon God to deliver it to those guys." Seeing that the deadlock had loosened a little, Teacher Chen was stunned at first, and then smiled bitterly and said, "Fourth Raikage, I do have to go to find Uchiha Chinyu, but this time the third Hokage has already sent a ninja who is stronger than me to carry out this mission. Before that, I was just worried that the clan would do something crazy because of their obsession with the Uchiha clan. A ninja stronger than you? The fourth generation of Raikage was startled at first. In his eyes, the Konoha dragon god can be called the elite among the Jonin just by virtue of his extraordinary ninjutsu. Now the third generation of Hokage has even sent a stronger ninja to contact Uchiha Chinyu. This not only shows that the third generation of Hokage attaches great importance to the convening of the Five Shadows Conference, but also shows the depth of the foundation of Konoha Ninja Village. Compared with the situation where almost no one is available in the other four major ninja villages, Konoha Ninja Village is still full of talents. Whether it is the older generation or the younger generation, it is indeed much better than the turbulent four major ninja villages. Perhaps, it is for this reason that the third generation of Hokage dared to convene the Five Shadows Conference again in the name of Konoha Ninja Village. At the same time, as the five major countries were shocked by what happened in Taki Ninja Village. The Rain Ninja Village is still in the rainy season. The uninterrupted rain and the grey sky make the whole space more inexplicably depressed. In the huge tower, wearing combat uniforms and a special breathing device, the dozing salamander Hanzo suddenly opened his eyes. A slightly hoarse voice came out, "Now that you are here, don't be sneaky. This time, you let me suspend the crackdown on the Akatsuki organization. Is there a reason? If you can't convince me, then don't stay in the Rain Village any longer." The sudden words immediately made a figure appear in the pouring rain without any warning. Danzo walked slowly with a cane in his hand, and smiled with his single eye that was not wrapped by bandages, saying, "Hanzo, you are still the same, and you are going to cut the roots of any threat. But, do you know why you failed in the Second Shinobi World War?" As soon as the words fell, Hanzo's muscles tensed slightly, and when he suddenly turned his head to look at Danzo, he disappeared into the distance like a ghost. He appeared again, with a bright sickle, as cunning as a poisonous snake, and cut directly at Danzo's neck. This time, if he could hit the target, the poison of the salamander remaining on the blade would definitely kill Danzo easily. "Haha, Hanzo, I had expected you to do this, but do you really think that I was just wasting my time in the Rain Village?" Danzo smiled, and without any hesitation, he grabbed the sickle with his bandaged right hand. Bang! A crisp metal collision sound suddenly came out, and the sharp sickle instantly cut through the bandage on Danzo's arm, revealing the pale skin. Tree roots stretched out like a dragon, and instantly wrapped around the sickle tightly. The first generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama's would release ninjutsu. The face of the salamander Hanzo changed drastically. The next moment, before he could think about it, he saw that Danzo's right hand, like an octopus, once again spread out several tree stems, quickly entangled around his body. If this time, he really landed firmly, I'm afraid that he would not only be tied up, but also pierced through the body by the roots in the tree stems and imprisoned in place. However, Salamander Hanzo can be called a demigod. If he hadn't met the cheating Nagato in the original work, he would definitely not receive a lunchbox. In a short moment of unconsciousness, one hand had already formed a seal of instant body, and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Bang! The attack of the wood escape technique missed and directly pierced the thick floor of the rooftop. It tore out hideous cracks. Salamander Hanzo, who appeared 7 or 8 meters away again, looked at Danzo, who had half of his body in front of him, like a tree monster. Especially on the arms, the densely packed Sharingan showed seriousness to Danzo for the first time, saying, "I didn't expect that after seeing the wood release ninjutsu on the first generation of Hokage, I can also see the defective wood release ninjutsu on you." Chapter 290 Don't take incompetence for granted. Haha, Hanzo, you really speak too highly. Danzo laughed dryly, not taking the evaluation of defective products to heart. After forming a seal with his backhand, the wildly proliferating wood release quickly rolled back like a tide, and in just a few seconds, it was reintegrated into Danzo's arm. Accompanied by the mysterious sealing technique, it quickly spread on the arm. The arm that once turned into wood release only had the dense and creepy posture of Sharingan. However, Danzo was obviously not surprised by all this. While taking out a new bandage to wrap around his arm, he did not forget to say, "Hanzo, you should know that in this world, only the first generation of Senju Hashirama has the unique wood release ninjutsu. He can be praised as the god of ninjas, of course I can't compare with him, and it's already very good to be able to get this part of the power. However, this time, I asked you out, you should have guessed whose idea it was." Hanzo did not refute Danzo's words. He snorted coldly, looked at the shadow under Danzo's feet, and said, "Black Zetsu, since you are here, why don't you get out quickly? It seems that it was a wrong decision to let you stay in the Rain Village. I really want to know how many troubles you have caused me during this period of time." That day, Hanzo decided to keep Black Zetsu, mainly because he knew the secret that Nagato had the Samsara Eye in the Akatsuki organization. At the same time, he also has a powerful organ transplant method. When he saw Danzo's skin color and breath, which were almost the same as Black Zetsu's other body, Hanzo had instantly thought that Danzo was definitely related to Black Zetsu. Moreover, the time of their appearance was not far apart, which seemed a bit inexplicably consistent. Haha, it's worthy of being the demigod salamander Hanzo, who is known as the closest to the god of ninja in the ninja world. He actually saw through everything so quickly. A hoarse voice came from under Danzo's feet. Soon, the black shadow was seen to wriggle for a while, and then a black and white figure with a yin-yang face emerged. Seeing that the way Black Zetsu appeared was consistent with what he thought, Hanzo snorted coldly and said, "If I was not testing just now, I really intended to take Danzo's life. I'm afraid that you, who are lurking in the shadow, have already killed me from behind. No, it should be said that if I was trapped by wood release, you might kill me without hesitation." At this point, the murderous intent in Hanzo's body surged out. As Black Zetsu said, being honored as a demigod by the ninja world is enough to show that his strength is not simple. At the same time, this is the Rain Village. In his own territory, being messed with by others, once this kind of thing is spread out, it will probably become a laughing stock, and who can swallow this breath? Feeling this tide of murderous intent and the sound of fighting on the balcony, all around the stationed Anbu had already been alarmed. Accompanied by 7 or 8 sounds of breaking through the air, the Rain Ninja Anbu directly blocked the balcony. For a moment, the atmosphere in such a large situation became extremely depressing. However, facing this scene of being on high alert, Danzo was not worried at all, and chuckled and said, "Hanzo, you are still the same. As I said just now, the reason why you failed in the Second Ninja World War was that you were too impulsive and didn't know what it meant to lurk and what it meant to wait for an opportunity. If you wait until the Third Ninja World War to detonate the accumulated power, can't your Rain Village occupy a little more of the territory of the 5 major countries?" The gloomy face of Hanzo of the Salamander twitched slightly, and he said, "Danzo, are you planning to let me hide in the Konoha village like you and secretly establish some Anbu route? Don't talk about your incompetence with confidence. If you really have the ability, the Hokage sitting there will not be Sarutobi or Minato Namikaze, the young boy, but you, the black-bellied old man. You." Danzo was suddenly angry. I thought that Danzo could point out the way by talking big and standing on the moral high ground. I never thought that Hanzo would be so ruthless when he opened up the scars. Seeing that the atmosphere that was originally well controlled had changed in an instant, Black Zetsu couldn't help but say, "Okay, don't argue anymore. This public meeting was my idea, and it was also to help the Rain Village to wipe out the Akatsuki organization. However, before we wipe them out, we have another important thing to deal with. As long as we succeed, in addition to writing the Samsara Eye, you may also get the strongest Manjakaya Sharingan in the ninja world." "What?" Hanzo's expression changed drastically. He was not an incompetent person. Being able to make the Rain Village grow to the point where it could dominate the Second Ninja World War in the gap between the 5 major countries, Hanzo was actually one of the few people in the ninja world who could be second only to the god of ninja. Whether it was strength, intelligence, or command ability, it was no exception. If it weren't for the desire for power and regime as he got older, and the instigation of Danzo in the original work, he wouldn't have done the things that wiped out the Akatsuki organization. However, at this moment, Hanzo of the Salamander clearly knew what Black Zetsu meant by this. After his expression changed drastically, he said in a deep voice, "You showed up this time. Are you planning to use the people of the Akatsuki organization to lure out Uchiha Chinyu and then hunt him? Since you can propose such a resolution, you should know that the two-tailed beast of the Cloud Village was taken away not long ago. That pair of Manjakaya Sharingan is indeed very tempting, but it is obviously developed to the extreme by that guy. Instead of being an enemy of him, why don't I retreat and just deal with the Akatsuki organization?" After the voice fell, Hanzo of the Salamander did not continue to speak, but just stared at Danzo and Black Zetsu. However, before the two of them could speak, a crisp footsteps echoed in the rain. The moment the Anbu ninjas stationed around suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. What came into view was a pair of blood-red, creepy eyes as bright as the moon. The ANBU ninja, who was originally clear-minded and had clear eyes, stood there in a daze as if in a trance when their eyes met. People outside say that Hanzo is the closest to God, but seeing it with my own eyes, it seems a bit inconsistent. Faced with a mere Uchiha clan kid, you actually gave in. If I tell you that I can completely restrain the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, are you interested in cooperating with us? The small voice echoed in the rain. Hanzo looked at the visitor in front of him, and the ANBU who was trapped in the illusion space in an instant, and there was a hint of surprise and solemnity on his face. Chapter 291 The Strongest Mouth Cannon of Naruto. On a grey rainy day, dozens of figures stood facing each other on the huge rooftop. As the pair of blood moon-like eyes lit up, the atmosphere in the field obviously changed. Humph! Hanzo snorted coldly, looked at Black Zetsu and said, I didn't expect that you, this guy, not only colluded with Danzo privately. Even the Blood Pond clan, who is said to be comparable to the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan, and was exiled by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, has colluded with you. It seems that you are well prepared this time. If I don't agree, I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave this place. The slightly long voice echoed in this world. As if responding to Hanzo's words, pairs of blood-red eyes around him quickly lit up. It is obvious that the Blood Pond clan in front of him did not come alone. He also led the exiled clan to sneak into the Rain Village. And they were able to trap his men silently with the Blood Dragon Eye. This kind of hand is obviously from the hands of Black Zetsu and Danzo. However, Hanzo knew very well that he only needed to wait for another minute. His personal Anbu guards did not contact other patrolling ninjas regularly, and the dozens or hundreds of confidants would rush in regardless of everything. However, facing Danzo, Black Zetsu, and the Blood Dragon Eye clan gathered here. Originally, Hanzo, the salamander, who had no interest in hunting Uchiha Chinyu, had ripples in his heart. Haha, Hanzo, this is not like your character. Black Zetsu suddenly laughed. It seems that this lineup has shaken even your impulsive temper. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan that Uchiha Kainu possesses has unfathomable abilities. Don't forget that in the history of the ninja world, there was an Uchiha Madara who was able to stand against the god of ninja because of his Mangekyo Sharingan. At this point, Black Zetsu looked around the field and said, everyone can gather here, I think they are all heroes. Uchiha Kainu, I believe that it is also because of the Mangekyo Sharingan that he was able to capture the three-tailed beasts so smoothly during this period. Once he is hunted down and the Mangekyo Sharingan is occupied, then the powerful eye technique will be used to control the tailed beasts to form the most powerful tailed beast army. You said, in such a big ninja world, there is no place for you to stand. The slightly long voice revealed an inexplicable temptation between the lines. The Samsara Eye is known as the legendary eye technique, but that is only a legend. What power and strength it has, and how to develop it, are still unknown. Compared with the Mangekyo Sharingan that has been developed to the extreme by Uchiha Chinyu, one is confusing and the other is already notorious. It is obvious that the latter is more tempting. Looking at Hanzo, whose expression changed slightly, eyes flickered, and mentality became more and more shaken, Black Zetsu deserves to be the root of the turmoil in the ninja world for thousands of years. If we say that the strongest mouth-to-mouth ninja in Naruto is selected, I am afraid that Black Zetsu dares to admit that he is second, and Naruto dares not admit that he is first. What's wrong, Hanzo, you still can't make up your mind? Black Zetsu smiled playfully. If you add one more person, you should be more interested. 0. Anyone else? Hanzo of the Salamander was startled at first, then he turned his eyes and soon saw another figure coming out. Looking at that pale face and that scarlet-licking tongue, the identity was obvious. I didn't expect that the three ninjas of Konoha, who I highly praised that day, would meet in this kind of occasion. Hanzo of the Salamander looked gloomy and said, it seems that after many years, your strength in the Konoha ninja village has been greatly improved, and Black Zetsu actually used you as a bargaining chip to persuade me to join. Facing the appearance of Orochimaru, Danzo and the patriarch of the Blood Pond clan were obviously not surprised at all. Haha, Lord Hanzo, you are still the same. You liked to whip us juniors that day, and you are still so cautious now. Orochimaru laughed jokingly. Now he has forbidden techniques, and he no longer has any fear for Hanzo, the salamander who completely defeated the three ninjas that day. No. It should be said that with Orochimaru's immortal nature, there is no fear in his dictionary. As long as there are cells of Orochimaru left in any person or animal, they can be resurrected through forbidden techniques. This is more difficult to deal with than Kagaya Otoji. Humph, you were a cold snake that day, but now you have become guilty and sarcastic. It seems that your ability has really grown, and your scars have been completely forgotten. Hanzo snorted disdainfully. However, there was a little more relaxation in his words, and his eyes turned around in vain, saying, however, even this junior dares to interfere. If I still refuse, your invitation may bring down the reputation of Hanzo, the salamander. It's just that I want to know, if we get the Samsara Eye and the Mangekyo Sharingan, how should we distribute them? In the eyes of Hanzo, there is only one pair of eyes, and they have the power of 5 parties. Once they really succeed, the division of the spoils will become a problem. Haha, Master Hanzo, you are still as cautious as ever. Orochimaru laughed strangely and said, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Of course, whoever kills and seizes the eyes in the end will get the right to distribute first. As for the 2 pairs of eyes, I believe that Master Hanzo, you will not use them all. Seeing Orochimaru keep saying sir and sir with a hint of frivolity in his words, if it was normal times, Hanzo would have already beaten him up. But now the plan given by Orochimaru is obviously the most suitable for the distribution of interests between them. Instead, he snorted and changed the subject. As time passed, the 5 parties formed a temporary alliance. After a brief discussion of countermeasures, Danzo and others did not stay any longer, and disappeared in the rain. For a while, only Hanzo, who looked uncertain, was left. Looking at the Anbu ninjas under his command, he waved his hand and said in a deep voice, go inform Yahiko of the Akatsuki organization and tell him to go to the Yulong Mountains in 3 days to perform an S-level mission. With a series of orders coming down, the Rain Village, which had been silent for many years, started to turn like a gear again. At the same time, at the border of the Rain Village, 2 figures, one large and one small, passed through the forest like ghosts. Under the black-red cloud cloak, the head slowly raised, revealing a well-defined cheek. Under the frowning brows, it was Uchiha Chinyu who left the Taki village and successfully captured the 7-tailed Shijiki. Boss, do we need to change our clothes? Kimimaro suddenly spoke, but his face changed the next moment. Chapter 292 Underestimating Konoha Genin will lead to death. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. The blazing fireball rushed to the distant woods without any warning, and the trees along the way were instantly broken in half. Attacked Chinyu and the others with a crushing posture. Corpse Iron Wall. Kimimaro took the lead and moved. His seemingly young body was unusually agile. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Chinyu's front and suddenly clasped his hands together. The muscles on the surface of his body moved, and a series of white bones shot out, quickly intertwined in front of him, and turned into a wall of white bones. Boom! The flames instantly hit the white bone wall. Under the huge impact, the detonated fireball rolled back like a tidal wave, directly submerging the forest area of more than 10 meters in radius. The sudden scene made Kimimoro's face sank. The muscles in his right hand moved, and he spit out a white bone. When he was about to jump out to fight, Uchiha Chinyu reached out and stopped him. This is a spillover attack. There are people fighting over there. Chinyu looked in the direction where the fireball was coming from. With the insight of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he saw 2 familiar faces. No. It should be said that there are 3. Boss, do we need to intervene? Or take a detour? Kimimoro's tense muscles relaxed. As a crazy war-loving clan, they can enter the fighting state in an instant, and can also put it down in an instant. This seems very simple, but for any ninja, it is a rare talent. Let's ask, a ninja with the same strength and realm, fighting each other to death, obviously has a stronger fighting talent. And Kimimaro happens to be a talent in this aspect. Not only is he good at fighting, but he is also calm and good at thinking. It is for this reason that Kimimaro was chosen as the best container by Orochimaru in the original work, and the boss of the Sound 4. He also has the ability to easily suppress the runaway Jago. No need, let's go join in the fun. Chinyu smiled and patted Kimimoro's shoulder and said, you are still young, you don't need to protect me like this, and your boss is not a mediocre person. However, looking at Kimimaro who still had a stubborn face and did not give in at all, Chinyu gave up the idea of persuading him and said, forget it, it's up to you. But don't die in front of me casually, I still need you to do an experiment and become the strongest physical skill master in this ninja world. The strongest physical skill master? Is he stronger than you, boss? Kimimaro was stunned. He witnessed every fierce attack of Uchiha Chinyu with his own eyes. Even the tailed beasts were frightened by his gestures, not to mention those so-called Jonin and Penumbra-level existences. Now Chinyu gave these words, and for the first time, Kimimoro's face showed urgency besides indifference. Of course it's impossible, but it seems that you really want to surpass me. Are you going to seek revenge on me for exterminating your clan? Chinyu laughed dryly, and soon saw Kimimaro shaking his head like a rattle. However, Chinyu did not dwell on this topic. He patted Kimimaro on the shoulder and hurried to the battle circle. Kimimaro, who followed closely behind, did not fall behind, but there was a trace of hope on his face that was not usually there. If he was to be made the strongest in the ninja world, Kimimaro would definitely disdain it. But when Uchiha Chinyu said it, it had a different meaning. After all, everything that came from Uchiha Chinyu's hands was so unexpected. Kusuke, come back quickly, don't use ninjutsu casually. As soon as Chinyu and the others approached the battle circle, they heard Zionen's urgent call. The white paper in the sky was like dancing butterflies. Under the change of the seal in Zionen's hand, it turned into locusts and rushed towards the 7 or 8 members of the Akatsuki organization wearing black cloud cloaks not far away. Ding ding ding! The white paper formed a shield in an instant, and the shuriken that came like a rainstorm were also stopped in an instant. The members of the Akatsuki organization headed by Jusuke also stopped suddenly. Zionen, what are you doing? These are all suspicious guys in the Konoha ninja village, and they are just a group of genin. As long as they are caught first, they can be questioned. Jusuke's expression changed slightly. Or do you think that I am not as good as Uchiha Chinyu in your mind, and I can't even defeat these so-called genin? The inexplicable words made Zionen and a group of Akatsuki members look unnatural. They didn't expect Jusuke to say something shocking. Chinyu, who had just arrived, also touched his nose helplessly. Although in the original work, Zionen, one of the leaders of the Akatsuki organization, had many suitors. This Jusuke also confessed to Zionen in private, and was directly rejected. But now Chinyu was shot even when he was lying down. Being handsome is also a crime. Jusuke, what are you talking about? This is a battlefield. Don't mix your emotions with the mission. Zionen's face changed slightly and he shouted in a hurry. Once you misjudge, not only will you lose your life, but your teammates will be no exception. This statement was instantly echoed by other members, but it changed its meaning when it fell into Jusuke's ears. With a changing expression, he said in a yin and yang tone, I know that you only have eyes for that Konoha rebel ninja. I'll let you see with your own eyes how I defeat these Konoha genin. As soon as the voice fell, Jusuke took out a kunai with his backhand. Zionen was immediately anxious. These Konoha ninjas entered the country without permission, but they did not hide their Konoha identities. Moreover, he did not attack, but only fought back because of the attack of Kusuke. Once there was no chance to talk, a conflict occurred. If this caused a conflict between the two countries, it would not meet the definition of peace of the Akatsuki organization. They would become sinners of the Rain Village and even lose their foothold. If you underestimate the Konoha genin, you will die. Chinyu took Kimimaro and landed next to Zionen. The sudden scene made the pupils of everyone in the field shrink slightly. They had heard of the fierce reputation of the Konoha rebel ninja Blood Ashura, but this was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. However, after seeing this boy next door, who was also the new legend of the Uchiha clan, wearing a black and red cloud cloak, felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he didn't just act like Jusuke and verbally attack Uchiha Chinyu. After all, this slap in the face came too quickly. Zionen was also shocked, but looking at Jusuke, whose face was ashen and whose teeth were almost broken. Now he probably wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Chinyu's words seemed merciless. Jusuke was also talking nonsense a moment ago, but if he really faced Uchiha Chinyu, it would be a challenge and would be fatal. Looking at Jusuke, whose face was ashen, Zionen opened his mouth hesitantly, but soon heard that the Konoha ninja not far away spoke first. Haha, you are worthy of being Uchiha Chinyu. Even we can't detect this kind of stealth. But you are too proud of us, a bunch of old bones. Chapter 293, Guji, the 10,000-year-old genin. There are only 3 people in the Konoha team. In addition to the middle-aged man of about 50 years old who carries an iron pot on his back, there is also a watermelon rind that is bigger than this thumb, wearing a green tights, with thick eyebrows and big eyes showing white teeth. As for the other one, it should be the medical ninja accompanying the team, and he is also wearing a genin forehead protector. I didn't praise you, it's just that you are too low-key. Qin Yu smiled warmly. If he remembered correctly, the one carrying the big iron pot was Guji, the 10,000-year-old genin who obtained the water escape technique taught by the second-generation Hokage, and was personally awarded the elite Jonin and the multiple shadow clone shuriken by the third-generation Hokage, and was proficient in Konoha's fantasy sword technique. The other one is Might Dai, who has the blue beast and fights against the 7 cruel swordsmen in the original work. It can be said that these two people have created a legendary precedent for the strongest genin in Konoha. It seems that Mr. Qin Yu has also heard of our names, which makes us flattered. Might Guy raised his finger, showing his white teeth and said, if my son knew that his father was remembered by the new Uchiha legend and praised, he would definitely be excited to tears. Looking at Might Guy, who was eager, his eyes were blazing, and he clenched his fists and called him fuck daddy. Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly and said, your son Might Guy will become the #1 physical skill master in the ninja world. What? Might Guy almost fainted with excitement, his eyes were filled with tears, and he rushed up to grab Qin Yu's hand. The distance of 20 to 30 meters was just a few rises and falls, and the speed was so fast that people's pupils shrank slightly. If Kai knows that Uchiha New Legend has given such an evaluation, he will definitely work very hard. Thank you for your praise. I will definitely tell Kai what you said. Might Dai said excitedly. He completely forgot about Uchiha Kainu's identity as a traitor. However, it was precisely because of the sprint speed of the prelude of the youthful power that Jusuk, who was originally full of resentment, was stunned and immediately looked at Guji. I want to challenge you. Jusuk suddenly spoke, which made everyone in the field stunned. Zionin said anxiously, Jusuk must not be rude. Since they recognized Qin Yu. It's Uchiha Kainu again. Jusuk turned around suddenly, staring at Zionin with resentment and said, is he the only one in your eyes? Jusuk, let's talk about it when we get back. A middle-aged ninja standing behind Jusuk frowned and couldn't help but persuade. Now even Uchiha Kainu, who is notorious in the ninja world, has appeared. They don't want to fight with Jusuk at this critical moment. If they provoke Uchiha Qin Yu, they will be dead. Let go. Jusuk shook off the middle-aged ninja's hand, looked at Guji with a ferocious face and said, I can't beat the so-called Konoha blood Ashura, but I have been on the battlefield for many years. In the Rain Village, my strength is enough to be rated as a special Jonin. It is absolutely easy to deal with a mere Konoha Genin. Whether you agree or not today, I will let you know that I, Jusuk, can also be independent. The stern roar fell, and before Zionin could react, Jusuk kicked his feet and rushed straight to Guji. The clenched kunao in his hand, without any fancy, was thrown out directly, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, and his hands quickly flipped up. The sudden scene surprised everyone in the field. Zionin was also anxious to stop it, but was quickly stopped by Qin Yu. Don't go, some people won't turn back until they hit the wall. And the Konoha Genin really can't be underestimated, especially old man Guja. You little brat, you are praising me too much. Guja smiled helplessly, leaned down, and the pot behind him collided with the kunao in an instant. With sparks flying, the kunao was directly bounced out. Seeing that this attack was easily resolved, Jusuk's face was ashen, and his hands flew to form a seal. When the last seal fell, he roared fiercely. Fire style, great fireball technique. The blazing flames spewed out of his mouth. At the same time, Jusuk took out another kunao wrapped with a detonating talisman and threw it at Guja. The sudden scene made Zionin's face change drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, Jusuk, are you crazy? This is just a competition. Don't be surprised here, that's underestimating old man Guji. Qin Yu smiled and patted Zionin's shoulder, without any intention of stopping him. This scene made everyone present stunned. There was also a hint of inexplicable urgency in his eyes. He was able to be praised so highly by the blood Ashura of Konoha, Uchiha Kainu. Is this Konoha Genin who has lived for half his life really not simple? He is still overrated. You kid, it seems that I don't need to use all my strength, but it will damage your praise for me. Guji shook his head helplessly. The next moment, his hands moved instantly. Looking at the close-up fireball, he had no intention of withdrawing and retreating. As soon as his hands moved, they flew like wheels, making people feel dizzy. When everyone reacted, 20 or 30 seals fell instantly. This seems to be a water escape seal. If you use water escape in such a place, I'm afraid you can't take the fireball with the power enhanced by the detonation talisman. Zionan's face turned pale, and his clenched fists and finger joints were no exception. But seeing Qin Yu's warm smile, he resisted the urge to attack. Water escape, water array wall. Guji suddenly put his hands together, and the water waves under his feet surged up like a tide. The huge waves raised by the whirlpool-like posture instantly formed a huge water escape wall. Accompanied by the shocking explosion, the fireball and the detonating talisman instantly hit the water wall. Boom! A dull explosion like thunder suddenly came out, and the reversed fire waves were directly blocked by the water wall. Looking at the powerful water wall that subverted their cognition on this land, Zhuzu was stunned. It's over. Qin Yu suddenly said with a smile. Zionan and others were stunned at first, and Zhuzu was no exception. In their natural cognition, Guji, who was in the explosion wave, could only passively defend. It was not until the explosion storm dissipated that he had the opportunity to counterattack. However, before they could ask, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the water wall. The next moment, the huge iron pot directly penetrated the water wall and rushed towards Jusuk like a hurricane. The sudden scene made Jusuk's face change drastically, and he only had time to throw out some shurikens. However, facing the iron pot made of fine steel, the shurikens were like rain hitting banana leaves, making a series of metal collision sounds and bounced out directly. When Jusuk's eyes went dark and he reacted, Guji had already appeared at his side, holding the chakra knife in his hand, directly on his neck. Chapter 294. You seem to be a genin too. Sorry, it seems that my bones have not rusted yet. Guji laughed dryly and put away the chakra knife in his hand. This seemingly complicated battle took only more than 10 seconds before and after, and everyone in the field reacted. Even Kimimaro showed a surprised expression. Just now, Uchiha Qin-yu had high hopes for him, saying that he expected him to become the strongest physical fighter in the ninja world. But the next moment, he praised Might Guy for becoming the best. At first, Kimimaro was a little unhappy, but now he saw with his own eyes that Guji, a genin, could perform such a smooth and flowing method that could even defeat a jonin. Especially on this land, he could perform such a powerful water escape ninjutsu, which undoubtedly confirmed Qin Yu's evaluation. The Konoha genin in front of him is definitely not simple. So it means that Might Guy, who Qin Yu mentioned, is also not simple. For a moment, Kimimaro clenched his fists, and his originally cold heart had a little more impulse to compete. Feeling the change in Kimimaro's mentality, Qin Yu smiled a little and said, "Old man Guja, you are too modest. On land, you can perform such a powerful water escape ninjutsu, which is worthy of the title of the second-generation disciple. You don't even want the qualification of the elite jonin granted by the third generation. This is a bit too low-key." Qin Yu said with a smile. This seemingly homely nonsense exploded in everyone's mind like thunder the moment the voice fell. The origin of this 10,000-year-old ninja is too prominent. Whether it is Konan or other members of the Akatsuki organization, looking at the stiff cheek of Jusuk, they can't help but feel a little more sympathy. This opponent was going to bully the weak, but he actually picked a piece of iron plate. When I think of the moment before, Jusuk didn't listen to the dissuasion, insisted on challenging, and threatened to make a harsh statement. Let this slap in the face at the moment, it is inevitable that there is a kind of storm-like snap. However, it is precisely because of this reason that many people also looked at Might Day more. Facing this strange thick-browed watermelon rind, Qin Yu also gave a big evaluation. "You kid, are you really going to mess with my old bones? You can't say these words casually. It's my fault for insulting the reputation of the second and third generations. If it weren't for my insistence, the mission wouldn't have gone wrong." Guji sighed faintly, and was ready to think about the past. Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Okay, genin is genin, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger is also good, but the only person who can invite you to form a team should be the old man of the third generation. Whether it is Guji or Might Dai, this strange lineup will only be used by the third generation of Hokage. Also qualified to invite." As for Minato Namikaze, Qin Yu would not think that he had such a strange idea of forming a team. "Haha, you kid, you are really smart, but I heard that you seem to be a genin, and you seem to be more suitable for pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger." Guji smiled and agreed. This remark immediately shocked everyone in the field. Subconsciously looking at Chinyu casual lithe Konoha forehead guard hanging around his waist had a ninja level mark on it, which was clearly a genin. At this moment, they suddenly woke up. No wonder Uchiha Chinyu said that Konoha genin should not be provoked. He is the biggest genin pit. Okay, I don't want to be too high profile. If I can choose, I'd rather be a salted fish for the rest of my life. Don't go too far. The old man from the third generation asked you to come here. He must have something important to ask me. Is it about the 5 cage talks? Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and changed the subject directly. Konan, who was standing beside him, and the members of the Akatsuki organization, changed their faces instantly. Not long ago, they learned that the 5 cage conference held in the Iron Country had failed. The biggest reason for this was that Uchiha Chinyu sneaked into the Cloud Ninja village and captured the two-tailed Nikomata. At the same time, he also quelled the rebellion in the Cloud Ninja village. At first, they were unwilling to believe this bizarre rumor. However, as time went by, things fermented, and the 5 cage talks really came to nothing. This made Yahiko and others, who were high-level officials, impatient, so they sent a team led by Zionin to track down Uchiha Chinyu's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, as soon as they approached the border, they ran into Guja and others who were also sneaky. After failing to confess, the jealous Jusuk was furious and attacked without knowing the truth, which led to everything that happened just now. Guja was slightly shocked. After looking at Zionin and others, he said, I didn't expect that you had already expected it. It seems that not only your strength is unfathomable, but also your wisdom is not inferior. If you hadn't betrayed Konoha Ninja Village, I'm afraid that Minato would have a strong competitor for the position of the 4th Hokage. However, this is a secret about the 5 major ninja villages, and they are still not suitable to listen to it. Can you come to the side and talk to me in detail? As soon as these words came out, Zionin and others couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Uchiha Kainyu, there was a hint of urgency on their faces. In their eyes, the 5 cage conference held by the 5 major ninja villages can determine the fate of the ninja world. Moreover, it is also related to the survival strategy of the Akatsuki organization. However, just as this idea came up, a figure hurriedly rushed over, which made Zionin and others stunned for a moment. Master Zionin, Master Yahiko and Master Nagato urgently summon you to rush back to the organization's headquarters. I heard that the leader of the Rain Village, the half-god salamander Hanzo, is willing to negotiate with us. A middle-aged ninja landed in front of Zionin. However, just after finishing speaking, he noticed that the occasion was a bit inappropriate. When he saw Uchiha Chinyu's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but tighten the kunao at his waist. Stop, don't be nervous, they have no ill intentions. Zionin woke up and shouted in a hurry. She didn't want the people of the Akatsuki organization to embarrass themselves like Jusuk again. If even that thick-browed watermelon rind was challenged, it would be a shame to the grandmother's house. What's more, what Zionin is most concerned about now is the invitation of Salamander Hanzo. Shimyu, tell me clearly, when did Hanzo of the Salamander make the invitation, and what decisions have Yahiko and Nagato made now? Konan said in a hurry. When he remembered that not long ago, their whereabouts of escorting the two-tailed Jinchuriki were leaked, and the Akatsuki organization's base was attacked, resulting in the loss of a large number of personnel, and the strength was greatly weakened. This forced Konan and the other two to make a decision to temporarily stay away from the Rain Village and temporarily station in a remote and desolate area. Now Hanzo of the Salamander suddenly changed his original intention, which undoubtedly made people feel intriguing. Lord Konan, Lord Yahiko and Lord Nagato have not made a decision yet, but I heard that Hanzo of the Salamander threatened to work together for peace for the prosperity of the Rain Village, and planned to hand over the towns in the relatively rich Walong Mountain area to our Akatsuki organization for defense, and also officially use it as our base. Chapter 295 Heroes are hard to resist the beauty. Hand over Walong Mountain to us. Konan was stunned. Before the Second Ninja World War, Walong Mountain was considered one of the most important towns in the Rain Country. Later, it became a major battlefield and was abandoned. However, it gradually recovered during this period of recuperation. It is also one of the population gathering places in the Rain Village. The Akatsuki organization has been unable to develop all along because it is trapped by land constraints. As a result, it cannot be self-sufficient in food, has no economic tax source, and relies entirely on executing tasks to earn meager rewards. All of this is a secret obstacle by Hanzo. However, Hanzo not only does not pursue the Akatsuki organization's involvement in the capture of the tailed beast in the Cloud Village, but also assigns Wolong Mountain to them as a base. This is too unexpected. This is the captain of the Anbu who is close to Hanzo, and the message he sent requires us to set off today. Lord Konan, you. Shimyu said here and looked at Uchiha Chinyu for a while. He was curious and awed by the bloody Ashura of Konoha, whose reputation was known throughout the ninja world. After all, during this period, the battle record that was circulated was that even the tailed beasts that were known as the weight of a village fell into his hands one after another. What decision have Nagato and the others made now? Zionin couldn't help but glance at Chinyu. Originally, this was a high-level secret of the Akatsuki organization and should not be discussed in this occasion. But Zionin had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It seemed that only by discussing this matter in front of Chinyu could the risk be minimized. This. Shimyu hesitated, but seeing Zionin's determination, he gritted his teeth and said, Lord Nagato and Yahikomi Lord, it seems that he is very interested in this matter, so he received the envoy of Hanzo of the Salamander, and is still in the process of negotiation. What? Are they crazy? Zionin's face changed drastically, and he said, not long ago, Hanzo of the Salamander betrayed us. If it weren't for Uchiha Chinyu's action, our Akatsuki organization would have been completely destroyed. Now we agree to his recruitment and show goodwill. Is it a trap? Looking at the extremely excited Zionin, Shimyu was speechless. Chinyu smiled and patted Zionin on the shoulder and said, you are inflated. Time is tight, let's go back and take a look first. Inflated. Zionin was stunned for a moment, and then quickly remembered what this remark referred to. After rolling his eyes at Chinyu, he hesitated and said, can you go with me? What if they get into trouble and let me help clean up their butts? Chinyu touched his nose helplessly. Zionin grabbed Chinyu's arm and said anxiously, as long as you are willing to help me, I won't pursue the matter of you sneaking into the Cloud Village to capture the two-tailed beast in the name of the Akatsuki organization. As soon as these words fell, Shimyu and other lower-level members were stunned. Not long ago, they heard about this matter from hearsay, but because of their low status, they were not sure about the ins and outs of this matter. Now I heard with my own ears that the young man in front of him really dared to break into the Cloud Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages, which is known as the most powerful military village. Not only did he escape unscathed, but he also took the two-tailed beast away. This is too shocking. This kind of means is probably more shocking than the legendary half-god salamander Hanzo in the Rain Village, right? Thinking of this, Shimyu couldn't help but look at Chinyu more. Well, it seems that I don't owe anything in this life, but I have many debts to my lovers, and beauty is a disaster, and heroes can't resist beauty. Chinyu reached out his hand and flicked Zionin's forehead in front of everyone. What nonsense are you talking about? What about lovers causing trouble? Zionin covered her forehead and stared at Chinyu. This kind of angry and coquettish attitude, in the eyes of outsiders, is completely different. It's just flirting, showing off their love in public. Seeing this scene, many people subconsciously looked at Josuke. The iron blue and red cheeks, the bulging blue veins, I'm afraid that blood vessels can burst at any time. Okay, don't you have something to tell me? Let's go see the emerging organization together? Chinyu looked back at Guji and others. Chinyu probably knew something about their purpose. However, this did not mean that he would let Guji and others get rejected. After all, to make Kimimaro the strongest physical ninja in the ninja world, he needed Might Dai's strongest physical technique, the 8 Gates Ninja Formation. Captain Guji. Might Dai couldn't help but look at Guji. His understanding of Chinyu has always remained in the rumors of the outside world. What killing without blinking, cruel and ruthless, etc., are all negative influences. When they first met, Might Dai also thought that the worst plan was to go to war with Uchiha Chinyu. Moreover, this is also the reason why the third Hokage assigned him to the mission. Once the 8 Gates Ninja is opened, even if he is just a genin, he can instantly reach the strength of Jonin, or even Kage level. As for whether he can reach the height of Kai in the original work, I am afraid there is a little gap. After all, Kai reached the level of elite Jonin in the original work with physical skills alone. Might Dai is only a genin, so even though they both use the 8 gates, there is still a gap in their quality after physical training. However, in this brief contact, Chinyu, who stands at the commanding heights of the ninja world, not only called out his name, but also recognized Might Dai's efforts and future achievements. Regardless of whether it was a perfunctory remark, it was enough to make Konoha Blood Ashura give such an evaluation. It is enough to prove that Guy's efforts are worthwhile. Okay, we will go there too, but we need to change this outfit. As Konoha ninjas, we can't interfere in the internal affairs of other countries casually, otherwise it will involve the political and diplomatic disputes between the two countries. Guji nodded in agreement. For this decision, Might Dai was delighted, showing his white teeth, and while giving a thumbs up, he took out a blue tights. If you want to disguise, use my tights. Hey, why don't you wait for me? My youthful and energetic suit has a good line beauty. Also, it's super breathable and absorbent. Don't you want it? Watching the people walking away, Might Dai quickly followed. After the last encirclement, the number of Akatsuki organization has obviously decreased sharply. As soon as I set foot in this temporary camp built in the valley, the feeling of shabby and dilapidated came to me. The broken tents, the wounded with listless faces, and the thin and pale faces showed that the Akatsuki organization had not had a good time during this period. Konan landed on the ground with everyone. Compared with the former members of Akatsuki such as Josuke, Chinyu, and others wore masks of the Anbu. However, there was no village logo on this mask, only a simple money symbol printed on the forehead. Chapter 296 I am from the country of money. I'm sorry, our Akatsuki organization has encountered difficulties recently, so. Konan looked around and a trace of unnaturalness appeared on his face. It's okay, maybe I can still help you. Chinyu smiled and patted Xionin on the shoulder. As soon as these words fell, she was immediately startled. Soon, Shimu's voice fell into his ears. Master Xionin, it's Dojo and the others. Shimu hesitated and couldn't help but ask. Dojo? Xionin and the others' faces changed drastically. Following the voice, they saw a middle-aged man with a square face walking quickly. Dojo, where are you going? Xionin hurried forward and said. Dojo is nearly 2 meters tall, with a square face and prominent muscles all over his body, like an iron tower. With more than 10 people behind him, they walked in a mighty manner. Master Xionin, we haven't eaten for nearly 2 days. Not long ago, the Kyuzagakure village sent people to recruit us. We want to go there temporarily to earn some commissions. Dojo said, neither servile nor arrogant. You went to Kyuzagakure village? When did you come back? Did Yahiko and the others agree? Xionin's expression changed. They came together because of a common ideal, but this passion, after experiencing the reality of the skinny, everything began to change. Starving together? No. This is absolutely impossible. At least, everyone flees when disaster strikes, and this truth exists everywhere. We don't know when we will come back. Maybe we will come back after solving the current problem, or maybe we will never come back. Dojo glanced at Chinyu and others indifferently and said, don't mind my saying a few more words. The concept of peace is indeed very important and attractive, but an organization that can't even solve the most basic food and clothing is worth studying. The ability of the leader. At this point, Dojo looked at Xionin and said, it's not that we are cruel, it's that you are incompetent. If you have self-knowledge, you should give up your position and let others do the right thing. You. Shimu was anxious for a moment, but was quickly stopped by Xionin. There was a trace of paleness on his pretty face. He bit his red lips and was about to say something, but was patted on the shoulder by Chinyu. Good birds choose trees to live in. They want to be successful. We should send them off. Why don't you make way for them? Chinyu smiled and took the lead to make way. The sudden scene made Dojo and others stunned in place. This time, they gathered together with the intention of going to Kyuzagakure village. But the greater purpose is to overthrow the position of Akatsuki leader and then occupy it. After all, peace cannot be eaten, and the wandering ninjas who joined Akatsuki were not completely united, but more for the purpose of getting by. Now there is no way to get by, except to leave, which is the idea of letting me lead. However, Chinyu's behavior now is not in accordance with the script at all. In Doso's eyes, now that the messenger of Hanzo of the Salamander has come to recruit, he only needs to lead everyone to make trouble in public and threaten. In this case, Xionin should try his best to retain him, maybe he still has the qualifications to become the fourth leader. However, now he is pushed to the end by Chinyu's words. Watching them retreat one by one, Xionin also took a look at Chinyu, biting her red lips and retreating to the side. This undoubtedly made Doso's cheeks a little embarrassed, and he couldn't help twitching. What's wrong? Changed your mind so quickly? Qin Yu said with a warm smile. You. Duozhuo was furious. After staring at Qin Yu for a moment, he said sternly, Boy, don't be so arrogant. You don't know how poor this organization is. If you go in and starve, don't leave crying. I'm waiting to hear your joke. Of course, if you are interested, I can also take you away with me. The Kuzagakuer village was attacked not long ago. The village's strength was greatly damaged, and many wandering ninjas were recruited. If you follow me, I can let you be a genin, which is better than being here. Faced with this tempting talk, Zionen's face turned pale. After all, she is one of the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki organization, although Qin Yu is not a member of their Akatsuki organization. But being poached in public like this is simply treating her like air. Are you going to tell me that Akatsuki is poor? Qin Yu smiled and looked at Duozhuo and said, Sorry, I like to generate electricity for love. Besides, we ninjas from the Kingdom of Money don't have much, but we have the most money. As he spoke, Qin Yu took out a stack of banknotes from his cloak and waved them. 100 million taels. Shimyu exclaimed in surprise, and his eyes almost popped out when he saw the denominations on the banknotes. This is still a circulating note from the 5 major countries, and it can definitely be exchanged successfully. Qin. I can't take this money. Zionen was stunned, and with red eyes, she stubbornly pushed the money back to Qin Yu. Haha, Zionen, you are looking down on the ninjas of our Kingdom of Money. Our young master doesn't have much. No matter how much money he has, if you don't help him spend some, how can our Kingdom of Money be assured to hire your Akatsuki as the ninja village force of our Kingdom of Money? Guji laughed suddenly. Looking at that posture, he completely put himself into the role. Yes, if you join our Kingdom of Money, you can also get 3 sets of breathable, warm and tight combat uniforms for free. Might Dai quickly agreed. However, as soon as the watermelon rind clothes were taken out, they were immediately blocked by Guji. This aesthetic is so shameful. Since it comes from the Kingdom of Money, it should be rich gold. The Kingdom of Money? Is there such a country in the ninja world? A ninja following closely behind Duozhuo said with a confused look. Duozhuo and others were no exception, looking at Zionen suspiciously. Facing the eyes of the crowd, Zionen opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, so he could only look at Qin Yu for help. Haha, of course you don't know the origin of our Kingdom of Money. Have you heard of the underground black market? Qin Yu smiled and stuffed the silver note into Zionen's hand and said our country of money is a country formed by the alliance of big businessmen in the underground black market, and it is full of rich businessmen and bigwigs. Yes, our young master's origin and reputation, once released, I'm afraid even the names of the 5 major countries will have to stand aside. Your grass ninja village is a big rag in the eyes of our young master. You still want us to mix with you, idiot? Guji took over the topic instantly. Seeing his boasting without thinking, Qin Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is indeed a veteran, even the boasting is very orderly. Okay, let's not hinder this Duozhuo, who will lead everyone to promotion and wealth, let's send him off quickly. Qin Yu smiled and stepped aside, looking at Duozhuo who was leading the way. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on him, making Duozhuo's cheeks twitch uncontrollably. The members of the Akatsuki organization behind him also hesitated. After all, these ninjas from the country of money are too generous. 10 million silver notes, if converted into coins, can kill you. Chapter 297 Is it uncomfortable to hug this thigh? What's wrong? Aren't you leaving yet? If you don't want to leave, go back quickly. Zionen looked at the hesitant faces of the crowd and shouted in a deep voice, this is the first and last time. Don't let this happen again, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Thank you, Lord Zionen. The members of the Akatsuki organization who followed Duozhuo left this sentence and turned away. Instead of running to the grass ninja village to eat grass roots, it is better to follow these seemingly high-end ninjas from the Kingdom of Money in front of them. 10 million taels are enough for their Akatsuki organization to eat for 10 or 8 years. Looking at the followers who were exposed for a while, Duozhuo's cheeks were extremely blue. After gnashing his teeth and looking at Qin Yu, he said, Lord Zionen, I'm going back first. After leaving this word, Duozhuo turned around and left without stopping at all. Seeing this scene, Zionen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank you, Qin Yu. We haven't paid you back the money last time. You helped us again this time. I don't know how to repay you. Repay. Chinyu smiled and rubbed Xionen's head in front of everyone, saying, "Don't be too serious. There is a money-making maniac in my family. This little money is also a small amount of his. But if you really want to repay me, I can accept it with my body." I don't want it." Xionen's cheeks flushed and said, "Don't talk nonsense here. Let's go in and see how Yahiko and the others are discussing." Looking at Xionen, who turned around and left, Guji and Might Dai couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Being able to use money to smash a road to chasing girls like this is not something that ordinary people can do. "Boss, if Kakuzu-senpai knew that you used his money to pick up girls like this, would he directly wash this place with blood?" Kimimaro said hesitantly. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and said, "If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, he won't ask me, the boss, for money, right?" Kimimaro was stunned for a moment. These words made him feel like he was on a pirate ship. The reception hall was set up in the center of the camp. Compared with other buildings, it was only slightly better. It was built with tents with fewer patches and wood. As soon as Chinyu and others approached, they saw Yahiko and Nagato walking out slowly with 3 ANBU ninjas from the Rain Village. The few people were still talking and laughing along the way. It seemed that the negotiation was going very smoothly. "Conan." Yahiko looked at the oncoming Conan, his expression changed, and he looked at Chinyu and others for a second. He didn't ask any more questions about these uninvited guests, but he couldn't help but keep a closer eye on them. "Is this the only girl among the 3 leaders of your Akatsuki organization? It's true that women are as good as men. It's amazing." The captain of the Rain Ninja ANBU suddenly spoke. "Who are they?" The sudden encounter made Xionen startled. When she was about to speak, she was stopped by Chinyu again. This feeling made Xionen feel completely passive around Chinyu. However, it was precisely because of this reason that Chinyu often helped her out, and she felt an inexplicable sense of security. "Underground black market, I came here to hand over the task to the Akatsuki organization," Chinyu said lightly. Facing these Rain ninjas, there was no humbleness at all. Underground black market. The captain of the Rain Ninja Anbu couldn't help but change his expression slightly, but did not continue to ask. After all, the Akatsuki organization has always been earning money by taking tasks. Now it is in a difficult situation. It is not strange for people from the underground black market to come to hand over tasks. "Brother Feng, why did you come in person? Didn't we agree to visit in person and take the task?" Yahiko was quick-witted and quickly took over the conversation. Chinyu nodded and said, "We have been cooperating for a long time. I heard that your Akatsuki organization was severely damaged, so the people of the alliance appointed me to take a look. Now it seems that the problem is not serious." "Brother Feng, you are too serious. Allow me to send the guests away first and then talk to you," Yahiko replied hurriedly. This kind of improvisational speech will become too flawed if it is said too much, so it is better to stop at the right time. "Hehe, since you still have guests, Yahiko, we will leave first." The captain of the Rain Ninja Anbu looked at Chinyu for a while and said, "However, don't forget the conditions and requirements of Hanzo-sama. Please go to Wolong Mountain as soon as possible. After all, Wuhan there has been troubled by foreign wandering ninjas for a long time. I hope you can succeed immediately." "Thank you for your kindness, Hanzo-sama," Yahiko replied, and then looked at Chinyu. The captain of the Rain Ninja Anbu led a group of people and left quickly. Watching their backs disappear in front of him, the smile on Yahiko's face faded. Nagato, who was standing beside him, exuded a pair of samsara eyes with a creepy light, and said in a deep voice, "You are Uchiha Chinyu. Xionen, are you crazy? You actually brought him to our Akatsuki camp. If others know about it, how will the 5 major countries view us? By that time, I'm afraid even the Rain Ninja village will not be able to tolerate our existence." As soon as these words fell, Xionen's face changed instantly. She was mentally prepared, but she obviously didn't expect Nagato to be so excited. After all, in Xionen's eyes, Chinyu is her savior one after another. He has even saved the entire Akatsuki organization. "Nagato, don't be impulsive." Yahiko suddenly spoke, looking at Chinyu and said, "You should have seen along the way that after the last battle, our Akatsuki organization has suffered heavy losses, and now it has experienced many internal problems, so we don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Leave here now." "Yahiko." Xionen was anxious all of a sudden. Looking at Yahiko, who has always been reasonable, he also issued an order to expel him, which means that the matter is irreversible. Young master, did you hear that? They asked you to leave. Guji took the lead in shouting in a sarcastic voice and said, then why don't you hurry up and take back the 100 million taels of silver notes? You shouldn't have given them a full meal just now. Let them eat mud and leaves directly. Looking at Guji, who was disrespectful as soon as he opened his mouth, Chinyu also rolled his eyes helplessly. But these words immediately stunned Yahiko and Nagato. After Zionin brought the money back last time and solved the urgent problem, the money allowed the Akatsuki organization to expand and develop rapidly. If it weren't for the sneak attack by Hanzo of the Salamander, their Akatsuki organization would have developed into the second largest force in the Rain Village in the future. Now Chinyu has taken out another 100 million taels of silver notes. This is a rich man. For their Akatsuki organization, it is simply timely rain. Why are you silent? Is this thigh uncomfortable? Or return the money to our young master. Guji spoke again out of the blue, and his words were sharp. Let Yahiko, Nagato, and others look confused. This seems very unpleasant, but even Hanzo of the Salamander can't take out 100 million taels of silver notes. In comparison, the thigh does look pretty good. Chapter 298 I advise you to come together. Chinyu. Zionin was anxious and couldn't help but take another look. Chinyu patted her head and said, don't get me wrong. I'm helping you this time for Zionin's sake. Besides, do you think you'll be arrogant after opening the samsara eye? That's just going to die. The low voice changed the atmosphere in the field. Facing Chinyu, the rich man's thigh, Nagato and Yahiko, who were speechless, couldn't help but look a little livid. As Chinyu said, the confidence they had in accepting the goodwill of Hanzo of the Salamander this time came from the samsara eye that Nagato had opened. Facing this pair of eyes, which were praised as the same type of eyes as the legendary Six-Path Sage, they had absolute confidence that they could overpower the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, under the recent display of his eye skills, Nagato's strength was advancing by leaps and bounds. Yahiko believed that as long as he could buy more time, Nagato's strength would be enough to grow to a level comparable to that of the cage-level powerhouses of the 5 major ninja villages. No. It should be said that in time, it will not be a problem for the half-god salamander Hanzo to surpass the legend of Rain Village. Once that time comes, under the premise of having absolute strength, they don't trademark T have to be afraid of salamander Hanzo at all. It is for this reason that they have the confidence to accept salamander Hanzo trademark's invitation. However, now Uchiha Kainu has completely denied their confidence. This made Nagato lose his temper first, and said in a cold voice, Uchiha Kainu, we know that your strength is not simple, but please don't trademark T underestimate us. Yahiko and I will join forces to deal with Salamander Hanzo, and we are still confident. Yes, we are no longer comparable to 10 days ago. I hope you don't trademark T underestimate us, otherwise you will suffer. Yahiko also spoke in agreement. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes when he looked at Chinyu. Chinyu smiled playfully and said, it seems that you are really arrogant. Are you looking for trouble? Looking for trouble? Nagato's face suddenly darkened, and he said, Uchiha Chinyu, don't be too arrogant. I am not the same as I was 10 days ago. If we really fight, who will win or lose is another story. Yes, the depth of the samsara eye is not as superficial as you think. Yahiko echoed in a hurry. After all, he agreed to Hanzo's invitation. But it was their idea, and Chinyu's denial now was a contempt for their decision. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk nonsense with me. However, I advise you to go together to have some fun. Chinyu smiled and relaxed his shoulders and walked out of the crowd. Zionin, who was watching this scene, suddenly became anxious. However, at the moment when he was about to say something, Uchiha Chinyu shook his head to stop him, and said with a smile, I won't turn back until I hit the wall. I will try to be gentle and wake them up. You. Nagato was suddenly angry. Chinyu didn't take it seriously at all. He took a step and headed straight for the open space behind the canyon. At the moment when lightning crackled all over his body, he used the thunder escape. The instant body technique simply gives people a ghostly feeling. When Yahiko, Nagato, and others reacted, Chinyu had already appeared hundreds of meters away, standing quietly waiting. This casual scene made Yahiko and Nagato look livid. Yahiko, let me teach him a lesson, otherwise he will only live in self-righteousness. Nagato's face sank, and he was about to jump out. However, as soon as he took a step, Nagato gave him a look and said, "Don't be impulsive, he is the bloody Ashura of Konoha, and it is not a shame to fight 2 against 1. What we have to do now is to defeat him and let him know that we are no longer the same as we were 10 days ago." Nagato heard this, his expression changed, and after looking at Chinyu, he couldn't help but clenched his fists and said coldly, "Okay. Do it." With a loud shout, Yahiko and Nagato disappeared from the spot like ghosts. When they appeared again, they had come to more than 10 meters away with the help of the instant body technique. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, attacked Uchiha Chinyu in a roundabout way. Zionin, who witnessed this scene, had a hint of hesitation on his face, and gritted his teeth and said, "I hope Nagato will not use the Samsara Eye casually, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Kimimaro suddenly spoke, and his tone was mixed with indifference that was completely inconsistent with his age. "Otherwise, will the boss lose? You'd better not be too naive. They are making progress, but the boss is unfathomable." The inexplicable words made Zionin, and even Guji and others stunned. However, before they could investigate further, a stern roar suddenly sounded. "Fire style, great fireball technique." Yahiko's hands flew quickly, and his movements were still fast, accurate and ruthless under the extremely fast movement. Dozens of seals were completely cast in just a few breaths. As the last seal fell, the hot chakra accumulated crazily in the mouth. The next moment, it exploded instantly. Bang! As soon as the flame condensed, it turned into a huge fireball with a diameter of 13 or 14 meters, and with a dignified crushing posture, it attacked Chinyu across the air. The blazing fire wave rolled back, and the onlookers on the scene couldn't help but be shocked. Jusuk, who had suffered and lost face at the hands of Chinyu, clenched his fists and said eagerly, as expected of Lord Yahiko, "The fireball technique he performed is simply outstanding. This power is completely comparable to A-level ninjutsu. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are probably very few people who can study fire escape ninjutsu to this extent." The slightly long evaluation seemed to be a bit biased towards Yahiko, but it also attracted Guji and others to silently agree. However, as soon as this idea came into their minds, their pupils suddenly contracted and their eye sockets almost cracked. Uchiha Chinyu looked at the fireball that was crushing towards him, and when he was close to several dozen meters, he formed a seal with one hand. With his breathing, the hot waves of fire exploded like a frenzy, and instantly gathered into a huge fireball of several dozen meters. Without any fancy moves, the oncoming fireballs collided with each other. Crush! The sudden attack was like a crushing blow under the absolute size difference. The fireball that was boasted by Jusuk to have the power of A-level ninjutsu. In the case of a huge size difference, it was directly crushed like paper. If Jusuk said, "This kind of fireball ghost is probably enough to reach the level of S forbidden technique, right?" Boom! The fireball shattered like fireworks, turning into sparks all over the sky and rolling back between heaven and earth. The faces of the people present changed drastically, and their expressions suddenly changed drastically when they saw the fireball that was crushing towards Yahiko with its remaining power. Water style, water wall. Nagato was also surprised, but the seal in his hand, which was slightly delayed for a moment, was finally completely accepted. With his hands suddenly clasped together, the water waves under his feet turned directly into a water wall, blocking Yahiko in front of him, and collided with the huge fireball first. Chapter 299 The Imaginary Enemy of the Samsara Eye. Boom! The low thunder-like explosion sounded again. The huge fireball collided directly with the water wall. Looking at the water style that was originally enough to restrain fire, facing the huge fireball like S-level, it was instantly evaporated and penetrated the water wall. Juzu, who had been rude and said that he wanted to humiliate Chinyu, had a burning cheek. If there was a dog hole now, he would want to get in directly. However, now facing the fireball that instantly penetrated the water wall, steamed a large amount of water mist, but was only a circle smaller in size, and then continued to crush him with its remaining power. Jusuk's feet were also trembling slightly. If he hadn't taken care of his face at the end, he would have wanted to fly away directly. This kid is really capable, but he can perform ordinary fire escape fireball to this extent, worthy of being the new legend of the Uchiha clan. Let me take care of it. Guji was also surprised. However, looking at the fireball with its remaining power, if he really wanted to stop it, he was afraid that only he who was also good at water escape could do it. However, just as Guji took a step, Kimimaro in front of him took the lead. Looking at the fireball that was madly crushing and shrinking from hundreds of meters away to dozens of meters, he pressed his hands suddenly on the ground. Corpse vein dance of early ferns. Boom! There was a dull echo from the ground, and the smoke and dust rolled back, and the whole ground shook violently. Everyone was startled at first, and then they saw under the huge fireball 100 meters away, a series of bone spurs that looked like thorns and densely packed like a hell of needles tore the ground up. The huge fireball was instantly torn apart by this stab. Accompanied by a huge rumbling explosion, it directly disintegrated in the sky and earth. Looking at this scene, Kimimaro withdrew his hands with the same expression as before. The bones that were spit out from his palms and extended into the ground were directly cut off. Looking at the bones that were quickly squirming and being re-entered into the flesh, a gurgling sound of swallowing saliva was heard on the scene. All along, in their eyes, Kimimaro, who was 6 or 7 years old, was just an orphan taken in by Uchiha Chinyu. However, they never expected that this little conspicuous child was not only a member of the Bamboo Cutter clan who almost attacked and destroyed their organization. Even the power of the corpse bone veins he displayed completely subverted their cognition. This move made them feel that they were not even as good as children. Not only that kid is a monster, but any of his subordinates are probably monster-like. At such a young age, he can display the corpse vein to such a degree. In the Bamboo Cutter clan, he is probably the strongest genius. Guji's face was more solemn. When he came, he heard that Uchiha Chinyu was very powerful and his subordinates were also powerful S-level rebel ninjas. However, they never expected that even a little kid could reach this level. Once he really grows up, he will definitely be able to stand on his own in any ninja village. Wind style, fierce wind palm. Nagato's roar suddenly came out. Under this delay, he was only a dozen meters away from Chinyu. He suddenly put his hands together, and the powerful hurricane, spinning rapidly in his hands, hit Chinyu head-on. At the same time, Yahiko appeared behind Nagato like a ghost, and the flames exploded directly like a coxcomb when he swallowed and spit out in his mouth. Fire style, phoenix flower technique. Fire rises with the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. Watching the power and range of the fierce wind palm suddenly surge 7 or 8 times, like a flame covering the sky, completely blocking Uchiha Chinyu's retreat. Not a bad fusion ninjutsu, but do you underestimate me? You haven't used the Samsara Eye until now. Chinyu smiled warmly. He really wanted to know how far Nagato's Samsara Eye had developed in these 10 days. After all, there was no sacrifice of vitality as in the original work, summoning the outer path demon statue, and directly letting the strength run wild. Looking at the incoming flames, Chinyu's blood-red eyes suddenly rolled back, occupying the entire pupil at the moment. The 9 Megatama turned wildly, and the powerful pupil power penetrated his body. The tens of meters of huge Susanoo condensed in an instant. The next moment, the seemingly fierce and unparalleled flames that were crushing towards him were directly rolled back and dissipated between heaven and earth with a wave of Susanoo's hand. This scene that seemed to be understated, and the blood-red Susanoo that exuded the smell of disaster like a towering mountain, made the onlookers look pale. It can be said that Uchiha Chinyu was able to get the title of Konoha Blood Ashura, all from this Ashura-like Susanoo in front of him. However, facing this so-called absolute defense, Nagato and Yahiko did not retreat but advanced, and with the help of this breath-like time, they were already approaching Chinyu dozens of meters away. Nagato! Yahiko roared in a hurry, and his eyes suddenly became extremely bright. The same was true for Nagato, who had been advancing side by side with him. He had been waiting for the appearance of Susanoo for a long time. The strange Samsara Eye quickly changed and turned into a light red color. At the moment when the pupil shrank, Nagato grabbed with his right hand in the air. Shinra Tensei! The huge absorption force made Nagato look like a black hole at this moment. With his 5 fingers clenched suddenly, Chinyu, who was originally in Susanoo, was pulled by the invisible force. The next moment, in full view of the public, in the so-called absolute defense, he was forcibly sucked out. A short distance of dozens of meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. Looking at Chinyu, whose pupils were rapidly enlarged, Yahiko, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly flipped his hands, took out 2 sealing spells directly, and slapped them heavily on Chinyu. In their eyes, Uchiha Chinyu's methods were too unfathomable. To subdue such an enemy, the only way was to use strange and unexpected attacks. Then, in an instant, the sealing spell was used to restrict Uchiha Chinyu's actions. At that time, no matter how powerful Uchiha Chinyu was, as long as they could buy some time and let Nagato prepare other means, he could only watch himself lose. Looking at Chinyu, who was like a fish on a chopping board, waiting for them to slaughter him, Nagato was the first to lose his temper and laughed unscrupulously. Uchiha Chinyu, did you see this? This is the powerful power of my Samsara Eye. I forgot to tell you that from the day I opened the Samsara Eye, Yahiko, and I regarded you as the imaginary enemy of the Samsara Eye, and all the coordinated tactics were to defeat you. Now, you are in this situation, I am afraid you can't escape, just admit defeat. Chapter 300 Sorry, we are too arrogant. Imaginary enemy of the Samsara Eye? Guji and others also changed their expressions. Facing this legendary eye, they had already heard said. However, they never thought that the duel between the Samsara Eye and the Mangekyo Sharingan would be so exciting and unexpected. What made them most eager to know was whether Uchiha Chinyu, known as the new legend of Uchiha, could turn the tide in the face of such an attack. However, after Guji's expression changed, he looked at Josuke, who was about to speak but stopped, and was about to talk nonsense again, and said coldly, Josuke, I advise you not to talk nonsense. I have a hunch that he may still have hidden shortcomings. Hide your shortcomings. Zionin was stunned. No. It should be said that the nerves of everyone present seemed to be touched by these words. In their eyes, Uchiha Chinyu should be brought to justice under such an unexpected attack. However, Guji's evaluation now overturned their cognition. When they saw Chinyu's cheeks, which looked the same as before, blooming with a brighter smile, their nerves were almost broken. Is this what you rely on? Chinyu said with a smile, the result will probably disappoint you. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment. Nagato's expression froze, and a trace of anxiety flashed across his face. He didn't have time to think about it, and roared, Yahiko, delay will cause changes, seal him up quickly. Got it. Yahiko was also impatient. He took a step and accelerated forward. At the same time, he clenched two sealing talismans in his hands and slapped them directly on Chinyu's body. However, at the moment of contact, the solid figure in front of him stirred up a series of ripples like the reflection of the lake, causing the talisman in his hand and even his entire body to pass through his body directly. The strange scene made the atmosphere in the field appear inexplicably silent. The next moment, everyone was like seeing a ghost, their pupils shrank to the extreme, and even their eye sockets almost cracked. Lightning release, righteous axe sinking thunder. As soon as he passed through Yahiko, the lightning on Chinyu's body exploded directly like a frenzy, without any fancy moves, his feet were like a thunderstorm hurricane, kicking out in all directions. Yahiko and Nagato, who were close at hand, flew backwards like cannonballs. After flying for dozens of meters, they crashed into a 3 or 5 meter high rock together. The huge impact force made them spit blood, and it also shook the rock into a spider web-like crack. Nagato, are you okay? Yahiko took the lead in standing firm, looking at Nagato beside him, and asked anxiously. The two of them looked embarrassed, but this was just a one-sided battle, so Uchiha Chinyu did not use his full strength at all. He just knocked them away a little and gave them a little pain, letting them eat it first. Feeling the blood surging in his body, Nagato wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a horrified look, and hurriedly looked at Chinyu. Before he could speak, he saw that the 9 Magatama Sharingan was turning again in vain. It's time to end. The simple 4 words were swallowed and spit out in Chinyu's mouth, and his right hand grabbed it in the air. A huge invisible pressure like a tide, like a rolling down from the sky, poured on Nagato and Yahiko. Boom! The two of them fell heavily to the ground, and the huge pressure made the ground resound. The ground around them seemed to be unable to bear the weight and sank. The rocks in the distance could not bear this surge of power, and they cracked into spider web-like cracks. Seeing this extremely weird scene, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. What is this? Zionin was the first to lose his temper and wanted to jump over, but was stopped by Guji with a solemn look. However, Guji did not rush to draw a conclusion. He took out a kunao and threw it directly at Yahiko and others. I thought it was a sudden assassination. However, as soon as the kunao approached Yahiko and Nagato dozens of meters away, the kunao that was originally shot out seemed to be pulled by an invisible force in an instant. The next moment, it fell heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Guji's face changed drastically, and he looked at Chinyu with disbelief. What a powerful pupil technique, it can actually control the space to change the gravity in the field. If you are caught off guard, it is enough to kill in one shot. Kill in one shot? The people present were stunned. No. It should be said that even Nagato and Yahiko, who were pressed to the ground and rubbed hard by the gravity pupil, were no exception. They felt the huge power added to them firsthand, and knew clearly that if Chinyu really wanted to kill them just now, he could definitely kill them in one shot. When they thought about it, they were full of confidence just a moment ago, and they were talking about the imaginary enemy after the opening of the Samsara Eye, Uchiha Chinyu. But the result now was like an invisible slap, slapping their faces. If there were 2 holes in front of them, whether they were dog holes or not, they would have wanted to get in directly. Chinyu, can you let Nagato and Yahiko go? Zionin suddenly came to his senses and begged urgently. Looking at Zionin, who looked helpless, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Don't worry, if I wanted to kill them, I would have died tens of thousands of times. I just want them to know that there is no strongest Samsara Eye, only the most rubbish master. On the battlefield, never look down on others, otherwise you won't even know how to die." The slightly long and gloomy voice made Nagato's expression stagnate. After struggling for several breaths, the whole person was like a deflated balloon, and said with a wry smile, "Chinyu, thank you for your teaching. We were too arrogant just now." "Haha, Yahiko is right. It was indeed us just now. I'm so arrogant, I hope you don't mind." Yahiko laughed in vain. After the disastrous defeat, he obviously lost all his restraint and returned to his usual carefree self. After all, in the original work, Nagato is cold and calm, Konan is kind and friendly, but Yahiko has the general aura of the protagonist, carefree and brainless. Now that even Nagato has taken the initiative to admit defeat, he doesn't have to force himself to maintain this position mask for his brother. It seems that the lesson is not deep enough, but never mind. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. After the 9 Megatama Sharingan quickly dissipated, the gravity of the space that was changed was also dissipated directly. Nagato and Yahiko, who were freed, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, he turned over and breathed deeply. Looking at Konan, who was walking over with a concerned face, Yahiko touched the corner of his mouth and said with blood, "Konan, don't worry, we are willing to accept the loss. I will try to turn down the invitation of Hanzo of the Salamander in a while, and you don't have to worry about it anymore."